Good morning. I'm Wendy Chamberlain. I'm president of the Middle East Institute, and it gives me very great pleasure to warmly welcome you on this, what's going to be a very warm day today, to the Middle East Institute's Center for Turkish Studies 5th Annual Conference on Turkey. You know, the Middle East Institute inaugurated this full-day conference focused exclusively on Turkey's internal foreign policy and U.S. relations, because we perceived a great need here in Washington for greater dialogue with Turkey, which is such an important country to the United States, and that we didn't think there was enough of it, and we are moving in trying to provide this service to the people here in Washington. And I'd really like to thank our wonderful Turkish scholar, Dr. Gönül Tol, who has pulled together such an impressive group of speakers today, and who has really built the Center for Turkish Studies at the Middle East Institute. The scholarship has deepened and grown over the years. Where's Gönül? Can you stand up, Gönül? Let's give her. I'd also like to acknowledge our two very insightful keynote speakers that we'll have here today. On the Turkish side, our keynote speaker is the newly appointed Minister of Interior, Efkan Ala, and on the U.S. government side, Deputy Assistant Secretary who covers Turkey at the Department of State, Amanda Sloat. As a stable country, as a NATO ally, and as a country whose economy is growing, Turkey has become an increasingly important partner for both the West and the Middle East countries in the region. On the regional front, it's forged relationships with a number of key countries in greater depth than it had in the past, but new challenges are emerging for Turkey. It's faced with developments and threats that we read about in the paper, and the backlash into Turkey threatens Turkish stability and its regional posture. We'll hear a great deal about that today. So this conference will address these domestic issues, these regional issues, through our three panels. So thank you for coming today. Thank you for supporting the Middle East Institute. I encourage you, if you're not already a member, we have a table at the back. In signing up for a membership, you also get a subscription to the Middle East Journal. It's produced 4 times a year, and it covers a lot of articles. For some reason, Turkish scholars submit to the Middle East Journal in higher proportion. So if you're interested at all in Turkey, take a look at our Middle East Journal. We have a number of programs throughout the year that I'm sure that you'd like to attend. Now, I'd like to hand the podium over to our moderator of the first panel. Jim Zanotti is the Middle East analyst at the Congressional Research Service. At CSR, Jim provides nonpartisan research for congressional committees and members in both the House of Representatives and the Senate. So, Jim, over to you.
Thank you so much, Wendy. It's a great pleasure to be here today, and it's my honor to moderate this first panel on the future of Turkish democracy. It's a big topic, and there are no shortage of things to talk about today. Fortunately for us, we have 3 distinguished panelists who will be able to address the topic. I'm going to provide some brief intros. You should be able to have the short bios of each of our panelists in front of you, so I won't go into too much detail. But first we have Etienne Machupyan, a prominent Turkish writer, columnist, and commentator, most recently from Turkish daily Zaman. We also have, and welcome Etienne, we're very glad to have you with us. We also, to his right, have Dr. Burhan Duran. Burhan is the chair of the International Relations Department at Istanbul Şehir University, is also the general coordinator of the SETA think tank in Istanbul. Great to have you here with us, Burhan. And last but not least, we have Ömer Taşpınar. Ömer is director of the Turkey Project at the Brookings Institution, also professor of national security strategy at the National War College, as well as an adjunct professor at the Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies. Omer, very glad to have you with us. Without further ado, we will get into each panelist's time. We're going to start with Etienne. He is going to speak about the upcoming presidential election in August, and then the implications that will have or may have for questions of democracy and power in Turkey. Then after that, we will hear from Burhan Etin, who will speak about the rift between the AKP and the Fethullah Gulen movement and the implications that it has for the future of the Gulen movement, as well as the future of other Islamic actors in Turkey. And then we will hear from Omer, and he will speak to a variety of issues having to do with the domestic situation in Turkey, liberalism, rule of law, checks and balances, as well as freedom of expression and freedom of media. We'll hear from each of the panelists for about 10 to 12 minutes, and then we'll be able to flesh the discussion out further in our Q&A session. And with that, I will turn the floor over to you, Etienne.
Oh, thank you. I will leave the implications part to the Q&A and dwell on the background of these elections and the background of the socio-psychological situation in Turkey, which imposes, in fact, AK Party on the Turkish people in a way, if you look at it from one side, and if you look at it from the other side, it gives the chance to the Turkish people, or to people in general in Turkey, to rebuild the republic. Now, there are some simple questions regarding the elections that are coming. The first one is, of course, will Erdogan be a candidate? Surely he will be. He cannot miss the chance. This is a historical chance for him. This is the first time that people will choose someone as their president, as their head. So no one would miss this chance, really. He would not. The second question, of course, will he get over 50% in the first round? Most probably, yes. He's around 50% right now. And the third question, of course, is will he be chosen at the end, at the end of the day? This is definitely yes. If we go to a second round, he will get at least 55. Now, and we can ask, what about the 2015 elections? There also, AK Party, I guess, will get somewhat around 50%, and they will easily win the elections, and not only this election, but they will surely win the 2019 election as well. And while winning those elections, the vote of AK Party most probably will be more than the sum of the CHP and MHP votes. So here there is a situation that should be explained. And the explanation we can find only in the societal dynamics, in the sociology of what we are going through. Sociology in Turkey is dominating politics today. And all the results that we have in politics are not really do not show the ability of the politicians, but it shows the underneath the transformation of the Islamic community, which is happening underneath everything. Now, so the political question is, how come this party, AK Party, is winning consecutively with those high votes, although they are obviously making mistakes, like intervention into judiciary, putting restrictions on social media, and so on and so forth. So there should be something else behind all this, and that, as I said, is coming from the sociology. So let's look what is happening in the last 10 or 15 years in Turkey. Two very big changes happened. One is the transformation of religiosity, and the second is the transformation of the communities, and especially the Islamic community. Now, let's take the first one. If you go out in the streets in Anatolia making surveys, if you ask if people are religious or not, more and more people are calling themselves religious. But if you ask them what they understand from religiosity, they will tell you very, very different stories. So there is a diversification and pluralism within the religiosity today. People are secularized, but they are not leaving religion. They are staying in the community, and they are pluralizing that community. If you look at the community side per se, what we see is an Islamic community today which is much more porous, if I may say so, much more elastic. So it is much more easy to go in and out the Islamic community, and that creates a kind of an invitation to the non-Islamic public. So anyone from the secular side today can be a kind of a, Muslim for a few days or for a few weeks or as much as he wants or he or she wants. There are people who, for example, are fasting 3 days only in Ramadan, and they think of themselves as Muslims, and they don't have any problems within the community, that is. So parallel to that change, we see a kind of a new, again, vision from within, a kind of a tolerance within the Islamic community to different understandings of religiosity. Now, together, all these the two transformations together, if we put them together, what we see is a plurality, is an elasticity, an individualization, and an hybridization. For example, now, this is the first time in the Turkish or Anatolian history, maybe, we have families where half of it call themselves religious and the other half are not religious, for example, even atheists. And nothing happens, in the family as kind of, fights or, argumentations or whatever. So this is the background that we went through in the last 15 years, and that coincided with two other changes. One is the rise of the norms in democratization, in human rights, in freedoms, and so on and so forth, because of the globalization that is happening, and because there is this new, again, dynamic of integration of the Turkish people with the world, and all this is happening in a postmodern era where, critique of modernity is very kind of normal, and that also creates a kind of a self-confidence in the Muslim public. So they are much more ready to criticize themselves, to look at themselves in a more objective way, and so on and so forth, and thus the norms of democracy and freedoms, and everything is rising. And the third dynamic is, of course, the economy. GNP has risen by 3 times in the last 10 years. And if you look at the investments, like the infrastructure and health, education, and so on, and especially if you look at the local part, the investments going to the local areas, it has risen maybe 10 or 15 times in the last 10 years. So the end result is a new middle class. And this middle class is an enlarging middle class, I would say. So it was, according to the calculations, it was somewhat 25% in 2002. Now it's calculated to be 40%. It is enlarging every day, and this is the constituency of AK Party. So if we are making analysis of whether AK Party is successful or unsuccessful, we have to look at the potential that they can get. In 2002, they got 38, but it was out of 45 maybe. Now they are getting 45, but it is out of 55. And in the 5 years, it will be out of 60. So the potential that they can really get is getting higher and higher. And that's why, although they make mistakes, they are getting this same percentage, somewhat 45% to 50%. Now, this middle class is not just a socioeconomic middle class. This middle class is a sociocultural middle class, if you may call it, meaning that they are seeking a kind of a new definition for themselves. Turk is not enough, Muslim is not enough, nothing is enough to really describe them. So it is something, you know, which is to be decided on the road. And now, one of the results of this new definition which is sought is the distance between the Turkish identity and the Muslim identity. The two identities were somewhat converged in the 80s and almost 90s as well. But now when we look at these two identities, there's a distance between them. Now, with the self-confidence of the Muslims, they don't need the Turkish identity anymore as they did before. They are not against the Turkish identity, the Muslims in Turkey, but they don't need it anymore because the Muslim identity is much more a global identity, and you can build on the Muslim identity much more easily than the Turkish identity. And that's how we are making moves in the solution of the Kurdish question. And that's how we had a condolence message in this year in April regarding the Armenian issue. Okay. So, to cut it short a bit, what is happening is that the periphery is approaching the center today, economic, cultural, political, whatever the way you may look at it, and the periphery is taking over the center and behaving very differently than the periphery in the 50s and the 60s and the 70s and so on. At that time, the periphery was adapting itself to the center. Now it's not. Now they are creating a new center with different value systems and with different networks. So it's a kind of a revolution which is happening underneath. And AK Party is the sole carrier or representative of this movement. And as long as we don't have any other alternative, having these attributes, AK Party will go on winning all the elections and they will increase their votes. So this is the situation in Turkey. And if you look at it from the historical side, as a last note, this is the maybe backlash of history. Whether it is used in the good way or in the bad way, whether AK Party is successful or not, or whether they can do better or not, is totally something else. But why they are chosen still, although they are making mistakes, and those mistakes are seen by the Islamic community, mind you, but still those people are giving their votes to them because there is a historical, socio-economical, socio-cultural reason behind it. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much, Etienne. You laid quite a few things on the table, very interesting things about the intersection of identity, sociology, and politics in Turkey, and hopefully we can revisit at least some of that in our question and answer period. Now I'd like to turn the time over to Burhanettin.
Yeah, thank you. Well, actually, I'm very glad to be here for this conference. My topic is the rift between Gülen movement and AK Party. Well, life is full of ironies. And that's why I want to start by underlining two ironies while discussing Turkish politics. We have two actors, both of them refuse to be named Islamist. You know, maybe you would remember Turkey's Islamist movement was the National Outlook movement that has been criticized on two aspects in terms of being Islamist. To present Islam as a political project, and the second one is to try to take over the state for this purpose. Ironically enough, in the last period, both of the actors are accusing each one of them as being Islamist. I mean, the pro-Gülen movement media criticized the leading figures of the AK Party for being Islamists just after the Mavi Marmara incident. And again, just like the Kemalists, the AK Party people are criticizing Gülen movement trying to take over the state. So that was the first irony. And the second one, these two actors established an alliance in dismembering the Kemalist tutelage until 2011. So they, through this struggle, their way are parting. And actually they promoted democratization and reform in Turkey, but now they are struggling with each other. After the National Security Organization crisis on February 2012, these two actors started to make a critical struggle for the future of themselves and for the future of Turkish democracy. And I want to focus on the possible implications of this struggle, because this struggle would have some significant implications for the transformation of Islamic movement in Turkey, but also for the transformation of Turkish democracy and secularism. To give an example, the recent local elections were different from previous elections in that the opposition coalition attempted to discredit the governing AK Party through information provided by the Gülen movement. I mean the accusations of corruption and authoritarianism. And AK Party campaign was in build return on the discourse of danger presented by the paralleling structures, guardianship, espionage, and treason. So what kind of implications that we may have in the future? Firstly, this struggle essentially is a power struggle between a political governing party and a religious community. But through this struggle, we see an emergence of a new theopolitical discourse. We see some accusations such as Pharaoh, the Hashashins, or fake saint, and the tone of discourse is quite strong. But at the same time, with the rise of this theopolitical discourse that is going on under the political struggle, there is a new issue to be discussed in the future of Turkish democracy. Again, we will see the revival of the discussion of secularism, largely inspired by this struggle between AK Party and Gülen movement. People started to discuss the meaning of secularism and the significance of secularism, not just for the traditionally secularist Turkish people, but also for Islamic people themselves. And the second point is, the second implication is, this struggle between these two actors will have some multidimensional effects, both impoverishing and enriching. You know, the first side of it is, of course, power struggle impoverish Islamic actors. If you are religious and if you compete so much for politics, then this may have a negative effect on your organization and your legitimacy. And the accusations of corruption and the alleged paralleling state create the image of insecurity, injustice, and maybe most importantly, the image of ambition for these Islamic actors. And again, to mention the charity sector together with corruption and the quest for power may be evaluated as a negative course. But at the same time, this struggle shows once again how hybridized is the state of what is religious and what is secular. And perhaps the most positive side of this struggle is the possibility to reach a state of questioning or even eliminating the efforts of ideological movements to take over the state in Turkey. That was a traditional disease for any ideological movement in Turkey. And now Islamists are the last one who should get rid of this disease, actually. But today they are accusing each other for this illness, for this disease. And again, the concepts of state, Kemalism, laicism, and democracy are reopened to debates through the agenda of this struggle. In the long run, this struggle may bring Islamic conception of state to a more concrete ground and makes it lose its transcendental quality in the minds of Turkish Islamists. Of course, this may contribute to further democratization and to the establishment of a new social consensus in Turkish political life. But for these positive implications, what we need is the transformation of the Gülen movement into a civil societal institution. Well, actually, this movement has a special place within Turkey's Islamic movement because it has kept itself different from other Islamic movements since its appearance in Turkey. And it consciously chose limited contact with Islamic political parties and other religious groups because it has a special agenda and autonomous organizational structure from the start. And of course, the movement presented this as prioritizing the service and that there was therefore able to comfortably reach a durable and unique synthesis. But at the same time, this created a resentment, disturbance on the side of other Islamic groups. I mean, this autonomy. Well, because the major trouble for the Gülen movement is people's perception of its unfairly competing with the rest of religious groups for opportunities in civil society and state positions. The accumulation of power the movement achieved during the AK Party period disturbed other Islamic groups. But when the AK Party government realized that the Gülen movement is trying to establish a parallel structure within the critical institutions of the state, of course, there is an agenda of curtailing this power within the state. And then the government easily converted the unhappiness of other Islamic groups into support for itself. This phenomenon may be seen in the declaration of Islamic civil society groups backing the government in the discussion around the closure of prep schools and even in the recent elections. Well, this movement has some dilemmas for possible transformation. I want to mention some of them. This movement is an international and domestic actor. It's based on Turkey, but still it has over 150 schools or other agencies all over the world. So this movement started to prefer an independent policy from the Turkish state. So it's becoming more and more global and at the same time independent from the domestic, Turkish domestic parameters. So this issue, finding itself forced to adopt positions against national interests of its native country and to enter into alliance, it is seen as some people, at least by the government in Turkey, is undoubtedly the major obstacle before a transnational movement. Well, again, there is a criticism against this government, the Gülen movement, by forming an illegal parallel structure within the state and being a proxy organization disguised as a religious movement, is in fact being charged with parting ways with the Turkish Sunni codes of Islamic movement. And in other words, it's being blamed for not being Turkey-centered anymore, for participating in an international alliance, its own state. So these accusations seems to be creating a further loosening of religious legitimacy. And in order to be successful, you know, the key word is success. This movement is so much oriented to success. To be successful, this movement started to be more radical and pragmatic at the same time. This may be ironic. Yeah. Well, for now, such a religious leader, such a pious religious leader as Fethullah Gülen is being severely criticized in Turkey. This is the loss of legitimacy for an Islamic community. You know, political parties are testing themselves into elections, but religious groups have the much more important capital that is being legitimate. So much criticized by being a proxy organization or a connection with the international actors is deteriorating this movement's image. And here we have a problem of otherization of the movement. If this struggle with the parallel structure continues in an undemocratic way, I don't assume that, but this otherization would cause many problems. Well, and maybe for the last point, I think this movement is a critical turning point. But for this critical point, they are so much occupied with strategies. The strategic mindset that has driven this movement's success is now its great obstacle to any transformation. In other words, the over-strategization of its services, cadres, policies are poisoning the religious legitimacy of the movement domestically. Well, my conclusion about the prospects for this struggle, we have two options, actually. One is this struggle may continue with fierce religious discourses and securitizations for the movement. And of course, this would impoverish Turkey's Islamic movement. And Turkey's Islamic movement may lose its any chance of being a source of inspiration for transformation in the Middle East, in the Islamic world. And the second option is, after the combat with this small paralleling structure, this movement may transform into a civil societal organization, of course, yes, as a global network, but at the same time sensitive to the priorities of domestic scheme. And Turkey's Islamic movement would continue to transform itself under the light of these events. Well, my side is on the positive side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Burhanettin, for your analysis and your views, and I hope that they will also be discussed in the question and answer period. At this time, we'd like to turn the floor over to Omer.
Thank you, Jim, and thank you all for coming this morning. I'll try to give you a broad overview of, I think, what the title of our panel is, The Future of Turkish Democracy. I think if you ask Turks today in a street of Istanbul what they think about the state of democracy in Turkey, you're likely to get a very polarized picture. And that picture would really reflect the state of the debate in Turkey. Turkey today is an extremely polarized society. And in many ways, the people who define themselves as secularists, who had some sense of attachment, emotional, political, ideological attachment to Kemalism, to the ideology of the founding father of the Republic feel that they're losing the country. That, as Etienne described, there is a new elite, there is a new bourgeoisie, that there is a new business community, and that this new elite is now in charge. And they would immediately describe this new elite as Islamist, autocratic, despotic, dictatorial. I think that what you would hear from the CHP would describe this kind of worldview. Those who vote for the AKP and those who are supporters, more fervent supporters of AKP, would argue that this is the new Turkey, that the new Turkey is, as Etienne described, more representative of Anatolia, that indeed this periphery has moved to the center, and that basically this new Turkey is bound to become more democratic. I think what both groups can agree is that Turkey is in a post-Kemalist phase. In this discussion that we had, we never uttered the word the Turkish military. The fact that we're no longer talking about the military, the fact that we're no longer talking about what my colleague called the Kemalist tutelage system, proves that civilian supremacy has been established over the military. The military has been totally emasculated. It is no longer an important actor in Turkish politics. This, to me, is the biggest achievement of this post-Kemalist Turkey. And if you need another example, another evidence that we are in a post-Kemalist stage, look at the debate today in Turkey. The big debate is, which is polarizing Turkey, is between two Islamic camps. It's no longer between really secularists, Kemalists versus Islamists, but within Islam, the Gülenist community and the AKP. And then the other big chunk of the debate is about the Kurdish question, whether Turkey will be able to solve the Kurdish problem. And we are going through a historic process where the AKP is actually in a negotiation process with the PKK. We don't know exactly what's going on. Some people argue this is a cosmetic, Machiavellian process which has implications for the presidential election. But the fact of the matter is that the government is talking to the PKK. I think this is also a clear evidence of a post-Kemalist Turkey, and we're debating whether Turkey will become a federal republic, whether the Kurds will have autonomy. We're definitely talking about decentralization. So we are in a post-Kemalist phase. What we don't know, however, which is, I think, the most important question for our panel here, is whether this new Turkey is a more democratic Turkey. In many ways, if you ask the Kemalist camp, they would say, no, it's not more democratic. And what they often forget is that the Kemalist Turkey, the old order where the military used to call the shots, where the secular military bureaucracy was basically in charge, was not democratic at all. So those who argue that Turkey is becoming increasingly authoritarian tend to forget that Turkey was never really democratic. Turkey was always a problematic democracy. Yes, we had elections, but we never had really a liberal democracy with constitutional liberties, freedom of expression, freedom of association, freedom of demonstration, independence of judiciary. The Turkish Republic, founded over the principles of Kemalism, was not really a full democracy. However, the big question we're facing today in this new Turkey is whether Turkey is becoming more democratic or less. And I would submit to you what I think is a more balanced and accurate way of describing what's happening in Turkey. I would argue that the old type of authoritarianism in Turkey is being replaced by a new type of authoritarianism. And that what we used to have in the past was the tyranny of the minority. Kemalism was essentially based on this elitist ideology, nationalism and secularism, over the periphery, over the wishes of the periphery. And it was definitely a authoritarian, elitist, suppressive way of governing. I think in many ways, the fact that the periphery is moving to the center is indicative of a center that is more representative of Turkey's societal dynamics. In that sense, there is change in Turkey. And I would agree with Etienne that this change is representing Anatolia now. The big question, however, is whether this new Turkey is replacing an old type of authoritarianism with a new type of authoritarianism? And here I would argue that the answer is yes. There is a new type of authoritarianism, and this time we have the tyranny of the majority. So we're moving from the tyranny of the minority to the tyranny of the majority. What is missing, and I think this is a very relevant debate for American political science as well, is the institutions. The institutions that would actually provide checks and balances so that we avoid the tyranny of the majority. The common point between the tyranny of the minority and the tyranny of the majority is that there is still oppression. There is still an element of tyranny here. And what is missing, in my opinion, in Turkey now is the maturity of Turkish institutions. What I mean by institutions are principally, basically, things related to the political culture of the country, things related to political decision-making, things related to civil society, things related to the media, things related to constitutional liberties. In many ways, Turkey is suffering from being a very illiberal democracy, where the ballot box is important, is defining the results, but where basically the ballot box is creating a majoritarian type of democracy, not a pluralistic democracy, not a democracy where minority rights, where basically people who are not in power are well represented. It is still very difficult in Turkey to have freedom of demonstration, freedom of association. The independence of the judiciary is extremely problematic. You still have a civil society that is at its infancy. What used to give me hope about Turkey was Turkish capitalism, the fact that Turkey has a vibrant private sector. The absence of oil is a blessing for Turkey. The fact that we don't have this kind of rentier state structure, that we have to have a private sector based on a business community, is important. But what we are seeing also here in Turkey, today in Turkey, is the continuity of crony capitalism. The state is still a big player in Turkish politics. Government contracts are still defining the future of Turkish capitalism. So yes, you have a more prosperous Turkey, but what has not really changed is the fact that the government is still very much in the center of economic decision-making. So you don't have really elements that would create a vibrant liberal capital democracy with an independent bourgeoisie. The new bourgeoisie that is emerging in Turkey is still dependent on the state, and the AKP is creating its own bourgeoisie now, just like the Kemalist elite has created its own bourgeoisie, often with wealth stolen from the minorities of the Ottoman Empire. Now there is a new elite emerging. But how independent is this political or economic elite? What we are seeing as a continuity in Turkey is the nature of the patriarchal state. The state is still very important, and the political culture of Turkey is still based on an understanding of patriarchy, where the father state, the element of basically a boss, a father figure, is calling the shots. And in many ways, when you engage in an Erdogan-centric analysis of Turkey, that's why you end up with a lot of pessimism, because Erdogan epitomizes the patriarch. He is calling the shots. He wants a presidential system, as if we had basically a lack of centralization in Turkey. Now the goal is to have a president who is calling the shots, a more presidential system. As if we had too many checks and balances, it is to have less checks and balances. So in that sense, I would argue that what we are facing in Turkey now is a Turkey that is squandering a major opportunity. I'm a recovering optimist because I used to be very optimistic about the future of Turkey in terms of AKP. I used to be much more bullish, much more optimistic about the end of the military tutelage in Turkey. I was hoping that the AKP would create a new social contract that would embrace all of Turkey. And I'm still grateful that AKP is doing that on the Kurdish front. But what is happening between the Gülen community and AKP, what is happening between the AKP and liberal Democrats, what is happening between the AKP and secularists, Kemalists, is creating this more polarizing picture of Turkey, where a government that is increasingly powerful, mostly thanks to good economic governance. And I agree with Etienne that people are voting for AKP not for ideological reasons. He just mentioned that Islamists see the mistakes. Yes, they see the mistakes. Why they are voting for the AKP? My answer is it's the economy, stupid. They're voting for the AKP because the AKP is actually providing services in a rather impressive way. They're not looking for an alternative. We often blame the CHP for not being a good alternative. Well, the CHP can't do much if people are not looking for an alternative. The people who are looking for an alternative are already voting for CHP. The people will look for an alternative when Turkey will hit an economic wall, when the real estate bubble or the consumption bubble will burst. And unavoidably, as all of you who know about business cycles, this business cycle will come to an end. And those who fear fascism in Turkey, because the tyranny of the majority can potentially lead to fascism, will be proven mistaken, because the Turkish people will vote the AKP out. In that sense, I'm still optimistic about the future of Turkish democracy, because I think the Turkish voters will not vote for a political party that is not creating growth, jobs, services. But I'm pessimistic about the state of institutions in Turkey. The independence of the judiciary, freedom of expression, freedom of association, independence of the media, the quality of capitalism that we have in Turkey. These corruption scandals are very important. It proves that there is a problem of crony capitalism in Turkey. Yes, maybe the money is not ending in Swiss bank accounts, but it is actually going towards clientelism, patronage. And this is soft corruption. And this is not creating basically a liberal democracy that Turkey deserves. Turkey is no longer talking about the European Union anymore. Turkey believes that it has this, especially the AKP believes that it has reached this level of advanced democracy. But in fact, when you read about the Turkish democracy, Turkish state of media in the foreign press, you get a rather pessimistic picture, and rightly so. Because Turkey indeed gives the impression that the old type of authoritarianism, and let's not fool ourselves, the old system was authoritarian, Kemalism was authoritarian, is being replaced by a new type of authoritarianism. In the absence of institutions, in the absence of a democratic political culture, and the presence of a very patriarchal political party and a patriarchal prime minister, this is what you get. So I will conclude by saying that Erdogan has proven to be a spectacular agent of change for Turkey. He has changed Turkey in a rather dramatic way. What we have not seen, however, is Erdogan as an agent of democratization yet. And this is, I think, an opportunity that is being squandered, because up until 2009, 2010, there was still hope that Turkey could have a new social contract that would embrace everyone. But now we're in a very polarized state of Turkish democracy, and there is gloom and doom. And don't believe the most pessimist view that basically Turkey is becoming a fascist state with a dictator. No, this is not the case. Erdogan will go when people vote him out. But I am pessimistic about the state of institutions in Turkey. And the Gülen AKP rift has made me even more pessimistic. And I'm amazed at the amnesia within the AKP and within the Gülenist movement, because these two movements now, which basically are demonizing each other, used to be friends. 2 years ago, they used to praise each other. What happened? I guess fratricide comes in an extreme form when you lose your common enemy. When you lose your common enemy, which was the Turkish military, this is what happens. So it's more about psychology than politics. So I would end with this rather, I would hope, balanced note, and we'll be happy to answer questions later.
Thank you very much, Omer, for your assessment of the big picture trajectory in Turkey and some of the questions that you point out for the future. Now we'll begin our question and answer session, and as the moderator, I'm going to take my prerogative to ask the first question, and I'd be very interested in all the panelists' views on this. Since we are talking about Turkey in Washington, I'd like to bring in the debate on the role that the United States plays with regard to Turkey's domestic politics. From both sides, separate but interrelated, from the standpoint of U.S. officials and lawmakers, the question that it's not a brand new question, but is being debated right now, which is, should they take a more vigorous role in rhetorically or otherwise becoming involved in what's going on in Turkey, particularly, as some say, in a post-Kemalist era, to borrow what Omer had talked about, seeing Turkey as going through a very consequential period of change. And then how does the United States play in Turkey as far as the national conversation? And we've seen many different developments. Most recently, Mr. Gülen's presence in the United States, the Freedom House report that came out last month that designated Turkey's environment for media as not free. And so I'd be very interested to hear from each of the panelists their thoughts on that. Any of you like to take an initial crack at it?
Well, since I live in Washington, maybe I should
Go
try
for it.
to answer a little bit. I think Washington is in a very difficult position because people within the State Department, people at the White House know that Erdogan has become increasingly authoritarian. And the days of romance between Obama and Erdogan are gone. They're no longer really on the phone very often. I think President Obama is trying to take a distance. However, there is the reality of Turkey as a geopolitically crucial country, and there's business to be done. Look at what's going on in Iraq. Look at Iran. Look at Syria. So there's constant need of geostrategic engagement with Turkey at a time when Turkey is showing signs of becoming increasingly authoritarian. Does Washington have influence? Is the big question. A lot of people within Turkish civil society, or I think within the Gülen movement, believe that Washington has influence. I don't think so. I think the kind of influence Washington has is very limited, because we're facing a country that is much more self-confident today, where an article that appears in the New York Times about Turkey or something that President Obama says about Turkey does not really create a new sense of sensation in Turkey. It's there for maybe 5 hours and then people move on. Plus, there's a very conspiratorial tone in the way the AKP is looking at the United States. And the United States, the White House especially, I think is aware of that. Any kind of severe criticism of the state of Turkish democracy would give ammunition to those conspiracy theorists who are happy to portray the Gezi movement or the Gülen network as basically an American conspiracy or a Zionist conspiracy. In that sense, Western involvement does not help, because very easily you would have people within the AKP who say, see, they're criticizing us because we're powerful, because they don't like us. There's this Orientalist, Western-centric, racist approach to Turkey. And I think people within the Obama administration realize that, and they don't think that they have much leverage in terms of criticizing Turkey. Today's Turkey is much more confident, and they know that Turkey will become a better democracy only if internal dynamics in Turkey change. So there are clear limits to what Washington can do. Does the EU have leverage? Maybe more, but when you look at the state of Turkey-EU relations, even with some improvements on the Cyprus front, I don't see how Turkey would basically take seriously, the AKP would take seriously any criticism coming from the European Union. We're facing a Turkey that is increasingly self-confident and self-centered. In that sense, I don't see much room for Western Western intervention in terms of democratization. Also, I think the idea of Turkey being a model for the Arab world, for the Arab Spring, is gone, because the Arab Spring is no more. Look at what's happening in Egypt. There's a debate whether Egypt can become a model for Turkey now, whether there's a threat of the military making a comeback. Thank God, I hope this is not likely to happen, but the Turkish dynamics are going in the wrong direction. So no one is talking about the Turkish model anymore. And Turkey is increasingly appearing to be a kind of sui generis, unique case, which is not much relevant for the dynamics in the Middle East.
Go ahead, Etienne.
Taking from that point, if Turkey is not a model anymore, and if it's a case of sui generis, a unique case in itself, then there's no need for intervention into Turkey or to understand Turkey anymore as well. I mean, there's no need for the Western countries to really be interested in what's going on in Turkey. And I think that's what they are doing. And if you don't understand Turkey, then it's very difficult to be fair in the way you look at Turkey. And if you're not fair, no one will be listening to you from the Turkish side. So this is the main, ground that we live on. And of course, the government is making use of it, surely, in elections and so on. That's understandable. They have to get that 50%, because, as I said, this is a kind of a revolution without going on the streets, without using any guns. So, yes, AK Party is using authoritarian ways, but AK Party is like a matador, holding the horns of the bull, and he cannot let it go. This is the situation. This is how they feel, and this is how the constituency still feels. And so, on the other hand, on the other side of the coin, Turkey would be very, very happy if USA takes sides with Turkey in anything, in any case, on all the matters. But the problem is if there is not this mutual understanding between them, the problem gets very difficult. And there's another side as well. We have to blame the Turkish government as well in this case, because they as well don't understand what the West is, how the West is looking at things, what kind of a Western ear we have. They don't understand that, and they make many mistakes there. The Freedom House report, maybe the next two. Yeah.
Well, I want to add some comments on the discussion of this authoritarianism in Turkey. I understand that the discussion of tyranny, a new tyranny or authoritarianism, is a good stuff to consume in Washington or in some European capitals. But what is missing here, to see the complexities and dilemmas and ironies of Turkish politics. Yes, Turkey is not a full-fledged liberal democracy. Yes, Turkey is experiencing a kind of problems with the transformation and maturing state institutions, since we have seen the problems with the recent discussions on paralleling structures and others. These are the examples of not mature state institutions. But still, we are in the middle of a process of change. And this process is full of some complexities. We have to see the dynamics of Turkish society and the way to more democratization. So that's why I'm optimistic. If we overgeneralize some problems of power competition, and then conclude we are entering a new phase of post-authoritarianism or something like that, we might be surprised by what we will see in 1 or 2 years in Turkey. That's my point.
Thank you very much. Now we'd like to turn some time over to the audience. I see some hands being raised. If you could make your way over, we've got 2 microphones right here. And those of you who'd like to line up, feel free to please do so. When you ask your question, please start by stating your name and your affiliation, and then to whom your question will be addressed, and of course make sure that it is in fact a question. So sir, we'd like to begin with you.
My name is Eric Jackman from Silk Road. It will end up in a question. First of all, in terms of polarization, I don't see BBC or CNN accusing United States as a polarized country. So we should omit this issue when it comes to Turkey. The other thing is we have to deal with the sins of the Turkish democracy first. In the foundation of the republic, seeing that they don't have the support of the people, instead of opting for a strong party like India's Congress Party or Mexico's PRI party, CHP decided to use the state to change the nation. So they left us a very weak party structure. Now, don't you think the hope of the Turkish democracy is in the strong party that they have established now under AK Party? The reason I'm saying this, when we see Chomsky defining United States, saying that United States, the liberties are defined in a very narrow scope, then you're giving 100% freedom to discuss issues. So the question is this: do we have a wider area for discussion in Turkey for democracy, or a narrower idea in comparison to the United States?
And to whom is your question addressed?
Well, it's open. Whoever feels the challenge to answer, they should.
Would anyone like to take this?
Let me say a few things on polarization, and maybe you can take the other parts. Now, when Ömer was speaking, he said if you go out in the streets of Istanbul, you will see a polarized Turkey. It's obviously so, because it's the streets of Istanbul. If you go to the streets of Tokat or Nevşehir or whatever, you won't see something like that. Now, we have polarization in politics, obviously. We have polarization in the media, obviously. But when it comes to society, there is a part of the society which feels itself as a pole. That's why, and those are the seculars, where I come from, for example. And there, of course, you get a kind of a polarized picture of of Turkey, because if you see yourself as a pole, then you see all the others, the complexity, as the other pole, which is not the case. It is not the case, and that's why that pole, quote unquote, is still enlarging. And, inviting the other part, and that's why the secular community politically is shrinking. Now, in 5 years maybe, that pole will be so small that we will not be talking about polarization anymore. But whether it will bring a better Turkey, that's a different question. Whether it will be more democracy or less democracy, that will be a different question. And if we want it to be a more democracy, kind of, we, the seculars now, we have to be in the game. And polarization does not benefit the seculars or the non-AK Party people. Polarization helps AK Party have a bigger and bigger constituency every day. Stop there.
Sir.
Danziger, an advisor to AIPAC, and my question is addressed to anyone who would care to answer. I just spent a week in Istanbul, and I was actually amazed to see how secular the city was. I was amazed to see that very few women were covered, that alcohol was served freely in outdoor cafes. Even in my hotel, I won't name it, there was pork on the breakfast buffet. And it seemed like people really were totally free and leading a very secular life. And my question is, number one, how is it that Erdogan has not been able to succeed in his project of Islamizing Istanbul, about which he cares so much? After all, he was mayor of Istanbul. And number two, do you think this will continue, or eventually it will be suppressed and Istanbul will look more like provincial cities in Anatolia? And I'm told the same thing is true in Izmir and Ankara, which also are just as secular. Thank you.
Would anyone like to speak to the future of Istanbul?
I always talk about Istanbul for some reason. I think in the tone of your question, there's this implication which is a certain way of looking at Turkey that is very prevalent in Washington. Is Turkey becoming more Islamic or more secular? Is Turkey going east or west? In my opinion, those are now tired cliche categories. The real debate in Turkey is not about Islam versus secularism. It's not about east or west. If you really want to understand Turkish society, if you really want to understand Turkish foreign policy, you have to be, I think, more inquisitive than looking at the secular versus Islamist paradigm, and to understand basically what type of society is emerging. This is why it's a much healthier debate to discuss whether Turkey is becoming a more liberal democracy or a more illiberal democracy, whether Turkey is becoming more democratic or less democratic. A more secular Turkey would not lead to necessarily a more democratic Turkey if the secularists are basically pro-military Kemalists. We have seen that in the past. A more Islamic Turkey could have led to a more democratic Turkey, but that's my frustration. An Islamist party in power is showing signs of increasing authoritarianism. Therefore, it's creating this image that it is becoming more Islamist as well. I think the real problem is authoritarianism. Now, the issue of lifestyles in Turkey, alcohol consumption, for instance, or the headscarf issue, those are issues that really polarize Turkey. But they're really on the surface. I don't think people discuss or vote for AKP based on whether alcohol is free in certain neighborhoods or whether the number of women wearing headscarf is increasing or not. People really vote in Turkey based on bread and butter issues. As in all economies, as in all democracies, people look at their pocketbook. And if you really want to understand the success of AKP, you shouldn't look at really ideology or Islam or secularism. You have to look at basically the economic services, the social services the party is providing in almost everywhere Turkey. If you want to understand Turkey, the worst thing you could do is to talk to people in Taksim or Bebek or Şişli. You have to go to the shanty towns. You have to go to the Gecekonduz. You have to basically look at where the AKP base is. People who vote for the CHP talk to each other, and they always say, how on earth the AKP is winning? I mean, we're all of us here are secularists. We vote for CHP. Well, the problem is that they're not talking to people out there, outside their circle. There's a lot of groupthink happening, and they don't understand the economic problems, the social problems of the Gecekonduz. And AKP does. The AKP is doing what a left-wing party should be doing, a social democratic party should be doing. They're going actually to the shanty towns. They're providing services. They're busing people to the election locations. They're basically mobilizing much better. And if we want to understand the success of AKP, we shouldn't focus on Islam, but we should focus on how they're good at governance. But we should also talk about democracy. That's, I think, the big debate, not Islam versus secularism.
Did you want to speak to that, Burhanettin?
Yeah. Well, in the final words of my presentation, I said I am on the positive side, because the socioeconomic dynamics of Turkey is in the right way. The question or the dichotomies of secularism versus Islamism, authoritarianism, new type of authoritarianism versus democracy, are missing something very critical for the future of Turkish society. There is a new hybrid society, and this society is very cognizant, very aware of what's happening in the world, and what are they changing for themselves in Turkey. And the governing party gives some promises and some services for the society, for the people, but people at the same time, they have enough capacity and critical thinking to criticize the mistakes of the government. So that's why the issue is not a question of dichotomies. The question is the possible transformation of hybridities, which are very built in Turkish society. So the discussion of secularism or Islamism is the same issue. For example, some people discuss the Prime Minister Erdogan's talk on raising pious generations as something hegemony. Well, I interpreted this as an effort to consolidate its conservative constituency, or giving some positive answer to some demands, not as a hegemony. Because, the way is to secularism, more secularism, but this secularism is not maybe I should say secularity. This is not an ideology. This is a state of mind, and it's a condition. So conservative people may face themselves to oppose, or not oppose, to face with this problem, this challenge, actually. So the future of Turkey is much more complex than explaining by some simple dichotomies. Thank you.
Did you want to
Yeah, just
briefly?
Yeah. Now, whether there's an Islamization in Turkey or not, let's take the abortion case. Tayyip Erdogan is a devout Muslim, and like any other devout Muslim, I suppose, in Turkey, he wants to see, religious people around, and he wants to see maybe an Islamized Turkey, ideally. And he is against abortion. Again, obviously, he made a speech on that or commented on that, and then he never, used the word again. He never said anything regarding abortion again for 2 years now, maybe. I don't know. Why? Because they made a survey just 1 week after the talk, the speech, and in that survey they saw that 60% of the women in the Islamic community were for the abortion. And he backed up. So this is a very pragmatic government, a very pragmatic prime minister. He knows what he wants. He says that. And maybe he says that with a style which is not acceptable really sometimes to us. But when it comes to behaving, when it comes to choosing what policy to take, then he's a different person. And one small point regarding Ömer, he said it 2 times that the Turkish public are very economy-oriented kind of. I would be more cautious on that because the hybridization that Burhanettin was talking is a fact, and that hybridization tells us that Turkey is seeking for a new identity for itself, and this is not just an economic matter. This is connected to Ottomanism in a soft way. This is connected to globalism in a soft way. This is a new society on the verge of asking the same questions which they asked 100 years back. So this is a new situation, and it is the remaking of the republic. If we forget this, then maybe we may concentrate too much on the economic side of it, but I don't think this is really the case at the end of the day.
Okay, thank you. I think what we'll do is we'll take, well, you were here, both of you were here first. Why don't we take your questions, actually take all 3 questions and then kind of aggregate them. We've got about 10 minutes to go, but I want you to be able to have a seat as well.
Bassam Shawl with SETA DC. This is for the entire panel. Omer briefly talked about how the AKP is entering negotiations with the PKK and the Kurdish question is being properly addressed. What would you say is the future status of the Alevi minority in Anatolia and how the AKP could, their policy going forward?
Okay, great. So we've got that question. Please.
Crystal Densmore with the Armenian Assembly of America. This is for anybody on the panel. Turkey's economic success and vibrant private forestry sector. Do you foresee Turkey using this as a form of leverage to improve relations with the U.S.? And could this help improve its reputation from being polarized to becoming more of a liberal democracy?
Okay, great. Great, and then you over here.
I'm Selena, an intern from the Assembly of Turkish American Associations. So my question is, Turkey has never been a fully conscious democracy, and I think we could all agree with that. However, now, as you mentioned, it is becoming more and more of a majoritarian democracy. So my question is, that no one talks about it, is there any hope for a consensus democracy in Turkey? Because I think a consensus democracy will just represent a whole nation rather than a periphery majority, and I think that will just solve lots of problems that Turkey faced today. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for all of those who had questions. I wonder if perhaps we can bring together this last question on majoritarianism as well as the question on the situation of the Alevis in Turkey, and perhaps, I don't know which of you would like to address that, and then we can talk about Turkey's economy and how it could be leveraged, I guess, with the United States, with other societies as well.
The most Sunni is Burhanettin. Among us.
Well, some major problems of Turkey, like the Kurdish issue, Alevi issue, and the question of Islamic demands, are interrelated to actually 2 principles. One is secularism and the second one is nationalism. Well, for regarding Kurdish issue, there's a process still going on, and personally, I expect some major changes, some major developments after the presidential elections in this issue. But what kind of developments, of course, is subject to speculation. And I think I sense that there is a progress on this issue, and we have seen some statements coming from deputy prime ministers, and this is a way to democratize Turkey and to settle the Kurdish issue, and this would continue. And for the second question, for the questions of Islamism, Islamic demands, actually all of them are met, and the Kemalist securitization ended in that respect. And the third issue is, again, partly related to this secularism, is the Alevi question. Alevi question, well, is not just a topic of the governing party, but also a topic of the whole Kemalist system and the CHP, basically the Kemalist party. So there is a dilemma here that AK Party is a pro-reform on the issue of Alevi question. Still, we know there are some preparations for the Alevi opening, for continuing this opening, like the Kurdish opening. But the issue of Turkish secularism is not settled yet, because if you change the secular nature of the system, you may face some criticism coming from CHP as being non-secular for the AK Party. So this needs a more stable and post-election time to settle this issue. And I expect that this issue will be brought to the Turkish agenda, and there would be some major changes regarding the Alevi question, because there were some 7 workshops on that issue, and it is decided on the minds of policymakers in the Turkish state. So there is a question of timing, I think. That's my speculation. There's a question of timing to open this issue to the public, and in that way, we will see some major reforms on that issue. I think it's...
Wonderful. Etienne, did you want to address these?
Just a few things on the consensus democracy issue. Now, a consensus democracy asks a certain mentality from both sides. And we don't have it on both sides now, on neither side. And what happens when we look at the history of the last 10 years, AK Party won the elections in 2002, and then we saw a huge resistance from the military first and from the judiciary. So there was no intention of consensusing on anything, really, from the other side. If it comes to AK Party, I may say that AK Party would be much ready to be in consensus with all the others, because they are the majority anyway. But if you don't have a proper mentality in the minority, and if the minority is still seeking for its own, foregone powers and, whatever they had, then it is very difficult. So first, I think we need to have a period of digestion on the secular community's side, that Turkey will not be going back anymore, and this will be a different country. The majority will rule, and you have to have a kind of a discourse that will go to the ears of that majority. You have to influence that majority as well. You have to have some channels, into the majority as well. Otherwise, you become a pole, and you cannot make a consensus with a pole. That's the problem.
Very quickly on this consensus culture. Human psychology would tell us that if you're powerful, if you're the majority, you tend to be more tolerant. And tolerance is key for consensus. Yet what we're witnessing somewhat paradoxically in the case of the AKP is that we have a very powerful political party that feels it represents the majority, yet somehow it still feels like a victim. There's a narrative of victimhood, and there's a conspiracy-prone discourse that the AKP has. And all you have to do is to look at the way they dealt with the Gezi Park protest. This was a protest which started basically as an environmentalist protest that turned into a larger thing only after police brutality. And yet the AKP has not shown really a sense of tolerance, despite being very powerful, despite being in the majority. Yet Turkey is a very complex and complicated country because despite its authoritarianism, AKP is also trying to do the right thing on the Kurdish question. So they're not able to deal with the democratic demands of the Gezi Park protests, yet they're willing to discuss the most important question, the Kurdish question, in the framework of federalism if necessary. So this is a paradox. It's the paradox of the new Turkey. It doesn't fit into easy categories. I'm the one who's complaining about authoritarianism in Turkey, but I have to concede that the AKP is actually doing the right thing by talking with the PKK. So this is a testament to the complexity of the topic that we're dealing with. And very quickly on the economy question, there's a strong correlation between economic development and democratization. That's why I'm optimistic that Turkey, as it will prosper, will have to become more democratic. Yet we have to look at what kind of capitalism, what kind of economic development. If the kind of economic development that Turkey has is based on state-centric government contracts, if there is not enough of an independent capitalist business community, then you may end up with clientelism. Clientelism, corruption, networks of patronage. And unfortunately, the quality of capitalism that we have in Turkey is not conducive yet to this kind of rule of law, clean, transparent economic development. It is still very much based on favoritism, coming from the government contracts, corruption, softer kind of corruption. So that's why I'm not very optimistic about this correlation down the line.
Welcome back after a very stimulating and I thought edifying panel this morning. We are now very honored to be able to introduce our keynote speaker from Turkey, His Excellency, the Minister of Interior, Mr. Efkan Ala, who's traveled here from Turkey to join us today. Minister Ala is a very busy and a very worried man. The domestic duties and responsibilities as Turkey's Minister of Interior are never very light. But with the civil war raging in Syria and Iraq, this has made the minister one of Turkey's most consequential men in the country. Minister Ala is what we call in the United States a career civil servant. He's had a very distinguished career. In 1988, he started working in a number of provincial positions. By 2003, he was promoted to become governor of Batman and then governor of Diyarbakir. He has held a number of positions in the federal government, including in the Ministry of Tourism, as Undersecretary to the Prime Minister, and for the last 5.5 months only, he's had the position of Minister of Interior. Today, the minister will talk about Turkey's domestic policies, of course, and how they impact on the region's dynamics. So please join me in welcoming the 61st Minister of Interior of the Turkey Republic, His Excellency, Minister Efkan Ala.
Saygıdeğer konuklar,
Distinguished guests,
hanımefendiler, beyefendiler,
ladies and gentlemen,
sizleri saygıyla
I would like to
selamlıyorum.
salute you all with respect.
Bu konferansın düzenlenmesine
And I'd like to take this
emek veren
opportunity to
arkadaşlarımızı
praise all the friends
kutluyorum.
involved in the organization of this event this morning.
Değerli katılımcılar,
All participants,
Türkiye olarak,
as Turkey,
AK Parti olarak,
as
hükümet
the
olarak
AK Party government,
ne yaptığımızı, Türkiye'de
I would
ne
like
yapmak
to
istediğimizi
take this opportunity that is
hedeflerimizi,
available
vizyonumuzu
to me to talk about our vision and
nasıl
what we're
bir
trying to achieve
Türkiye
in Turkey
tasavvuruna sahip
in terms
olduğumuzu
of kind of a
sizlerle
country that
Amerika
we
Birleşik Devletleri'nde
aspire
bugün
to
paylaşmak üzere buradayız.
live in. And I'm here to share with you
Tekrar
our position with regards to
katılımlarınızdan
what
dolayı da
we're trying
ayrıca
to
teşekkür ediyorum.
get done in Turkey. And I'd like to thank you again for your participation.
Değerli konuklar,
Distinguished guests,
biz ne yapmak istiyoruz?
what are we trying to achieve?
Ve ne yapıyoruz?
And what
Tabii
are
dünya
we
o kadar
actually doing today?
sanayi sonrası
Well, in the post-industrialization
çağda
era,
küçüldü ki artık
the world has
herkes
become a
herkesin ne
global
yaptığını
village,
biliyor,
and
daha
everybody
yakından
is
biliyor.
aware of what the other one's doing.
Zaman
Everybody's
zaman
following
katkıda
one another
bulunuyor,
very
zaman zaman
closely.
itirazlarda bulunuyor.
Sometimes
Ama
people
bu çağda
react,
bile
sometimes people object,
değerlendirmeler elbette
but of
bakış
course,
açıları
the points of view,
alınan
the
enformasyonun
perspectives,
kaynağına göre değişiyor.
according to the
Bu
source of the
enformasyon bir
information that
yerden
has been
çıktığı
gathered,
zaman size
when that
ulaşıncaya kadar
information gets
niteliği
out from a source
değiştirebiliyor.
until it reaches
O
your
bakımdan
ears, the qualifications
birlikte
and the
bazı
content
konuları
of that information may be
bizim
modified.
zaviyemizden
That's why I would
biz
like to
nasıl
share with
görüyoruz,
you our
biz
position
nasıl
vis-a-vis
değerlendiriyoruz,
certain
bu
developments
açıdan
in
sizlerle
Turkey.
paylaşmak
And I
istiyorum.
would like to share with you our point of view in terms of interpreting certain incidents and
Değerli
events.
katılımcılar,
Ladies and gentlemen,
hanımefendiler, beyefendiler,
distinguished guests,
aslında
actually,
bizim ne yaptığımızı tek cümleyle özetlemek mümkün.
it is possible to summarize what we're trying to do with
Çünkü
just one sentence.
Hedefinizi tek cümleyle özetleyemiyorsanız
If you cannot summarize your
kafanızda bir
objectives
karışıklık
in a
var.
single phrase, it means that you're a little
Biz
bit
Türkiye'de
off track
AK
and you're
Parti
confused.
hükümetleri olarak ve
As
hareketi
AK
olarak
Party movement and as the
kapalı
government
bir
in power
sistemden
in Turkey,
açık
we are
bir
transitioning
sisteme
from a
doğru,
closed
açık
and
topluma
introverted
doğru
system to an open
dönüşüm sürecini
society.
hızla
We
ilerliyoruz.
are managing this process whereby we will
Bizim
transition to
hedefimiz
an
açık
open
toplumdur,
society. We have
gelişmiş
the
bir
objective of
demokrasidir.
ensuring an open
Bu
society
içinde
with
bulunduğumuz sistemde
advanced
60'tan
democracy
beri daha
place.
öncesinden de öyle
And
kurgulanmıştır ama
this system was
kapalı
formed in
bir
such a way
sistemdir.
since the 1960s that it became
Biraz
an
sonra bunun
introverted, a
biraz
closed system.
detaylarına
I will
izin verirseniz
dwell upon the details with
dile
you
getireceğim.
in a few remarks, if you would allow me.
Sistem reformuna çalışıyoruz.
We are working on a system reform,
Yani
which means
düşüncelerin,
that
projelerin,
thoughts, projects,
fikirlerin özgürce
ideals,
ortaya
and
atılabildiği,
opinions can be freely
eleştiriye tabi
expressed.
tutulabildiği,
Other ideas can be
elemelerin
criticized.
yapıldığı,
Eliminations could be
şeffaf,
conducted,
kamuoyu
transparent,
denetine açık, hesap
open to
verebilir.
public accountability,
Popüler
transparent,
bir tanımlamayla tam anlamıyla bir
and
açık
in
toplum.
every sense of the word, we're aspiring to become an open society
Düşünce
This is all I can
özgürlüğünün,
say.
din ve vicdan özgürlüğünün
where freedom of expression
bütün temel hak
prevails
ve
and
özgürlüklerin
freedom of religion and all the
garanti
fundamental
altına
rights and the
alındığı
liberties are preserved and
gelişmiş
taken
bir
under
demokrasi.
a guarantee
Biz
in an environment
bunun
of
inşasına
advanced
çalışıyoruz.
democracy. This is what we're trying to establish in our country today
Elbette
as we speak. And of course,
sorun yerine çözüm üreten,
instead of creating
kimseyi
problems, we're trying to
ötekileştirmeyen,
find solutions. We're not
hiç düşman
alienating
üretmeyen,
anybody, and we're not naming
baskılardan,
arch
yasaklardan
nemesis
değil,
within
temel
our
hak ve
territory.
özgürlüklerini
We are not
kullanan
defending
bireyin
oppression, but we are
enerjisinden
defending
beslenen
the
bir düzen
people,
kurmaya çalışıyoruz.
the individuals who can exercise their fundamental rights and the liberties, and we're hoping to feed
Biraz
our
önce
country of that source of
Söylediğim
freedom
gibi yani kapalı
and liberty.
sistemden
As I said
açık
before, we're
topluma
trying to
geçiş
transition to an
sürecini
open society from a closed
biz bunun
system.
acısını
We have paid the price. Rest assured we did.
o toplum içerisinde çeşitli
In
kapalı
that
toplumun
closed society,
çeşitli şekillerde
in that closed system,
özgürlüklerimize müdahalesi,
we have experienced
bizim
the
önümüze koyduğu
interruptions,
çeşitli engelleri
interventions in the
aşmadaki
exercising of
zorluklarımız
our fundamental rights and the
ve
liberties, and it was very challenging for us to
sırası
surmount certain
geldiğinde düşman
difficulties from time
yoksa
to
bile
time.
içimizden
And the
bazılarının
introverted
düşman
system
olarak
was so
tanımlayıp üzerimize
able
gelmesi
to name
nedeniyle
certain
tecrübi olarak
nemesis
çok yakından
inside the
biliyoruz
country
kapalı
when there were
sistemin
no real
pratikte ne anlama
enemies
geldiğini.
outside or inside, and we know what
O
an
bakımdan
introverted
AK Parti
system, a closed system,
bu
stands for.
kapalı düzeni,
That's
kapalı
why
sistemi
AK Party
açık bir
is
demokrasiye, açık
turning
bir
this
topluma,
closed
ileri
system
gelişmiş bir
into an
demokrasiye
open
doğru
society with
dönüştürme
an advanced,
projesinin
a
adıdır.
progressive democracy, and the name of the party
Peki
synonymous to this transition.
içinizden diyebilirsiniz ki
You might wonder,
bunları söylüyorsunuz,
okay,
teorik
you're
kurgu,
saying this.
güzel,
Theoretically,
ama
you
neden
are
inanalım?
talking about nice things, but how in the world can we believe you, or why should we believe you at all?
Burada o zaman sizinle
And
başka birkaç husus
I would like to share with you then
izninizle.
a few other incidents, a few other
Biz,
details, if
ben
that is the
90'lı
question that
yıllarda
pops
da
up in your
aynı
mind.
bölgede
Back in the
Güneydoğu
1990s, I was
Kürt kökenli vatandaşlarımızın
together
çokça
with
yaşadığı
the Kurdish
bölgede,
descendant
bürokrat
citizens
olarak
within the southeastern Anatolian region of Turkey, and I was a bureaucrat,
değerli
an
arkadaşlarım,
appointed bureaucrat.
katılımcılar, saygıdeğer hanımefendiler, beyefendiler,
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants,
bu ülkede, bizim ülkemizde
in our country,
bu kapalı düzenin iki temel beslenme
the
kaynağı
closed
var.
system fed on
Birisi
two
dini
fundamental
yasaklar,
sources. One
din
of them
alanı.
was ban on
Birisi de
religious practices and freedom of
etnik
religion,
kimlikler
and
alanı.
the second area, the second
Ve
source
bu
was the
ikincisinde etnik kimlikler
identities.
konusunda
In terms of the ethnic identities and how the closed system fed on that,
kişinin çocuğun
realm,
annesiyle
I
ana
should
dilinde konuşamadığı,
provide you with an
merhaba
example
diyemediği,
whereby
onun
a
yasak
mother
olduğu bir
cannot talk to
Türkiye'de
her son in her mother
Bugün
tongue. She couldn't say hello in her mother
devlet
tongue. It was
okullarında
prohibited.
ana dillerin
But
seçmeli
today,
ders
in this day and
olduğu,
age,
özel
in Turkey, mother
okullarda
tongues are
bütünüyle
elective classes.
eğitim dili, ana dilde eğitim
And in
yapılabildiği,
many universities, in many high schools, mother tongue will be the primary language for teaching
ana
lectures.
dilde yayının
And in
yapılabildiği,
state-funded television channels, broadcasts in
Türkiye'ye
various mother
getirdik.
tongues and dialects are possible.
Amerika'da
This is the
yaşayan
system that we introduced to
bir
our country.
vatandaş olarak, yani Amerikan vatandaşı olarak
An American
bu
citizen,
söylediklerimin
as you are, would find this
çok büyük karşılıkları burada olmayabilir.
quite unbelievable, and it
Zaten
wouldn't
bunlar
sound very
olmaması
significant
gereken
to you,
yasaklar. İşte bunu
which is
söyledik,
actually
doğru,
very
olmaması
natural because
gerekir.
you should not find these
Bunlar
significant at all,
ayıptır,
because
doğru,
these
ayıptır.
prohibitions should have never existed
Ama
at
ben
all.
buradan
This was
şu
infamous.
anda
This wasn't
Türkiye'de
right.
Türkiye'yi
This shouldn't
yöneten
have been the
kadroların
case, but
bundan sonra
I must
ortaya
say
koyacakları
that
hedeflere
the staff
varma
in charge of
arzu ve
administrating
politikalarının
Turkey right now has
neden
aspirations
inanılır
of
olduğunu
eliminating all the
söylemek için
prohibitions,
bunları
all the
burada
restrictions
sizlerle
in Turkey.
paylaşıyorum.
And I'm
Ha,
sharing with you
orada
these details in
alıp
order to
şu anda
provide you
bulunduğumuz yere,
with their
bulunduğumuz
perspective.
duruma
We took Turkey
Türkiye'yi
from where it was
bu
and we
2002'den
brought it to
sonra,
what it is today
bu iktidar
after
getirdi.
2002, and we owe it to this
Türkçe
government in power
propaganda
for an
yasağını
achievement.
kaldırdı.
We have
Bunları
eliminated the ban on
alt
Kurdish
alta
propaganda
dizmeye
throughout the
baksam,
election periods.
çok
If I were to
gerçekten
list
zaman alır.
everything we had tackled
Ee,
with, it would have
Kürt
taken
sorunun
forever for
ismi
me to
anılamıyor
conclude my
durumdayım.
presentation.
Ya da
The
başka
Kurdish
etnik
problem
kimliklerin adı konulamıyor bir
could have never
durum
been
vardı.
understood in its actual
Peki,
essence, and many other
bu
problems could have never been
2002'den beri
identified. Vagueness prevailed everywhere.
Sadece bu konuya ilişkin
And since the year
attığımız
2002, we
demokratikleşme
have
adımları
taken democratization steps forward in order to
Türkiye'de
rectify the
gördük
situation
ki
for all of our
teröre de
citizens without
o
any
toplumun
discrimination whatsoever.
Kürt kökenli
And since then, we have
vatandaşlarımızın
seen
Türkiye'de
that the
yaşayan
Kurdish
Kürtlerin
descendants in Turkey, the
desteklerini
Kurdish
azaltmıştır.
citizens living
Hem
in
de
Turkey
çok yüksek
no
bir
longer
oranda azaltmıştır.
supported terrorist
Artık orada
organizations
vatandaşlarımız
because there in the
terörü,
southeastern Anatolian
şiddeti
region of Turkey
bir
no
sorun
longer
çözme
needed
yöntemi
to
olarak
resort to terrorism
görmemekte,
as a means
demokrasiyi,
of solving
demokratik yolların
problems.
kullanımını,
They
yöntemlerin
found out that the
kullanılmasını
mobilization
en
of
iyi
democratic
sorun
means
çözme
would
yöntemi
be the
yolu
best
olarak
way
benimsemiş
out
durumdadırlar
and would be the
ki
best
biz
tool
bunun
to
üzerine
find solutions to
sorunu
chronic
tamamen
problems.
kökten çözmeyi amaçlayan
And we have
önce demokratik
taken
açılım,
fundamental
arkasından
steps
da
forward in order to
çözüm
ensure
süreci
the once
olarak
and for all solution
tanımladığımız
of this
süreci
problem.
başlattık.
We have initiated the democratization process and the
Ve
outreach
bunun amacı
process, the Kurdish
hem
outreach
terör
process,
sorununu
if you
çözmek
will.
hem de
We had the
birey
eventual
hak
goal
ve
of solving the
özgürlüklerini
problem of terrorism in
gerçekten
Turkey
içinde
and
yaşadığımız çağa
making
yakışır bir
sure that the
standarda
fundamental rights and the
yükseltmek.
liberties could be exercised in the utmost extent possible, which would become
Değerli
very much fitting to
katılımcılar,
the globe that we live in today.
başka
Distinguished
mesela
guests,
birkaç hususu
ladies
daha
and gentlemen,
sadece
I would like to touch upon
değinerek
some other
birkaç
items
hususa daha
very
geçeceğim.
briefly as well.
çeşitli demokratikleşme paketleri getirdik
We
ve
have introduced
yasalaştırdık.
various democratization packages and we have enacted very influential laws. And we have introduced a right to individually apply to the Constitutional Court, which is a very strong confirmation as to the significance we attach to fundamental rights and the liberties. We wanted to establish a mechanism whereby the citizens go and apply before exhausting all the domestic remedies and going to the European Court of Human Rights. And we had introduced the system where the citizens will elect their own presidents.
Partilerin, siyasal partilerin kapatılmasını
And
zorlaştıran,
we have
yani örgütlenme
enacted
ve
laws
özgürlüğün
that
önündeki
made it almost
ciddi
impossible
engellerden biri olan
for political
zor
parties to be
yasayı,
shut down.
anayasayı
And we
değiştiren
had amended the constitutional clauses, which were a significant obstacle
ne
before
yazık ki
proper
burada
democratization.
Türkiye'nin siyasetinin
However,
toplam kalitesine dahil olan muhalefet partilerinin
The opposition
herhangi bir
parties
desteğini
who are
göremedik.
complementary
Hatta
to
kendisi
the democratization
hareketi en çok
endeavors
kapatılan,
in
burada her
Turkey
parti aşağı
were not
yukarı
very much
kapatılan partimizin de
supportive.
desteğini maalesef göremedik.
And
Bu
unfortunately,
biz
we could not receive
aslında
support from the
ilginç
representatives
durumdur
of the
Türkiye'de.
Kurdish citizens in Turkey, whose
Avrupa
parties were
Birliği
closed
sürecini
over and
AK
over
Parti
again back in
başlattı,
history.
imzaladı
The
ve
EU process was
kapıların
initiated
açılması
by the AK Party
gerçekleştirildi
government.
önemli bir
Various
miktarda
chapters
ve bu
were opened for
süreç
negotiations.
devam ediyor.
And this process is still underway as we
Burada
speak.
Kopenhag kriterlerinin hedeflendiğini,
I would like to
önümüze
say
hedef
that the
olarak
Copenhagen
koyduğumuzu
criteria are
yeniden
the
belirtmek istiyorum.
objectives we're trying to cater
Azınlık
to.
vakıflarına 100 yıldır acısını
For the last
çektikleri,
century, the
yine
minority foundations
Türkiye'de
were
bizim
suffering
vatandaşımız
tremendously.
olan, Türkiye'de herkes kadar hak sahibi olan azınlıkların
We wanted to turn
vakıflarına
towards
olan
the
borcumuzu
foundations
ödemeye
of the
başladık.
minorities, and we
Her
started
konuda
paying off
malları
our dues to
iade
the foundations,
edildi.
and we have
Ediliyor, daha
returned
edilecek.
the properties
Bunu da
of
çok
those foundations
önemsiyorum.
which were confiscated in the past.
Yani
This is a very significant
bir
movement
paradigma
because
değişimi yaşadığımız
the
için önemsiyorum.
minorities
Bir
are
makas değişimi
our
yaşandığı
citizens as
için
well.
önemsiyorum.
I attach great
Bütün
significance to these
sorunların
developments because we're
çözülmediğini
changing
hep birlikte
track
biliyoruz.
here.
Öyle bir ütopyayı
It
ancak
is not
kapalı
possible to
sistemin
solve
aktörleri
all of our
bize
problems
vaat edebilir.
overnight,
Biz
and it would be
bütün
utopia to try
sorunların
to do that
çözüldüğü bir
overnight.
cennet vaat etmiyoruz.
We
Ama
are not
sorun
offering
çözücü
you
bir
the
sisteme
Garden of
doğru
Eden where there are
evrildiğimizi,
no
reforme
problems,
ettiğimizi
but I'm just
sistemi
trying to explain
söylüyoruz.
very frankly that we're
Sorundan
trying to
bataklıktan
reform the
beslenen bir
system
sistem
in order to
yerine.
transition to an open society instead of getting stuck in this
Ve
quicksand
yine
where there was no way
azınlıklara
out for
ilişkin,
us.
çeşitli
And yet
demokratik
again,
düzenlemeler
we
yaptık,
have come
daha
up
da
with certain
yapacağız.
democratic endeavors, democratic
Değerli katılımcılar,
initiatives for the minorities
Toplumsal-
in Turkey. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen,
değerler bakımından ise
and
toplumu
from the point of
kucaklamak,
view
toplumun
of
her
our social
kesimiyle
values,
iletişim
in
ve
terms
diyalog
of
kurabilme
embracing every
bakımından ise
member of the society, and in
elbette
terms of
bir
establishing
muhafazakar
contact with
demokrat
every citizen on the streets,
parti olarak
of course, as a conservative Democrat party,
değerlerine özel önem veriyoruz.
we attach great
Ama
significance to the
bireysel
specific social
özgürlüklerle
values
toplumsal
of the
değerler
society,
arasında hiçbir biçimde
and we're
bir
trying to
çatışmanın yaşanmaması
strike a balance
gerektiğine
between the social
inananlardanız.
values and the exercising of fundamental rights and the liberties, never allowing a conflict between these two.
Aşırı
Individualization
gibi
is very important,
hangi sorunları
but we are
ürettiğini
not
biliyoruz. Bunun Amerika'da tartışıldığını da yakından
trying to
biliyorum.
create a
Yani
clash between the
aşırı
values, and I
bireyselleşmenin
know
ortaya
what
çıkaracağı
the US has been
sorunları
going through due
elbette
to
gidererek
extreme
bireyselciliği,
individualization.
bireyselleşmeyi sistemin merkezine bu bilgi çağında
In this
oturmamız gerektiğini
age
biliyor
of
ve bunun
information,
çalışması içerisinde
individual
olduğumuzu
capabilities should be
söylemek
increased at the
istiyorum.
utmost extent because this is the age of information
Tabii,
and technology, and
toplumsal
citizens should be rendered
değerlerimizi
with all the competences
yeniden
possible.
üretebilmek
In order
ve
to
dünyayla
reproduce our
entegre
social
olan
values,
eklemlenmiş bir
and in order to create a
demokratik
society,
kişiliğe
a
sahip
democratic society,
bireylerin
which
yetişmesini
is incorporated
sağlamakta,
with the rest of
o
the world,
özgürlük
in
alanını
order
açmakta
to
bizim
bring up
hedeflerimiz
individuals
arasında.
who are ready to
Sosyal
embrace
devlet
the rest of the world
anlayışımız
is
ise
a responsibility that we assume.
Türkiye'de
The social
aldığımız iktidar
responsibility
alındığı zaman 2002
perspective
yılında
can be explained
gerçekten
as the
2
follows.
doların altında,
Back in the year
1 doların
2002, when we took over the
altında
office,
hayat süren
there were people
oranı
trying to survive on
küçük
$2
sayılmayacak
per day,
vatandaşlarımız vardı.
and the
Ama
proportion
bugün
of
2
the
doların
population
altında artık binde
was
0,5'ler
never to be underestimated. And right now, it's 5 in 1,000 that has to survive on $2 per day. And in Turkey, welfare and prosperity has been introduced, and the initiatives are still underway because we need improvement in the realm of just distribution of income. But our investment budget for social policies is vast, and half of that budget is allocated for the social welfare aid provided to our citizens. There were many problems for certain communities in Turkey whose concerns were never voiced, such as the problems of the Alevites in Turkey. We are trying to improve their sentiment of freedom and liberty in Turkey, and we are undertaking significant projects to allow those citizens to heave a sigh of relief. Sometimes people were subjected to such pressure that even though you've eliminated all the legislative barriers, they would still not feel.
Değerli katılımcılar, ekonomi politikamız 100 yıl önce bir düşünürümüzün söylediği ama ancak 100 yıl sonra makas değişimiyle seyrine koyabildiğimiz teşebbüsü şahsi yani
Focusing on personal entrepreneurship more and more, and we are focusing our efforts on a market economy as the directions were given to the wise people of the globe about a century ago. Throughout the presidency of Mr. Turgut Özal, the Republic of Turkey changed a track once again. Turkey transitioned to an economy, market economy system, a liberal economy that oriented its production to competitive production, which could avail its resources and its manufactured goods to the rest of the world with the capability of penetrating international markets. We are exporting to more than 150 countries today, and we have a volume of $150 billion in exports. Back in the 1980s, and even before that, when the closed system prevailed in an absolute fashion, you cannot even begin to compare the figures. This figure might seem very minute from the American perspective, but this is a good number, a good figure for us, pointing out to a great development in our country. All of our arrangements are focusing on establishing a liberal economy. When it comes to privatization, we are trying to strengthen the private sector instead of making state the sole investor in major projects in Turkey. So concretely, I can very confidently say that until the year 2002, the total privatization was limited to a level which was generated in only 1 year after the government took over the office in the year 2002. And these are very strong confirmations as to how seriously we take reforms in economy as well. That is why in 1 year we have managed to conduct investments worth of $100 billion with build, operate, and transfer system, contributing immensely to the Turkish economy and conjuring up the economic vision of Turkey, solidifying its confidence in its economy. That's why, due to this confidence, we feel huge projects such as the third airport, the third bridge connecting the both continents, the Marmaray passage, the fast-track train, and similar investments of that scale are respected on an international scale, drawing the attention of international tycoons in entrepreneurship. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, we are aspiring to become a very powerful country, and we believe it could only be possible through a strong central government and consolidated, strengthened local governments. strong local governments are not contradictory to a powerful central government. On the contrary, we believe if we could strengthen both, we could in return strengthen our country at the utmost extent possible. Turkey has provided humanitarian aid worth of $2.5 billion in the last few years in order to extend a helping hand to the solution of social problems in other countries. We are accommodating about 1 million refugees fleeing Syria in around our borders. Some of them are being housed in refugee camps, and some of them are being accommodated in our provinces around the Syrian border. And until so far, we have spent about 3.5 billion liras to maintain a satisfactory standard of living for the refugees. But unfortunately, we could not welcome the desired support from the international community. The only contribution we received from the international community is limited down to $250 million. We are conducting significant reforms in the way local governments function. For example, before the recent elections that took place on March 30th, a legislation on metropolitan municipality was enacted, and 30 cities, were named as metropolitan municipalities. The elected mayors were bestowed the sole responsibility over the major cities. This concept was not discussed due to the very busy agenda of Turkey at the time, but rest assured that this system is going to provide inclusion at a local level when it comes to the citizen to local government contribution. The NGOs and the social community at a local level will be developed through the support of metropolitan municipalities, and reforms of that fashion will still be sustained in the future. We want stronger citizens, we want stronger municipalities capable of assuming bigger initiatives. And the citizens are more than welcome to get involved in the way their cities are managed. And we are going to take bold reformist steps forward. And when it comes to our foreign policy, I must say that we are leading a foreign policy that enables us to become much more proactive and assume initiatives. Turkey is becoming a country that is assuming initiative on global matters. Distinguished guests, dear participants, we have the objective of achieving an advanced democracy where freedom of expression, freedom of religion can be exercised without any exception, and establish a market economy depending on liberal entrepreneurship and individual entrepreneurship. We need to institutionalize these reforms for the sake of Turkey. I believe we are convincing enough. We have set the standards quite high, and we have shown our determination to the rest of the world with the steps we have taken forward. I'm sure you are following the developments taking place in Turkey. And in order to institutionalize these reforms, we definitely need to write a new constitution. We have shared this expectation with the society and with the other politicians. In the 1960s, a military coup d'etat took place. In the coup d'etat of 1971, another amendment was conducted in the constitution, and in the year 1980, yet another coup d'etat, a devastating coup d'etat took place that was responsible for putting together that constitution at the time. Regardless of how many amendments you carry out, so long as you don't change the paradigm, you don't amend the philosophy of that constitution, we can never prevail and achieve our targets. This constitution that is in force right now in Turkey is not becoming
vesayet kurumlarından kurtaracak.
We need to liberate the will of the people from the hands of the tutelage institutions, the military tutelage institutions. We need a constitution to allow an open society that will guarantee the exercising of fundamental rights and liberties. We have a suggestion to produce such a satisfactory constitution, but unfortunately the opposition parties are rejecting these aspirations. But I hope and pray that one way they will put their guard down and they will come to admit to the fact that the existing constitution will never allow Turkey to take the leap forward that it desires and it deserves. And they will contribute accordingly. So, while we are talking about this vision, this philosophy, and the way we interpret certain incidents, you may wonder what the defendants of the status quo are busy with right now. The defenders of the status quo is still a major problem. Since the year 2002, as I said before, I have been meticulously careful in terms of talking about the reformist steps we have taken forward. But since the year 2002,
bu sistemden yani aslında bir çelişkiden söz edeceğim.
we were trying to get rid of a dilemma
En çok yararlanması
that brought us to a bottleneck.
gereken topluma söyledikleri amaçları itibariyle.
With regards to the objectives of several institutions, with regards to their duties, and with regards to their mandate, they were supposed to be the supporters of the reformist steps we had taken forward, but instead they remained in the trenches to attempt to carry out other coups d'etats and other ways to topple the government. The powers who were fighting against terrorism were supposed to support us when we took bold steps forward in order to eliminate terrorism in Turkey. That should have been the natural expectation. However, we have seen altogether that all throughout the 2000s, in the last decade, we have seen attempts of coup d'etat such as Ayşe, Moonlight, the Sledgehammer, and Sarıkız. Those intentions, those attempts were compromised. They tried to quash a government that took over an initiative to eradicate the problems of Turkey. It wasn't all about the policies of the government, but the government itself was at the bullseye. They targeted us directly, and that's how they conjured up their plans to topple the government and conduct a coup d'etat. And they couldn't achieve it. It will be very difficult for you with a Western perspective to understand what I'm going to say right now, but they attempted to shut down a political party who was in power once and for all. The chief public prosecutor of Turkey filed the lawsuit. I don't need to say who the chief public prosecutor in the States right now is. And that chief public prosecutor filed a lawsuit against AK Party to shut us down completely, to prosecute us. We're talking about 2023 objectives. We're sharing with you the 2071 perspective and point of view. We had to fight against coup d'etat attempts. We tried to fight against the lawsuits with the intention of shutting us down. These are tragic developments. These are actually funny, but not when you go through. But when you look back, these attempts were foul. The party should never be shut down through lawsuits. But this can be appreciated by laymen on the street with the slightest comment of legal concepts, using anti-democratic means to overturn a government who is in power is inconceivable. But in some European countries, some of
Ama bir
the
farklı
political
kurulmuş.
parties may be shut down if they have attempted
Vatandaşın
to
oyunun
do the same.
%50'sini almış,
But our government took the
sandıktan
votes of
çıkmış,
the
iktidara
50% of the
gelmiş.
Turkish population. We were triumphant in several
Artık
elections and we took over the
o
office.
iktidar, devlet o olmuş.
We became the state. We became the
Yani
party in
bunun
power
doğru iş
with a
yapacağının
vast
garantisi
amount
de
of support.
tabii ki orada birkaç kişinin düşünceleri değil, halkın genelinin
It is the will of
katkısı
the
ve
people that
tepkisidir.
brought us to where we
Bu
were.
kadar
And
mantık
their
hatası
will
içerisinde bir
was
dava var.
important, and there was a series of
Yani
logical
hükümetin
mistakes by
kapatılması
those who
davası.
have filed this lawsuit in order to shut
Ve 367
this
gibi
party
yine
down
hukuk
and
tarihine
thus the government down.
kara harflerle yazılacak ve yazılmış olan bir kararla karşılaştık.
And then we came face to face with
Cumhurbaşkanlığı seçimi
a
gündeme gelince
verdict
yine
back
bu
in the year
dönemlerde
2007 when
değerli arkadaşlarım,
were due in Turkey,
Cumhurbaşkanlığı
and this is going to
seçiminde
be the scar
aynı
on the face
sorunlarla,
of history.
muhtıralarla 27 Nisan
We had
muhtırasıyla
to fight
karşılaştık.
against several military
Ve bunların
declarations which were
hepsini
posted
aşarak
online when the
bu
presidential elections
şu
were due,
anda
and there were
bulunduğumuz
several verdicts
yıl
issued
içerisine
by the courts in
geldik. Ama
Turkey that
2010'dan
would not
sonra
allow us
başka
to
hususlarda, 2010'dan sonra başka hususlarda da şimdi
name
dikkatinizi
a presidential
çekeceğim.
candidate in the way
Bu
we fashioned.
kapalı
But
sistemin
we
ve
became
müttefiklerinin
triumphant
nasıl
once
bir
again,
direnç içerisinde
and our
olduğunu ve
people
bizim bir yandan bu demokratikleşmeleri
supported us in
önünü
every
açarken bunları
step of the way.
yaparken öbür taraftan
We were busy
kendimizi
with these
garantiye almak
reformist
için hangi zorluklar
initiatives,
içerisinde,
and
hangi
on the other
mücadeleler
hand, we
içerisinde
were
bulunduğumuzu
involved in
göstermesi
a
bakımından
battle that was
değerli
waged
hatırlatmalar
very
diye
harshly.
düşünüyorum.
And I just wanted to remind you of the situation
Değerli
by
katılımcılar,
reminiscing on the
2010'dan
developments of the
sonra
last
ise
decade. Dear participants,
Türkiye'de
after the
başka
year
bir alana,
2010,
kapatma davaları, bu saldırılar,
after these
bunların
coup d'etat
hepsinden
attempts, after
yara
these
bere alarak ama
lawsuits, we were
daha da
harmed, we
güçlenerek,
were damaged,
halk
but
arkamızda durdu,
we
daha da güçlenerek çıkınca daha bir
rose
özgüven
from our
içerisinde
ashes. With the support of the people in Turkey,
iki
we
temel
grew stronger.
soruna tekrar vaziyet
But
ettik.
we had to resort,
çözüm
revert
süreciyle
back to
tekrar
two fundamental
formüle
questions.
edildi.
One of them is
sorunu,
the
birisi
Kurdish
de
problem,
Dini özgürlükler
and the
alanının
second
genişletilmesi.
was
Elbette
about the
2002'den
expansion
beri
of exercising
birçok konuda zaten ileri
freedom of
adımlar atıldı.
religion.
Ön açıcı adımlar
We have
atıldı
taken
ama
significant
sistematik
steps in
çözüme
these realms
kavuşturmak bakımından
since the year 2002, but we needed
vaziyet
systematic
edebilme
steps to be
imkanı
taken
2010'dan
forward.
sonra
And
daha
this
ciddi
was only
şekilde
possible
elimizde
after
oldu.
the year 2010.
Bu nedenle
We have introduced a
din ve
democratic
vicdan
outreach
özgürlüğü
initiative
konusunda
to solve the
ciddi
problems
adımlar
of our
attık. Devlet
Kurdish descendants.
belgelerinden cemaatleri, dindarları ve dini hassasiyeti olan insanların ve diğer bireysel hak ve
The
özgürlüklerini
religious
kullanan,
people
etnik
with
kimlik
religious
dolayısıyla
sensitivities,
kendisini öyle ifade etmek
some
isteyen insanların
ethnicities who were willing to
düşman olarak
communicate themselves
tanımlanması.
through their identities were defined as nemesis in state official
Yani
documents.
kırmızı kitap denen
There was something called a red
devlet
log.
meclisinde
It is a state log which defined such people as the enemies of the state. Some ideologies, some forms of liberties, some ethnicities, some faiths were declared as enemies of the state in that red log that I referred to. And we extracted those definitions from that red log once and for all. And the red log was converted into a log of democracy.
Çünkü biliyorduk ki
Because we knew
kapalı sistemler
the
o düşmanlardan
introverted
besleniyor,
systems
kötüleştirmeden
feed on
besleniyor.
alienation, feed on these enemies of the state, so to say.
Yoksa bile o
And
anda o düşman
as I
yoksa
said
bile
before,
ihtiyacı
even if
varsa
the state
düşmanı
that
direkt
moment does not
tanımlıyor
have
ve onun
any
üzerine gidiyor.
nemesis per se, the state goes on creating artificial enemies, looking for different alliances.
Türkiye'de yine anlamsız. Üniversite
All
kapılarına
throughout the
gider.
years,
Ama eğitim
the
almak için
students
gider.
would go to the
Ama
universities,
kendi
would
eğitimine
apply
bile
to the
güvenmediği
universities
için
for
onları
further education,
içeri almayan,
but they
yani
wouldn't be
başörtüsü taktıkları için
admitted
içeri almayan
just because of the fact
ülkeden
that they were
artık
wearing
başörtüsünün
headscarves. But
serbest
this is
olduğu,
no longer the question in Turkey
ve
because
kabul
wearing
edilebilir
headscarves
düşük yoğunluklu
is
bir çatışma
a
alanı
matter of
olmaktan
preference,
çıkarılmış
choice
olan
right now.
dönemimizde
It is
bir
no longer an issue
özgürlükler
for
alanı
conflict,
olduğunda
and wearing
ve
of a headscarf
başörtüsü
became a matter of
açısından bile
freedom.
serbest olduğu
In the public
çalışmalar,
institutions, wearing a
insanlar
headscarf is
kendi istedikleri kıyafetleri
free.
giyerek
The workers can wear whatever they wish, the staff can wear
çalışabilir
whatever
hale
their
Tabii
hearts please.
insanların çocuklarına kendi dinlerini öğretme, o devlet okullarında öğretme seçeneği sunuldu.
We have introduced the
Bu da
families
çok
to
önemliydi.
let their children learn
Bu
about their
seçenekte yine
faiths
bu
in elementary schools.
yapılan
That option was a
düzenlemelerde
very
daha da
important step forward,
kurumsallaştırıldı ve
and these options are becoming institutionalized since 2010 and contributing to the exercising of the
Şimdi
fundamental
burada
rights and
da
the
çok
liberties
ilginç bir şey
of our
oldu.
citizens,
Aslında
by
biz
our
bu
citizens.
dini özgürlük alanını da
Something even more interesting than that. We are expanding the realm
çözüm
of
sürecini başlatıp
freedom of
bir yere
faith.
kadar getirdiğimiz
We
ve devam
are
ettirdiğimiz ama
focusing
özellikle
on the
dini
solution
özgürlükler
process of the
alanında
Kurdish
çok
problem.
yapamamıştık 2010 yılına
But I
kadar.
must say that we were not very
Tam
capable
bu
since the year
dönemde
2010, especially
bu
in
sefer
terms of freedom of
yine
faith.
dini özgürlükler alanını genişletmiş olmamızdan dolayı
But because of the fact that we tried to expand that
olması
area,
gereken
the
çünkü o devlet
powers who
belgelerinde
were
bu
supposed to
cemaatler
be
düşman
very
olarak
happy
tanımlanıyordu.
of
Biz
these
bunları çıkardık,
endeavors,
önlerini aldık.
the congregations
İmkanlar
and
sunduk.
the
Evet, insanlara sivil toplumun gelişmesini
communities
arzu
which were
ediyoruz.
defined as enemies of
Biz
the states
kamu sektörü,
back
özel
in
sektör,
those
sivil
years in the red
toplum
logs of the state
örgütleri birlikte Türkiye'yi inşa etti.
started working
Bunu
against
istiyorduk, bunu
us.
arzu
We
ediyoruz.
want the
Bu
free
sefer de
society to be
maalesef
established through the
bakıyoruz
contributions
yine
of the
en çok
NGOs,
memnun olması
through
gereken
different
bir
religious groups and
kesim.
faiths, so on and so forth.
Devlet
But
içerisinde
then
oluşturduğu
we
bir
saw
paralel devlet
a parallel
yapılanmasıyla
structure was established in a very
maalesef bu sefer de
secretive
başka
way,
bir iktidar darbesine,
in a
başka bir
very
kesim
undercover way,
teşebbüs etmeye başladı.
that took an initiative to have an attempt to overturn the government. And these people were actually defined as enemies in the red logs, and we have liberated
Siyaset
them.
bilimi bakımından izahı
We have
mümkündür.
liberated their
Yoksa dinen ahlaken izahı mümkün değildir.
reputations.
Bunları şunun için
It is not very easy to define these developments to you, I'm aware, and I'm trying to express my thoughts due to this fact, and this fact only.
kurumsallaşmış bir demokrasiye
If we
doğru
want the
evrilmezsek
system to
bu sefer
evolve
bunu
into a
tamamlamaz.
systematic and institutionalized
Eğer
democracy,
yeni bir anayasayla,
if we don't
anayasal
define
düzenle
new
ya da
ways,
yeni bir
and if we
anlayışla,
don't create a
paradigmayla
new
demokratik,
constitution and
liberal,
a new paradigm
kişi hak ve özgürlüklerini
that
garanti altına almış
guarantees
bir
fundamental
düzeni
rights
inşa
and the
etmezsek,
liberties, if we
statüko
cannot
yarın
create a
başka
system
bir
of
tepkiler
that
bulacak.
fashion,
Hiç
the
tahmin
status quo
etmediğimiz
will
bu
seek
tepkilerin
for
nasıl
new
ki bulduysa
alliances
şu
in the future.
geçtiğimiz yıl içerisinde.
In the last 1 year, the status quo
Bugün de hiç
found
tahmin
an
edemeyeceğimiz
alliance
bir
that
tepkileri,
we could have
ittifaklar
never
kurar ve
conceived of.
yarın gelişmekte olan
Unpredicted
Türkiye'nin
alliances
önüne
will be
geçer.
forged,
Çünkü bu sorun
and Turkey will have
aslında
to
bir
fight
sistem sorunu.
with new obstacles and new
Yani
barriers in the
kuruluş
future
düzenin sorunu.
while trying to evolve
Kurulu
into
düzen
something better.
sürekli çatışmadan beslenir.
The
Onun için bu
status quo
çatışmayı
is
ortadan
feeding on
kaldıracağız.
conflict, and we need to
Bir
eradicate
modern
the
Türk
sources for
demokrasiyi
conflict.
inşa etmek durumundayız.
And we are in a
Peki,
position
2002'den beri bunları
establish
yapıyoruz.
a very
Ama Türkiye'de hep ileri adımlar
strong,
atıyoruz, az yatırım var.
consolidated democracy.
Geri
We
giden bir
cannot
şey yok. Bu
afford the
var,
luxury
o
to
da
fail.
değerli arkadaşlarım, Türkiye siyasi muhalefet.
The political opposition of Turkey, however, is stagnating, is lagging behind, and that is the only thing that lags behind in Turkey, that cannot catch up with
Son seçimlerde
us. In the
değerli
last
arkadaşlarım,
elections,
37 ilde
in
belediye başkanlığı seçimlerinde
37
ana muhalefet
provinces,
partisi
while
%10'un
the
altında kalmış.
mayors were elected,
37 ilde.
the main opposition representatives were never to be
Halk
found.
bizim attığımız adımların
They were
arkasında
non-existent
duruyor.
in
Bizim
37
destekçimiz halk.
provinces because our allies are the
Ama
people of Turkey.
sürekli
They
her
are supporting
attığımız
all
şu
of the
biraz önce
endeavors that we
saydığımız
undertake.
yetersiz bulabilirsiniz.
You
Kalitesiz
may
bulabilirsiniz.
find our endeavors insufficient.
Efendim,
You may
başka
claim we lack
nitelemeler
certain
yapabilirsiniz.
qualities.
Ama
You may
bunların
have certain
hepsi
allegations
Türkiye'nin
as to
adıyla
what
getirme
we are
çabaları.
trying to achieve.
Bunların hiçbirisi
Regardless
Cumhuriyet
of that
Halk
fact,
Partisi
we're trying to
birlikte
bring
olmamıştır.
Turkey to another level, to a better level.
Kapatma davasında
But
da bir
throughout this
kapatma
period, we could have never
maddesinin
found
kapatma
the
yani
People's
anayasa
Republic Party
değişikliğinde de
by
bir
our side.
olmamıştır. Farklı
They weren't by
kapatmaların
our side
tarihe gömülmesi
while
arzu
we were
edildiği
face to
zaman da
face with
bir
lawsuits,
olmamıştır.
while we
Bu
were
din ve vicdan
going to be
özgürlüğü
taken down by the coup
konusunda,
d'etat,
etnik kimlikler konusunda,
while we were trying to
diğer
do something
çalışmalar
nice for the
konusunda
exercising of
hiçbir
fundamental rights and
konuda
liberties,
Türkiye'de
while we were
demokrasi
trying to
söz konusu
organize
olduğunda
workshops
biz
where we gathered
Cumhuriyet
the
Halk
alleviates,
Partisi'ni
the
yanımızda
minorities,
bulamadık.
the
O
vulnerable
da
members of the community to solve their
gelişmeye,
problems.
değişmeye mecburdur.
The main
Bu
opposition
aslında
is
anlaşılamayan şey şu.
to transform
Sanayi
itself
toplumu ve sanayi sonrası
has to
toplumda
change. In the post-industrialization society,
tercih değildir.
democracy is not just an option.
Eğer gelişmek,
If you
kalkınmak
want to
istiyorsanız
progress, if you want to
zorunlu
develop,
bir yönetim biçimi.
this is a mandatory
halkın
way
sürekli
of administrating a country
denetimiyle,
where
efendim,
people are
itirazlarıyla, katkılarıyla
included
var olduğu
through their
sistemin
contributions,
adıdır.
through
Onun için
through
kurumları,
their
kuralları biz
reactions.
demokratikleştiriyoruz ama
We are trying to
o
democratize the
darbe
institutions.
döneminden kalma anayasal kurumlar
That's what we're trying to do.
ta
But the
tek parti
constitutional
döneminden
institutions, which were
kalma,
established back in the
onun
years of coup
geleneğini
d'etat,
tamamen içselleştirmiş ve özdeşleştirmiş kendisi.
still have a
O tek
reflection
parti
on certain
anlayışını,
powers in Turkey,
o geleneğe
which
sahip
have
olanların
internalized ever so
demokratikleşmesini
sincerely
henüz
and
başaramadı.
committedly that
Onları
spirit of making sure that no reform will be undertaken and no democratization could take place. So we invite the opposition to amend the constitution together, to write the constitution from scratch in order to achieve the goals that we all aspire
Biz ne
to.
yapmışız? Bunları yaparken yani hangi ittifaklar kurmuşuz dedik? Halkla ittifak.
We
Peki
have
bunun göstergeleri
established an
var mı?
alliance with the people of Turkey.
oyla
In the year
gelen
2002, we
AK
took over the
Parti'nin
office with
AK Parti
34%
en
of the
son
votes in
sonra
Turkey,
yaptığımız bir seçimde
and ever
başka bir
since,
noktaya döndük.
we have never went back to where we started, regardless of the number of the elections we have
Bu
held.
vatandaşımızın
Now we are
yaptıklarımızı
around 50%
nasıl,
in terms of the votes we have
değerlendirdiğini
received from the citizens,
gösteren
and this is a
en
very strong
somut
confirmation as to how the people of Turkey support us and back
değerli
us up.
katılımcılar,
Distinguished guests,
sonuç olarak
ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude my
yaptıklarımız ortada.
remarks, anything we had done
Yapmak istediklerimiz
is there for
size
you to
açıktır.
look closely. And everything we're trying to do
Gelişmiş bir demokrasi,
is
kalkınmış
quite
bir
obvious. We want
ekonomi,
an advanced democracy, a developed, a progressed
gerçekten
economy, an open
dünyayla
society that is incorporated with the rest of the
çıkarlar,
globe.
büyük ekonomilerle ve insan hak ve özgürlüklerini,
We are
demokrasiyi
aspiring to become a country where the rule of law, democracy, fundamental rights, and the liberties are respected at the utmost extent, and that is
bir arada politikalar üreten,
connected to the major economies around the globe, capable of producing joint policies and conjuring up joint
bir takım geriye
visions.
dönüp baktığımızda
Looking back,
yaptıklarımız çok
we have
değerli
achieved
bir paradigma
so much.
değişimi anlayışıyla bunları yapmışızdır.
We have a
İleriye
paradigm
baktığımızda çok
whereby we are
yapacak
motivated, and that motivation
Türkiye
is
olarak
change. There's a
bunların da
lot to be
sonundayız.
done in the
En
future.
önemli
We are
değerimiz de
aware of
elimizdeki en önemli enstrümanda siyasi
our
istikrardır,
obligations,
halk
and
toplumun
the most
farkındadır,
important
arkasındadır.
tool within our
Bizi
hands
kim ne
is
derse
political
desin, nasıl
stability.
eleştiri
This is
yaparsa
highly
yapsın,
supported by the people, and regardless of
hiçbir
all of the
biçimde
criticisms that we
Türkiye'yi
receive,
artık
Turkey
eski Türkiye,
will
yani
never be
o 80'lerden önceki kapalı,
taken back in
ondan beri
time
de çaba var
to
ama
what
tabii
it used to
ondan önce
be
daha net bir
in
biçimde ortadaydı.
the coup d'etat
Kapalı,
periods before
Türkiye'nin
1980s. Turkey will never be
paradigmalarına
taken back to
veya
those dark
kodlarına
times
geri
when we
döndürme
were an
niyetimiz yok,
introverted
hiçbir zaman
society.
olmayacaktır.
Those paradigms
Önümüze
shall no longer
koyduğumuz
apply.
hedeflerle
We are
yolumuza devam
defining
etmeye
ourselves
çalışıyoruz,
with
yolumuza
new
devam
paradigm
edeceğiz.
in this day and age,
Türkiye
and
bu
we're committed.
konularda
We're
çok
very much
açıktır.
determined to
Düşünce
follow down
özgürlüğü,
this path.
vicdan özgürlüğü, girişim,
Freedom of expression,
piyasa
freedom of
ekonomisi,
thought,
girişim
freedom of religion,
özgürlüğü, bu
freedom of
temel
entrepreneurship,
evrensel değerlerin,
liberal market
en
are some
güzel
of the
şekilde
principles
kurumsallaşmasının çabası
we
içerisindedir. Bunları hedef
hold
olarak ortaya
dearly.
koymuştur ve bunların
And we are going to
gerçekleşmesi için,
institutionalize
çaba
our
sarf
reformist
etmektedir. Ve
initiatives.
umarım,
And I hope and pray
76 milyonun
that
katkısıyla
all
da
together with the
bunlar
contributions of the 76
gerçekleşecekler.
million people living in
Bu
Turkey,
karar
our
verilmiştir.
objectives will be
Sorun ne
achieved.
kadar maliyet
We have taken the
ödeyeceğiz,
decision,
ödeyeceğiz.
but at
Sorun
the end
bu.
of the day, it will all boil down
Eğer
to the fact
statü ve
how
müttefikleri
much
biraz daha hafif
of a-
dikkate alan bir tavır sergileme
how big a
yönünde
price we're going to pay.
evrilirlerse elbette daha az maliyet
if we
ödeyerek
evolve
bu hedeflere
towards the right direction, towards
varacağız.
becoming the right
Ama,
entity, we
böyle
won't pay
yapmazlarsa
a
bu
major
sefer
price.
tabii
But if
maliyetimiz
we
biraz daha
refrain
yükselecektir.
from
Ama
that,
yine-
the price to be
yine
paid will be
aynı
higher. But
kararlılıkla
regardless,
bu
we will
hedeflere
always
doğru
be
Türkiye'yi taşıyacağız.
locked on
Tabii
our
bölgesel,
objectives, and we will keep on
sorunlara
acting
değinme
very decisively.
imkanımız burada yok.
It
Süre
is not possible for me to
dolayısıyla
speak about
ben
the regional
bu
problems
konuda
due to the
Türkiye'nin
limitations in
kendi
time,
üzerine düşeni
but I
yapacağını
must say
buradan
that Turkey
belirtmek
will
istiyorum.
rise up to the
Yapmak,
occasion and do
istediğini de
everything
ayrıca
within
belirtmek
her
istiyorum.
capability
Çünkü
and
oralardan
is
meydana
willing to
gelecek
do everything within her
herhangi bir,
capability.
terör olayı
Any
görüyorsunuz ki
terror incident that may emerge in that region directly involves Turkey. The greatest global threat in the next century is going to be terrorism, and we are committed to work together with all of our allies and produce serious projects to combat against terrorism. And I'd like to salute you all with love and respect. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much, Minister, for that passionate and very persuasive speech about the problems and the reforms that you're undertaking. We're really out of time. I wish we could do more questions. I think we're going to have time for maybe just 2 questions, if I can take some right here in the green dress, and the gentleman back there with his hand up. Thank you. If you could just, the 2 of you could just go to the microphones, please, one on each side. Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Minister. I'm Sharon Weiner, former U.S. Consul General in Istanbul. I'd like to thank you, Mr. Minister, for doing such an impressive accounting of the significant reforms that Turkey has undertaken and the improvements that have been made in areas such as the Kurdish issue, religious minorities, economic opportunities. You've defined your overall goal as creating a more open society and a more advanced democracy. And both at the beginning and at the end of your remarks, you mentioned freedom of expression as being something that's very important. I would say one area where developments have not been so consistent with the overall vision that you presented is in the area of press freedom. This is something that I hear from both Turkish journalists, foreign journalists, and organizations such as Freedom House. I guess I would ask you, what is it that you plan to do? What needs to be done in the area of press freedom to have developments that are more in line with your stated goal of a more open, advanced democracy?
Let's take the second question now, and he can answer them both at the same time.
Hello, I'm Paul Salem, Vice President for Policy and Research at the Middle East Institute. And I want to ask you about the environment that may or may not impact Turkey. As Turkey in the past period has been going through its challenges of political and economic transition, the 2 states to its south and east have fallen apart as nations, fallen apart as states. In the last week, the ISIS group has taken over territory the size of Jordan. It abuts Turkey. We've had the fall of Mosul and really a very, very dramatic events. And the Kurdish Peshmerga has achieved a historic goal of moving quietly into Kirkuk, and the whole sort of environment of Turkey's southeast has really completely changed in a very dramatic way. My question is, how is this reverberating in Turkey, in Ankara? How does it impact Turkey's security or political considerations? And how is Turkey thinking to respond or not by itself or possibly with others?
Çok teşekkür ediyorum.
I would like to thank you.
Birinci soruya
In terms of the
vereceğim
first
cevap
question,
çok açık.
I would like to provide a very frank answer. My second answer is going to be just as frank, but
Kesinlikle
distinguished
şöyle bir
Consul
cümlenin
General,
kurulamadığı bir Türkiye'yi inşa etmek istediğimizi hedef
I would
olarak
like to
artık basın özgürlüğü
state once again that the
hiçbir şekilde
Turkey that we're trying to define
Türkiye
will no
kelime
longer
olarak
house
gündeme
freedom of expression
getirildiğinde
problems.
yanında böyle bir çağrışım olmaz.
When somebody says Turkey,
Yani
such
hissedilir,
an
basın
association
özgürlüğü de
will
çok
never
yüksek
be
seviyede
made in
olmalı.
the future.
İnsanlar
The freedom
fikirlerini
of expression should be provided at the
tavrının
utmost extent
tabiriyle,
possible,
yani
and people should be
insanlı
able to
kendisini
express
saygıyla
their thoughts in the most open fashion possible. As one deceased Indian poet states openly, we're trying to establish a country where every opinion can be articulated freely. We're not yet there, I know. In terms of freedom of expression, in terms of freedom of press, we're trying to generate an environment where there are no reservations, where there are no hesitations. Of course, there are challenges that lie ahead, and these challenges are all coming back to the issue of the status quo and the allies of the status quo. We have undertaken significant reforms in many areas, and we shall continue doing that. And I hope and pray that in the next gathering we shall have, you will no longer need to ask a question with regards to freedom of expression in Turkey. And we will be proud to have realized that objective, whereby we will be able to discuss other visions, other perspectives, and other projects with you. We will do that. We will ensure that freedom of expression will prevail. But I would like to request one thing from you. Please reconsider the figures that you receive. Once again, please get a confirmation from the resources that you have great confidence in. Some of those figures may be prospectively exaggerated. You might have problems in terms of believing me too, but do confirm the figures that you receive through your reliable sources. The figures are very much exaggerated. There might be 5 or 6 people incarcerated in Turkey due to their professions, but the figure is advertised being 100 or 200 journalists in prison. A single person incarcerated due to their opinion, to their thoughts, it means that we still have a very long way to go. If there's a single person incarcerated for their thoughts and opinions, it means that we have a great responsibility to cater to. And I would like to tell you to rest assured that we will achieve it, and we steps forward until so far, but there is many things to be done. And this problem will no longer be in your agenda the next time we get together. And in terms of the second question, we are amending the laws. We are re-establishing the system, and those problems will no longer be in your agenda. When it comes to ISIS and when it comes to the terrorist organizations in the southeastern region of Turkey and the power that they have garnered, was a very timely question. We are face to face with a Herculean problem as the globe. We have communicated our concerns, we have voiced our thoughts in various meetings, and we knew that in the presence of a vacuum there, terrorist organizations would fill in that gap quite easily. That was our concern, and we shared this concern with all of our stakeholders in several platforms. And today, we are face to face with a very dramatic turn of events involving the entire world. If the world will be influenced with those developments in that region tomorrow, as Turkey, we are already influenced by those developments because we are in that region. We are talking to our stakeholders, and we are summoning them to extend a helping hand. Terrorism will be the biggest problem that we shall face as the globe, because fighting against terrorism cannot be conducted through conventional weapons. There are organized terrorists and there are non-organized terrorists. There are cells which require a different strategy to be conjured up for success, for triumph.
imkanına, silahlarına sahip olmuş olmanız anlam ifade
It doesn't mean much if you have great arms capability. In the next 50 years or 60 years, it's not going to mean so much to possess a huge military capability, because it doesn't show where you are going to launch your rockets, where you're going to land your troops. It could be the person next to you. It could be your neighbor as a country. You need to take necessary measures, and you need to develop certain new strategies so that peace can prevail on a global scale. But individualism is very significant. I need to say that individuals have to be satisfied first, and they need to be happy. The clash of cultures, the clash between the rich and the poor, are some of the reasons where several conflicts may emerge from. I'm not going to take much of your time because we're already beyond our schedule. You are aware of these issues already, but we have to take very cautious measures today in order to ensure a more stable and secure future, or else we are going to encounter even more profound problems. We are not going to react alone. We are going to work together with our allies in this region and assume certain responsibilities and initiatives. We have to do this in order to stop this problem getting more proliferated. And I would like to extend my deepest love and respect to you once again. Thank you.
Good afternoon. If you would like to please take your seats. We've got a wonderful panel for you this afternoon, and we'd like to get started. We've got 4 speakers for you. It'll be a very interesting discussion. So we'd like to get started if you'd like to take your seats. This second panel is about Turkish foreign policy. And for those of you who have been here this morning with the keynote address and the first panel, the conference so far has been mostly looking inward at Turkey's system and future of democracy. So now we're going to be looking outwards. I'm the moderator for this panel. My name is Kim Rattas. I work for the BBC. I cover the State Department and American foreign policy for them. So I follow these issues very closely. And of course, Turkey is one of the issues that we follow very closely, whether we are here at the conference or whether we're looking at American foreign policy or based in the region. And many of the experts who look at Turkey see a country that is having quite a few issues in its neighborhood. So the question is there anything left of Prime Minister Erdogan's policy of zero problems with neighbors, a policy that he was very proud of when he set it out a few years back? Many experts who look at Turkey today see a country with zero friends. Is that a fair assessment? Did Mr. Erdogan miscalculate on Syria, for example? And is he now bumping up against the limits of his own country's power, something that many regional powers or international powers often find at one time or another? And of course, given the events unfolding in Iraq today, what are Turkey's concerns and calculations, particularly when it comes to the Kurds? It has its own Kurdish population, and it must be watching across the border in Iraq at what the Kurds are doing there. They seem to be the only ones who are able to push back against ISIS inside Iraq. And finally, of course, what does Turkey represent for the US these days in the context of the region? How much of a reliable ally is it, and how much can Washington rely on Ankara in the current context? We've got a great panel assembled for you, people with hands-on experience, real experience in the region, so we expect a lively debate. I'll introduce them in a second, but just to let you know how this will unfold, we'll hear from them each. 4 speakers, 10 minutes each. I'll ask them to stick to those 10 minutes so that we can then go to questions from the floor. And our first speaker to my right is Dr. Judith Yaffe. She is an adjunct professor at the George Washington University. I'll keep the introductions short. You have the biographical information in your booklets. But she's an adjunct professor at the George Washington University. Before that, she had real hands-on experience serving for 20 years as a senior analyst on Middle Eastern and Persian Gulf issues in the Office of Near Eastern and South Asian Analysis at the CIA. She specializes in Iraq, Iran, and Arabian or Persian Gulf security issues, political Islam, and Islamic extremism. Next to Dr. Judith is Ambassador Robert Ford. He needs little introduction in this town these days. You all remember him as the American ambassador to Damascus and then the special envoy to the Syrian opposition. He is now, perhaps you don't know that, a senior fellow here at the Middle East Institute. He had served 3 times in Iraq between 2003 and 2010. He's also served in Turkey, and he will be teaching at the Johns Hopkins University this fall. Next to Ambassador Ford is Ambassador Robert Pearson, who served as the U.S. ambassador to Turkey from 2000 to 2003. He was also posted in various other places, Paris, Brussels, Beijing. He now works as the president of the International Research and Exchanges Board, and from 2003 to 2006, he also served as the Director General of the US Foreign Service. And last but not least, we were expecting Dr. Ibrahim Kalin, who is the chief advisor to the Turkish Prime Minister, but understandably, because of events unfolding in the region, he's just a little bit busy. But to join us, we have the wonderful Dr. Shaban Kardash, who is an associate professor of international relations and is the department chair at the Department of International Relations at TOBB University of Economics and Technology in Ankara. He's also the president of the Ankara-based think tank Orsam. And Shaban, I know that your latest policy paper asks whether we're seeing the apocalyptic death of Turkish foreign policy. I think we can assume you'll be somewhat more critical than Mr. Kalin would have been, but perhaps not totally pessimistic. So we do look forward to hearing your thoughts. But without further ado, please welcome Dr. Judith Yafish. The speakers will talk from the panel table, and then we'll take questions.
Thank you very much, and welcome all of you. If the issue is zero problems with the neighbors, and as seen from Turkish perspective, I'm not the person who should be speaking here. Rather, I'm on what I would call the receiving end, if you will, because I am more of an expert on Iraq and the region, and I have a lot of questions, as some of you may know. And I want to note a few of those and some observations, and I'll try to be as brief as I can. First of all, let me say it that I may not be politically correct, in the sense that when one starts to ask questions, you start to challenge, you start to pick at the piece. Hopefully something will be left. I'm not sure where the battle lines are today. In a way, this has happened so fast, or at least those of us watching from the outside, or at least for some people, mostly the press, I think, who hadn't been paying much attention at all, a lot of outside observers. So I'm not sure where the battle lines are today. You know, Tel Afar fell, was this morning or last night. That shouldn't surprise anybody. It's another one of the towns and areas that's been very strong in Arab nationalism, pan-Arabism, and Iraqi nationalism for a very long time, not dissimilar from the kind of movements that were popular and important in Mosul and a lot of the other areas that have fallen, what looks like so quickly and so easily. But I challenge that as well. I think this is something which has been going on for a long time. You don't begin something like this overnight. I don't know how many ISIS are involved. The range is incredible, 800 to several thousand to I don't know what. But the point is, I think that I would make is ISIS fighters are not 10 feet tall. This is not the Game of Thrones that we're watching. I don't know about you, I got hooked on that a couple months ago. But I think the point is, we're not watching the fighting for the Seven Kingdoms or the Black Castle. Sometimes you would think that, but we aren't. So I won't go over all the details. I think you've been watching. The latest pictures are horrific and have been posted on YouTube. In case you wondered what ISIS was up to, and that peaceful area that it says it has settled, which now has power and water, but it also has a high or growing loss of life due to executions. So there are questions for ISIS, of course, and I'll skip those because I think we already know what they are. But I do have questions, for example, I don't know who was fighting up there. I don't know what was promised all around, but my questions are much more focused on the other players, the recipients, if you will. And I'll start with Turkey. I think that's the best place since that's where we've been so far. And here, I really don't know how Turkey views developments in Iraq. I do know that we've been watching Turkey change its policy toward the Arabs, towards the Arab world for the past several years or more. But I also know that Turkey has been playing a game, Erbil against Baghdad. Are we with the Kurds? Have we decided to accept what they want, or are we against them? Are we worried? Is it all about oil anyway? Is it personal? Is there something in this in where Turkey may or may not stand, which has to do with the personal, emotional feelings of one leader towards another? But I need to know what is the policy towards Erbil and Baghdad? I need to know what the government feels even towards Syria, but towards ISIS and these radical opponents to regimes. I need to know that more than anything else, I think, because the rumors of Turkish aid or Turkey turning its head or tacit support are too strong to ignore. I think that, and I know that President Obama raised these issues in his meetings with Erdogan, which I think was in May, about Turkish aid to extremist organizations. There are rumors that Turkey has allowed ISIS to cross the border, so it's given its support. Now, I don't know. I certainly am not going to dignify the silly rumor, halfway silly anyway, that Izzat Ibrahim al-Duri, the long missing, the last companion of Saddam, has been hidden in Turkey for a long time. It's possible. He's, I think, had a lot of population, especially his strong role in the Naqshbandi order for so long. But even that I will put aside, because we know that ISIS is doing what it's doing with the support of Sunni Arab tribes and leaders, some of whom have been in exile in Turkey for several years. If anyone remembers Tariq al-Hashimi, that's where his address has been for a long time. And there are other prominent Sunni Arabs as well. So the complicity runs deep, and that's what allows ISIS to be so successful. Now, what does Turkey want in this, if it is a new Iraq? I know, Sykes-Picot is gone, but what is Turkey looking for? Is it looking for a new Sunnistan, a Sunni state, or a province that will be very dependent and loyal to it? The Kurds supposedly were looking for that for a long time, too. But do they want a mini-state? Do they want to expand this control or influence? I don't know. Is it a question about Erdogan's vision for the new Iraq? But the question also becomes, what is Turkey prepared to do to defend or support this state? Because if anyone thinks they have an ally in ISIS or in some of the groups that are promising friendship or cooperation with Turkey, think twice. There are no friends in this region. There are only interests. Wow, that's a classic statement. So I think some of the questions I've heard is, well, why did it take 3 years to name Nusrat as a terrorist group? There is very little mention, from what I'm told, of ISIS in Turkey anyway, but what is the priority threat? What's the national security, and is there a strategic plan for this? Let me move on quickly, because I know time is of the essence. We've noticed that President Rouhani was in Turkey recently. I think one of the days he was there is when a lot of these, the military operations began. He's restated his policy towards Iraq. He's even said a cooperation may be possible with the United States, and they are going to meet this week, I think, on the edges of the nuclear meetings which are being held. That's all out in the press. And I'll come back to what they want, but I would say here that Iran is very clear on what it wants in Iraq: independent, united, friendly government that will be compliant with its interests. I don't think they have a priority in any leader per se, certainly not in Maliki, but they will take a leader who's in charge and who will support their goals. They have friends everywhere. They have friends among the Sunni Arabs who are supporting ISIS, perhaps, or who are opposing this. Prominent Sunni Arab politicians go back and forth all the time, as do all the other politicians in Iraq, be they secular, Shia, Sunni, whatever, to get support and opposition. We can go into that more if you're interested, but just to know that they have a hand. The IRGC has moved in some more units, and that the brilliant General Soleimani is there in Baghdad. None of this should be any surprise to anyone. The Iranians also, though, I would note, believe that Europe and the United States especially have no choice now but to support Maliki and Assad, or whoever, to support the opposition from the ISIS and others. Let me talk to the Kurds for 2 minutes. Sorry, Denise, that's all I've got. So far, the Kurds are the real winners. There are hints of deals between the KRG and Turkey and ISIS, and what they're demanding in bargains if they're going to support anything or do anything to help Baghdad. What a position to be in. To Baghdad will help you if you accept our demands, if you give us the budget, if you recognize our oil export needs, if you recognize our position in the disputed territories. A lot of ifs here, and even then we may or may not help you. But I think the Kurds have already spoken very strongly when you see that they did nothing to help against the government as they were coming in. And if the Kurds think either they have a deal or that ISIS won't hurt them or they can control it, that's fools living in a fool's paradise. They were quick to enter and occupy disputed territories, including Kirkuk, without helping Baghdad fight. They claim that Baghdad wants to use them in a dangerous fight and is doing whatever it can to challenge them. And while Maliki manipulates the situation, even welcomes ISIS into Mosul in order to be able to declare martial law, emergency law, and to take over. Boy, to believe something like that is really extreme, even for Maliki's standards. So was there a deal? I don't know. Are there any conditions under which the Kurds would join Iraqi forces against ISIS? Or has ISIS promised to stay out of the KRG, or at least for the moment? And who did they promise that to is another interesting question. Point is, there's a lot of people benefiting from Baghdad's being so tied down, locked up. All of the issues have come to a halt except for the real one, which is fighting the enemy. So have the Kurds picked their side? They're waiting to see who comes out as a winner, I would guess, if nothing else. By the way, the KRG Prime Minister, Neshirvan Barzani, is in Tehran today. No surprise there either. Let me conclude, because I think we're about at that point usually. Few comments here. And the first one is nothing is forever. You can cut all the deals you want. Things are happening very fast. It is about interest, but at the end of the day, there will be losers among the winners as well. For the Iraqis, for Maliki and the government, national reconciliation. I would include the Kurds in this, the Sunnis and all of the Iraqis. National reconciliation has never been an option. And you're paying the price now for the fact that no one was ever really committed to following that path. It's been more about revenge and retaliation, and there's been very little progress, virtually no progress made. All the parties, I think, involved in these events have shown themselves to be short-sighted and self-destructive. Now, if that isn't taking a risk on my part, I don't know what is. Was Maliki responsible? Of course. But why? Are there things he could have done to forestall it? Maybe, but it may be that there was an inevitability. I hate to think that because I think that there are many Iraqis who do want to see no civil war and a way of living together, but they are far from the center. Corruption everywhere, I don't even have to talk about that. Now, should the ISIS uprising be quelled? Should it be? Or if it is, when it is? Given what is happening now and these alliances or rumors, and there's always something in a rumor, right? I think this is the civil war that I've never predicted. I've always said we have not seen in Iraq yet. We've seen a lot of sectarian fighting, but this is it. This is civil war, or call it Civil War 2.0 if you want. And what will be the next phase of this? Will it be the final, the Arab versus Kurd? Because I don't know that ISIS realizes it, but it is doing more than anything else could do to ultimately bring Arabs together. You may find that Shia and Sunni are divided now, but territory that had been claimed by or lived in by the Arabs, this is not a permanent situation, and I think we need to be aware of that. Nothing is forever. Last point. Yeah, I promise. It's easy to blame the United States for the consequences of what is for the Iraq War, occupation, for removing Saddam, for the failures of the Iraqi army and the Maliki government to live up to our high standards. I don't know about you, but I'm tired of hearing that because this is an Iraqi-made issue. We may not have understood it. We really thought we could come in and with all that money and all of these reforms and even the kind of changes we insisted on and we thought we were seeing work out in the military, could we have predicted it would fail? You know Americans, we're optimists anyway. But the point is that this is an Iraqi-made crisis that might have been avoided or at least ameliorated if the Shia and the Kurds and the Sunnis were not so hell-bent on revenge, and if Maliki could have controlled his urge to eliminate all his rivals. Let's begin with the Sunnis, I'm sure he said to himself. But again, my final point, national reconciliation has never been an option, and it does seem these days that it's farther out of reach than ever.
Thank you very much.
Is that 10 minutes? Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much for this very comprehensive overview of the situation, and it does lead us directly to Syria and Ambassador Ford's intervention. Judith, you raise a very interesting question. Is there now no choice for the US but to work with President Assad and Mr. Maliki to quell the ISIS advance?
I didn't raise that question. Half of that.
Yeah. But Ambassador Ford, perhaps you can discuss some of that. What are the implications for Syria? You saw some of those groups begin to form when you were dealing with the Syrian opposition. What is Turkey's role? What has it been so far? Why are we where we are today, and where does it go from here? And of course, any other points that you want to raise. We're all ears.
Great. Thank you, Kim, and my thanks to the Middle East Institute for inviting me today. I am a little nervous about Kim calling this Ford's intervention, but I'm happy to say Ford's talk. I'd like to, in 10 minutes, talk about several initiatives the Turks have tried on Syria from different angles, all of which have really led them nowhere, and thus the discomfort that the Turks have now with Syria, and then just a little bit about the evolution of Turkish policy over the last couple of months. There's a lot of criticism inside Turkey and outside of Turkey over the Turkish policy towards Syria. Let me share with you something I saw on the ground back when the Syrian uprising started in the spring of 2011. Turkish colleague in Damascus, who is now the number 3 official in the Turkish foreign ministry. His name is Ömer Önhen. He's a very superb diplomat, very, very good. And he sort of watched what was happening in Syria after the uprising started, while other ambassadors, myself included, were reaching out to the opposition to understand what they were doing and to urge that the uprising stay peaceful. Ömer very carefully abstained from meeting the Syrian opposition because at the time the relations between Ankara and Damascus were generally good. But as the situation in Syria got bloodier and as the uprising expanded, finally in August of 2011, after President Obama had already said that Assad had lost his legitimacy following the Syrian military's occupation of Hama and Deir ez-Zor, and they're arresting thousands and killing hundreds, Davutoglu flew to Damascus. Some of you may remember this. And much to our surprise, it wasn't really coordinated with other countries, and he came up with a so-called peace agreement plan, or peace plan, with Assad, which involved the Syrian commitment to withdraw forces from Hama, which was the most sensitive place, release of prisoners, and a restoration of normal life. Ömer was actually the only foreign ambassador who was allowed to move up around Hama and Homs during that time. The rest of us were locked down in Damascus. Ömer made several trips up, and it was very clear to the Turks by September that the Syrian government was not living up to the obligations that it had made to Minister Davutoglu personally. And so the Turks began a policy change, and I don't need to go into it in great detail, but just the key points of what the Turks were trying to do by autumn of 2011, and I want to underline to the group here, the Syrian uprising was going forward really without the Turks. They were just kind of watching. In fact, Ömer, by September, was asking foreign embassies, some of our embassy colleagues, for help reaching out to the Syrian opposition because he'd never met them. So they wanted to contain the fighting inside Syria, and they've always wanted to do that, even though they've had bomb attacks on some of their border posts in places like Rehanli, where 50 were killed, and out at Akçale. When fire from the fighting inside Syria lands in Turkey, and it's killed something like 70 Turkish citizens over the years, they do respond. Turkish artillery will actually open up and pound positions inside Syria, either government or, in some cases, it's been the Islamist fighters who've been on the receiving end of Turkish fire. When Syrian aircraft stray into Turkish airspace, and they've done so several times, jets and helicopters, Turks have shot them down. The Turks at the same time have had this crush of refugees that have flown in. Their latest count I've seen is around 700,000, although there are some estimates now that it's 1 million. And Minister Davutoglu himself said in May at a public gathering that this has now cost the Turkish government $3 billion, the care of these refugees. But at the same time, Turkish policy now is that Assad should go. They are not willing to undertake unilateral military operations inside Syria. I think the limits of Turkish willingness to do that are very evident to all. But instead, they have built up very close ties with the Syrian political and armed opposition. It is not an accident that the Syrian political opposition outside the country is based in Istanbul. I personally think that's not been particularly good for the Syrian opposition, but it does give them ready access to the world media. It gives them ready access to Istanbul airport because they're always flying around, and people fly in to see them. Their assistance to the Syrian armed opposition is well known, but I would just point out that it's more visible from Turkey than from any other country. The press conferences given by the Syrian Supreme Military Command, for example, are always out of Turkey, out of Istanbul, Salim Idris and others. The Turks do insist they wear civilian clothes. I guess that's a nod of some kind to international norms, but it is no secret that they go in and out, and it is no secret that arms cross over that border. The Turks really have pushed hard on helping the armed opposition. It's very noticeable that they did not put the Nusra Front on their terrorism list when we did at the end of 2012, and I will tell you that privately many Turks were very critical of the American decision to put Nusra on that terrorism list. Instead, it seems that the Turks really were gambling that tough Islamist fighters would be able either to bring down Assad or at least put enough pressure on him that he would negotiate. But I think this is a key point to understand about Turkish policy. Even if they were supporting tough Islamists, they were also supporting a political solution. And I think this group here should know that the Turks hosted in January 2012 in Ankara, very quietly hosted, a meeting that brought together the main commanders of the armed opposition. And in January 2012, as we were trying to get to a Geneva conference, the armed opposition was very much against it. So the Turks brought the commanders to Ankara with Qatar. There were also Qatari officials there. And over a very tough weekend of negotiations, they managed to get the armed opposition commanders, including the Jabhat al-Islami, the Islamic Front, to accept that a delegation of the political opposition would go to Geneva and press for a solution along the lines of the Geneva Communique. Very frankly, had the Turks not done that, there would have been no Geneva II peace conference. Now, of course, Geneva II didn't work at all. The regime was completely unwilling to negotiate the issues which Ban Ki-moon's invitation had contained, and therefore Turks, like the rest of us, are sort of left wondering what's next. And inside Turkey, I think there's a lot of criticism of the Turkish policy. I think the last poll I saw was something like 50% of Turks are very unhappy with the policy and view their government's policy towards Syria as a failure. They've lost a lot of trade. Trade was big. It was up to almost $2 billion between the two countries in 2010. And towns in central Anatolia, which is really the political base of the government, border towns like Antakya and Gaziantep have suffered a great deal. There's been tensions with the Turkish Nusayri population, which is directly linked to the Latakia Alawis. Turks say Nusayri, the rest of us say Alawi, but it's the same. It is not the Alavis in Turkey, by the way, which Ömer had to explain to me at great length. And there's a Kurdish angle, which Judith was just talking about. So where are they going from here? Where are the Turks going from here? This is my interpretation. There is an evolution. The June 3rd the Turkish putting Nusra on its terrorism list, I think, is a real signal. It's late. It's a year and a half after we did it. But I think when they did it with an express intent of a signal. And you heard the Minister of Interior just now talk about cracking down on extremism. There are lots of signs of better cooperation between Western countries and Turkey over jihadists transit through Turkey on the way to Syria. This is an issue which we have raised many times with the Turks, and Ambassador Rich Ardoni in Ankara last week said he saw signs of progress. But at the same time, I don't think the Turks have completely changed their policy. Rouhani, the Iranian president, was in Turkey about 8-9 days ago, and the two governments agreed to fight extremism. That tells us a lot. Fight extremism, yes, but there's no agreement yet on what the shape of a new Syria should look like. And so my interpretation is that the government is still continuing to press for the removal of the Assad regime in some form. And I noticed that the latest Pew poll showed that 71% of Turks, even if they're unhappy about Turkish policy, half of them, 71% have a very unfavorable view of Hafez al-Assad. So there is a base there for Erdogan and Davutoglu to work with. I think many of you know that more advanced weaponry have been getting into Syrian armed groups in the north. There are now more sophisticated anti-tank weapons. Those must have come across with Turkish approval. That, to me, is a clear signal that the arms flow doesn't stop. But again, on the issue of extremism versus moderates, the Islamic Front, which is they're a pretty tough group of Syrian armed oppositionists, they issued a statement saying that they would not target Syrian minorities, that they would build a state of law, not Sharia, state of law, and it triggered an immediate negative reaction from Nusra. The Islamic Front and the groups who signed that document on May 17th, it's posted on Facebook, you can look at it, they all operate up on the Turkish border. So again, I think there must have been some kind of Turkish counsel to them that you guys have to moderate your tone. Going forward, I'm sure that the Turks will keep pressing for some kind of UN Security Council action, and I think they'd be delighted if the United States government made a decision to intervene militarily in Syria. But in the absence of that, I think they just are left in the uncomfortable position of maintaining border security and the pressure they can. I don't think the Turks are at all comfortable, and the latest developments in Iraq, which Judith was just talking about, have to add to their discomfort. About the only good news for the Turks in this whole affair, as Henry Barkey just wrote about 2 weeks ago, is that the Turks have managed to maintain reasonably good relations with Russia and Iran, even though they're all backing different sides in the Syria conflict. And then I'll just leave with this last thought. A lot of countries now involved in the Syria conflict. It's a proxy war as well as a civil war. As I look at the panoply of nations involved, to me, Turkey is actually the indispensable one for two reasons. Number one, any countries that really want to work with the Syrian opposition, you have to go through Turkey. Jordan is not enough. And second, the international NGO effort to get relief to the 6.5 million IDPs, internally displaced people in Syria, has to go again through Turkey. And in fact, the Turks have been very helpful in terms of allowing international NGOs to get help over the Turkish border and into Syria. So to me, they are the indispensable one, even though they are also in a position of great discomfort. I went a little over my time, Kim. Please excuse me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ambassador Ford, thank you very much for your talk. I won't call it intervention anymore. And you raised some excellent points, particularly about the meeting between Mr. Rouhani and Mr. Erdogan and their agreement to fight extremism. And we hear today Mr. Kerry and various officials in the U.S. administration talking about the possibility that they would discuss Iraq and the situation with ISIS there with Iran. So how does that all tie in? And perhaps Ambassador Pearson can enlighten us a little bit more about the U.S. view on Turkey's foreign policy, its place in the region, and perhaps you have a few things to say as well about the connection that Turkey can make with Iran as well as other players in the region. We're all ears. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kim.
Could
I
you
think that
bring the microphone a bit closer to you. Thank you.
Okay. Can you hear me now? My mother always told me she could hear me anywhere, so I don't often worry about mics. In any case, I want to talk about Turkey and the American view on Turkey in three ways. One, Turkey and regional issues. Secondly, the American perspective on Turkish domestic events and how that affects the evaluation of foreign policy. And then thirdly, a reflection. But I want to thank the Middle East Institute for holding this day-long seminar, really, on Turkey. And I look at the audience and I see now that the room is full, and I know how much interest there is. And I think that this, if I may say so, is an indispensable event in trying to understand Turkey. On U.S. views on Turkey and the region, I'll be very straightforward. But I first want to just acknowledge the Turkish economic leadership over 10 years, which has really transformed that country and the wealth of its citizens. I want to acknowledge the tremendous help Turkey has provided to refugees from Syria. First time ever that Turkey has taken in large refugees across and into its own territory and supported them. I think if Americans had the same kinds of borders that Turkey did, our views about Turkey's options might be different as well. And I also just want to mention the Turkish diplomats and families and children and wives who are being held as hostages by ISIS, and I hope that we do not forget the importance of returning them safely and hold ISIS completely responsible for what happens to them and judges them accordingly. The U.S. has one major overriding priority in the Middle East, and it has had that priority for 60 years. Prevent, avoid a general war. The U.S. hasn't liked that priority because it's a defensive priority, not an offensive one, not a positive one, but that is the priority. And over the last 3 years, the combination of American inaction and Turkish action, my predecessors have discussed some of those, has actually increased the risk of that general war. More countries today are involved in the Syrian conflict than ever before, and the stakes for each of those countries is rising, especially on the basis of this week. It is not possible to separate Turkish domestic concerns and domestic turmoil from the impact on the entire region. The world needs a stable, peaceful, democratic Turkey in order to be able to find solutions in the region. And therefore, by circumstance, the U.S. finds itself once again with no choice but to focus on stability over democracy, when in our hearts, and always has been, our dream has been to focus on democracy. In fact, there may be a kind of tacit agreement now that the U.S. will not say anything critical about domestic events in Turkey in exchange for Turkish cooperation in northern Iraq with respect to the extremists that now have expanded their authority dramatically. If you want to look back in history, think about the Spanish Civil War. Every conflict you don't contain keeps growing. It's a maxim of international relations, it's a maxim of history, and it's happening for us right now. And that's, I think, the way the Americans view the region, view Turkey, and view the events. On Turkish domestic issues and the American perspective, I think that one of our speakers this morning, Mr. Machupian, even used the word revolutionary. It's clear another one of our speakers referred to a post-Kemalist state. So as Ataturk dismantled the Ottoman state, the scope and breadth of the changes that the AK Party has underway for Turkey indicates that they are dismantling the Ataturk state. In all revolutions, leadership split. And in this case, that has happened. The Gulen movement and the AK Party were once the closest of allies, now only wish for the other to be completely destroyed. This is not good for Turkey. It's not good for the people involved. It's not good for the United States. Each of the two sides has won in a way. Mr. Erdogan has certainly won by showing his dramatic public support in recent elections. Mr. Gulen has won by pulling back the curtain on widespread charges of corruption. And now, if the charges are never pursued, those who believe them were false will never have the opportunity to prove it so. Those who believe that they were true will expand the rumors, and those who don't know will be worried about the effect of that kind of practice on their economy and their society. The traditional and conservative parties in the American view have not yet made themselves relevant to the conversation. They have tended to act like political clans, intent on maintaining their fiefdoms until a happy day arrives when they might get the crown themselves, and have not taken the responsibility to initiate new programs that would garner public opinion. All this leaves in the cold three important groups: Turkish business, which has always been traditionally very loyal to the government in Ankara, but now wonders what price it has to pay for its loyalty. Turkey's liberals, who voted against the traditional parties in 2002 and sought refuge in the AK Party, but now wonder if the AK Party is going to fulfill their dreams or shatter their dreams. And the press has always felt in Turkey that it had a certain space to operate, and now it feels intimidated, it feels suppressed. It didn't even report on major events inside Turkey for fear of that reaction from the government. And these groups really don't know where to go now, and they form important elements of Turkish society. Thirdly, reflection. For the U.S. informed public, Turkey, unfortunately, is losing the battle of public opinion. There are traditional allies of Turkey that have existed in the United States for decades: the business community, Jewish Americans, liberals who hope for a democratic future for Turkey, and conservatives and defense intellectuals in industry who have always been supporters of a strong Turkey as a strong NATO ally. In the last 2 years, all of these groups have been attacked or have been disappointed by actions they have seen. It may be that charges of American manipulation of Turkish markets and the Turkish economy, or conspiracy theories, or spying, or anti-Semitism at high levels in government, or encouragement of anti-Americanism may be seen as just politics as usual in Turkey. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe even it's a joke. But it's not a joke to Americans. These kinds of actions undermine American support for Turkey. They undermine American confidence in Turkish leadership. The Turkish economic minister was here a month ago to talk about including Turkey in the free trade agreement between the Europeans and the Americans. And I applaud his efforts and certainly support that idea. I think that would be a splendid idea. But then 2 weeks later, the president of one of the most prestigious American-Turkish organizations, which has supported Turkey for decades, is fired by diktat from Ankara. Now, it's beyond me to understand exactly what the logic is if you're intending to build American support, which I think is important, if these kinds of actions have to take place in the same time frame. So friends of Turkey always have hoped that Turkey would be one of the most advanced economies in the world and one of the most advanced democracies in the world. And those Americans and others have never given up on that dream. We know that democracy is a complicated process. We know that it really isn't about absolute rule by a majority. We know that strong legal protections are required against the state, and the state has to enforce those protections against itself. There have to be protections for institutions, academia, judicial, and otherwise. Excuse me. There have to be protections for a free press. That's the way a vibrant democracy works. My friends in Turkey who are members of the AK Party and who are also members of other parties all say that they understand that Turkey is on the process to becoming a complete democracy. Americans would like to see Turks taking those steps that bring that day closer for both ambitions. And for myself personally, I think that Turkey has the potential, it has the capability, it has all the talent and skill available to do that, but the impact on the American perception of how Turkey will play in the region is very important. You don't hear Americans talking anymore about Turkey being an example or a model for the region. You don't hear Americans talking anymore, and I'm including official Americans, although it might be contradicted within the hour, talking about the Turkey being a leader in the region or a key stabilizing factor. And so now people are wondering, where is that Turkey they dreamed about? Where is that Turkey they hoped for? And when is that Turkey going to appear? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ambassador Pearson, you raise a lot of very difficult questions about Turkey's place in the region, which perhaps Shaban Kardash will be able to address. If I could ask you to stick to the 10 minutes, and hopefully we'll be able to get some of the questions from the audience as well to come to you once you're done. We'd like to get as many questions as possible, but please go ahead.
Thank you, Kim. Actually, in the paper you mentioned while introducing me, I was asking a question, and my answer was more or less no. And then I will try to maintain the same line of argument here a little bit. I mean, Gönül asked me to talk about the broader outlines of Turkey's policy vis-à-vis the Middle East, perhaps talking also about the case of Syria and Iraq as they have been unfolding. Especially, I sort of have some disagreements with the way the ambassador accounted the evolution of Turkey's Syria policy. I could come back to it as well. I mean, actually, this is where I think our panel ties to the first one, and one argument made by Ömer and one argument you also made about the relevance of Turkish experience in the Middle East. And this is, I think, a time where that relevance ever becomes more apparent. And this is what Turkey has been trying to accomplish in its own ways. But as Mr. Ambassador also said, Turkey was trying to do many things, but with limited capabilities. Especially this is where I also sometimes raise criticism of Turkey's foreign policy. The question here is what Turkey has been trying to accomplish in the Middle East. And I think the main goal of Turkey in recent years, especially the AK Party, was to create a sort of regional order in which it might play some leadership role. But in order to do so, in order to create a regional order, a functioning regional order, what you need is functioning domestic orders in the constituent parts of that regional order. So you need functioning states, so to speak, in the region. And unfortunately, in the last 10 years, 20 years, we know that in the Middle East, partly because of the mismanaged American interventions, partly because of the region's own dynamics, the key states of the region have been going through difficult times. And right now, in the case of Iraq and Syria, we are observing that they are on the verge of disintegration. So the main objective of Turkey in these Middle Eastern initiatives was to bolster state structures in the region so that the broader regional framework could be more stable, and in that sense, Turkey could expand economically and strategically in the region. But the capacity Turkey has to accomplish that objective, this is where we see many challenges, and this is where also we see many disagreements between Turkey and the local actors and Turkey and the international actors, including the United States. For instance, ideally, if Turkey were able to realize its ambitions for such a regional order, it would have to be built on the participation of the key regional actors. So it should be sort of based on regional solutions to regional problems philosophy, where the regional actors are playing the lead role in terms of managing economics, politics, and security affairs. But we know that because of the disagreements in the region among the key actors, but because of also the international actors' policies, Turkey is alone, far from realizing such a regional order. And the case of Syria and recently the case of Iraq again, once again, demonstrated very clearly that in this difficult transition, Turkey directly faces first order the security externalities of this regional vacuum of security governance. And I guess this was what Minister Ala was also referring to. Turkey was the first country to face the externalities from the region, whereas in the West, the effects of what go on there might be felt a little bit later. So this is where I think the experience of Turkey is important. When we talk about Turkey becoming as a potential role model, I think there is a sort of interesting mistake being made in those analyses where we are mostly focusing on democratization as the cornerstone of that model discussion. To me, I have been arguing in my own writings that rather than democratization per se, the key issue here is the state-building process, which we need in the Middle East, and this is where Turkey could share some experience with the region, and this is actually what Turkey has been trying to do in Iraq and in Syria as well. In that sense, the Turkish policy in Syria since the start of the crisis in 2011, and Turkish policy vis-à-vis Iraq, especially since the American invasion. Before the American invasion was always based on this similar understanding that we need to work toward state building, for which we need national reconciliation in Iraq. And if you could remember the events in 2006 in Anbar province when there was insurgents, Turkey played a very instrumental role in bringing the Sunni tribes into the mainstream. And this is how Americans supported their counterinsurgency with a sort of state-building process. And there was a chance to accomplish it, but unfortunately, the policies pursued by the Maliki government since then, and especially Americans sort of disinterest after the leaving from Iraq expanded that chance very irresponsibly. And this is where I think, for instance, one of the criticisms we used to hear before about Turkish foreign policy, you also raised a similar criticism, whether Turkey has moved from zero problems with neighbors to zero neighbors. This was where I think, again, there was another
zero friends. I think it's still in the region.
There was another misunderstanding in that discussion as well. When Turkey was, for instance, criticizing Maliki, and it was immediately attributed to Turkey acting with a sectarian agenda because we were supporting Hashimi or we were supporting the Kurds. But again, Turkey's point back in those days was to underline the necessity to keep the Sunni groups within the Iraqi mainstream politics. And when we were trying to bolster ties with the Kurds in Iraq through the energy deals, again, the idea was to make them a constituent and capable part of a functioning Iraq, not to undermine the territorial integrity of Iraq. And today we see that the Kurds are seen again sort of a remedy to the security threat. But let's assume that the energy pipeline, the oil pipeline that has been now operational, wasn't there. Would the Kurds have been so much able and willing to stand against the ISIS advance? I think it would have had a different situation. So what I am trying to say is that in the region, Turkey's main vision is based on this state building as a key component of the region building, regional order building. And in the Middle East, unfortunately, the regional order has been going through a tough phase. And it was already mentioned, the debate about the end of Sykes-Picot order in the Middle East. This is up there, and we don't know how it will unfold, but the way I have followed it is the following. I see that in this process, the borders in the region are open for discussion. It doesn't mean disintegration of states, but the borders are becoming ever more irrelevant, and the national states are unable to maintain control over borders and exercise authority over the entire of their country. And we see the rise of multiple non-state and sub-state actors in this process. And most importantly, we lack an effective conflict resolution mechanism that was based on regional actors. But in the same process, we also see the decline of American interest in the region, the decline of international actors. So I have been always arguing for this point. In order to maintain a regional order, you need a mechanism to suppress violence. This is what we miss now. So in this sense, there is a vacuum of security governance, and Turkey on its own is unable to do so. And then the challenge in Syria was more or less about it, and the challenge now also in Iraq are more or less a new reiteration of the same risk. On its own part, since the start of the Arab Spring, Turkey had what I used to call an engagement policy, while most international actors, especially the Americans starting from 2012, preferred a containment policy, trying to stay away from it. But this is where we had a lot of discussions with the Americans, with the West. This was one of the reasons why perhaps we had the discussion about what groups to designate as terrorists, what groups to designate as just opposition fighters, because when you are sitting in the region, you feel the negative effects of the situation much more differently than other international actors. And then Turkey, in the second phase of the Arab Spring, where these security challenges are more obvious, still adopts the active engagement policy. And this is where, again, we see some disagreements between the containment approach of the West. I have been personally, again, arguing that the containment approach is unsustainable because of the spillover effects of Syria. Syria alone, if the entire Syrian society, this infrastructure, the state was disintegrated, it may not have been a big challenge on its own, but the regional implications of Syria, we discussed it, you remember, in 2012 in the autumn, the annual Middle East Institute conference, we discussed the challenge of Syria. Unfortunately, we are experiencing that situation, the regional repercussions, and this is where we see the effect of Syria for Iraq as well. And then Turkey still insists that there should be more active engagement in order to undermine the instability in Syria. And I would like to, I have another minute or so, to come back to Mr. Ambassador's account of the way Turkish foreign policy has in Syria has unfolded, because I personally have followed it while writing different reports and articles on that. And in our classes, we usually say the ambassadors have one weakness. When they are posted to somewhere, they see the things from a native perspective. They see the trees, but perhaps miss the forest. And this is where I think his account of the way Turkish approach has evolved in Syria is a little bit missing some essential parts of the story. And he's right, the Turkish embassy posted in Damascus might have had limited ties and contacts with the opposition from the beginning of the Syrian uprising back in 2011. But outside Syria, Turkey was actually really having deep ties. And then the opposition organized in Turkey, in Istanbul, in March, April 2011 already. And even before Foreign Minister Davutoğlu visited Damascus in August, in April already, the Prime Minister Erdogan sent the Chief of Intelligence Fidan and other officers as sort of go-betweens between the opposition and the regime. And even back then, they proposed some reforms. Assad indeed did deliver reforms before the August deal. In May, he announced that other parties could run. He gave some rights to the Kurds. So there was, again, some Turkish intervention there. But he's right. I agree with his assessment that, especially after Ömer Onhun observed the withdrawal, actually it didn't take until September. In 2 days, the deal was broken by Assad himself. The conclusion the Turks drew from that experience was that talking to the Assad and finding a mediated solution was impossible. This was the day when the Turkish approach changed, and increasingly, and since then and still has been based on Assad leaving the power as a precondition for any political settlement. About the trade as well, the regional impact on Turkey's provinces bordering Syria has been the most visible, but still, from an economic point of view, I was there last 3 weeks ago, and we published a report in my think tank on Syrian refugees as well. Actually, the economic impact could be debated. Right. Now, when you look at the trade figures, because of the international aid assistance flowing to Syria through Turkey, overall we recaptured the trade figures. And in domestic economy, because of the refugees, also because of the flow of Syrian capital out of Syria, you see some flourishing economy. It is not necessarily having a terrible economic impact.
All right. Thank you very much for your talk. Thank you. Thank you for this overview. Thank you to all our speakers. We're going to take questions from the floor now. If you could line up on both sides. There's a microphone on both sides of the room. And while people line up for the questions, I will just start with one myself. If I could ask Ambassador Ford and Mr. Kardash to answer that question. Mr. Ford, do you think that the US is now suddenly going to be engaging Iran in a way that it hadn't before? And what are the implications for the Syria policy? And Shaban, do you think that Turkey's regretting the way it approached Syria and its own red line when it comes to stating that Assad had to go? If I could ask you both to just answer very briefly, and then we can go to questions.
I don't know if we'll have serious conversations with the Iranians about the security situation in Iraq. Our policy heretofore had been not to do that. But I noticed that Secretary Kerry said something which made the headlines of the Washington Post today. So my sense is that this is being studied, and Bill Burns is over in Vienna right now. But I think his trip there is mainly about the nuclear discussions, the nuclear talks. What impact would it have? Not entirely clear to me. The Islamic State is not 10 feet tall, as Judith noted. And my guess is that their advance will be slowed in Iraq as they come into greater and greater contact with, shall we say, better motivated Shia militias. That'll have a whole series of other risks accompanying it, and so any discussions we have with Iran, my guess is will not have much impact on Syria, since we really are diametrically opposed in Syria, so far at least. The real question to me would be, could the Iranians help moderate the behavior of Shia militias as they come into violent contact with Sunni extremists? And there are going to be a lot of civilians in places like Diyala province and west of Baghdad and Tikrit, who are going to be right on that fault line of engagement, and they're going to be in a world of hurt. All right. So all sides are going to need to try to exercise restraint. I honestly do not know a foreign country that has an ability to moderate the behavior of the Islamic State.
Right. And Mr. Kardash, where do you think Turkey stands today when it comes to its Assad policy? Any regrets about how far you've gone in declaring that he should go?
Well, the way I follow it, I don't think you can say regret in terms of calling Assad to leave. I don't see such a regret. But we see the pressures to adjust policy to the new reality. This is the reality of the Syrian situation posing security externalities, and this is where the issues of border security are becoming more pressing, and this is where, for instance, you see greater level of security cooperation with Western partners. In addition to conventional deterrence through NATO, we also see a lot of intelligence sharing with the European agencies about the flow of fighters from Europe and other places, back and forth through the Turkish border, and also bolstering the security precautions along the border through the use of greater technological assistance as well as other forms. But then the issue of governance, to me, this is the key. what is going to be the governance arrangement for the areas that are under the regime control and that are outside the regime control. And as was mentioned, the parts of Syria closer along the Turkish border are controlled largely by different different opposition groups, and also there are the Kurds. Now the challenge in the next stage will be to how to ensure that there is some basic governance being set up. This will be the main challenge.
I think we're still quite far from the time when we can discuss governance, perhaps in Syria. But let's start with questions, please. If you could state your name and affiliation and keep your answers short. Try not to have any statements, please. Go ahead.
Jan, and I am with the Armenian Assembly of America. And my question is for Dr. Kardash regarding regional and economic stability. What is the status of Turkey's land blockade on Armenia, and when do you think it will be lifted? And please talk about the potential of trade with Armenia for Turkey's rural southeastern region.
Go ahead. Dr. Kardash, go ahead.
One by one? Okay, I thought you would collect questions.
Yeah, we'll just do one after the other.
About the Turkish policy on Armenia, as you know, it is a mix of different issues together. On the one hand, the dispute between the Turks and Armenians, which is also because of the policy of the state of Armenia. And on the other hand, there is the issue of the occupied territories of Azerbaijan by Armenia. And the decision to close the border was based on Armenia's occupation of Azeri territories. So it is conditional on the resolution of that dispute. And then the way the two have evolved, they are now interlinked. As you know, in 2008-9, there was a normalization effort between Turkey and Armenia. But because the Armenia-Azerbaijan process did not produce any results, the Turkish normalization process has been also stalled. But in recent months, we see some efforts. The foreign minister visited Armenia, and then the prime minister issued a statement last April, which was sort of expressing some sympathy with the suffering of the Armenians. So with these developments, and we also see a lot of second-track diplomatic initiatives, we see that there are different attempts underway to again re-energize this normalization process. But the implications, some think tanks have carried out studies that if the border could be opened, it will lead to more trade, it will be beneficial. That's obvious. But then I always tell to my Armenian friends that the benefits from opening the border with Armenia will be far less from the broader trade potential Turkey has with Azerbaijan. So you should also look at that side of the story. But then in order to achieve a real benefit from trade and integration from a neo-functionalist perspective, like the European Union example, you have to have a broader regional cooperation, for which you need to solve the Armenia-Azerbaijan dispute as well.
Thank you very much. And we'll take a question from the left, please, if you could introduce yourself.
My name's Justin Weisbrod. I'm an intern, but I'm a student at the University of Pennsylvania in terms of affiliation. And my question is open to all of you, whoever wants to answer, but it deals mainly with Turkey's relationship with Israel and how all the events that we've talked about so far here, the fight against extremism, all the different topics, how that relates to what you guys predict for the future of those relations. They obviously deteriorated after the flotilla raid in 2010, and only just recently have the prime ministers spoken with one another and asked to resume diplomatic relations, but as of yet, ambassadors haven't been called yet. So I'm curious what your guys' thoughts are on the future of those relations and how it ties into all the various topics we've talked about already.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Ambassador Pearson, would you like to take that one?
Sure. I think that the two countries will achieve diplomatic relations, normalize them within a certain period of time, perhaps either as an added weight in the presidential campaign in Turkey before August, or as an announcement after that election is held to show the magnanimity of Turkey's approach to Israel during this dispute. But I would not expect there to be a significant warming of the relationship thereafter. There are significant differences between Turkey and Israel which need to be resolved, but which will probably only be resolved over time. That corner of geography, the northwest Middle East, is the most volatile piece of geography in the world today. And so the importance of Israel and Turkey being able to talk to each other and address these issues constructively couldn't be more important than it is right now.
And Shaban, I think you wanted to say something as well?
Yeah, I also agree. Over time, there might be normalization, but not really warming up. But right now, as we stand, I think the ball is in the Israeli court. They are expected to move, and this is what the Prime Minister Erdogan also said to one American congressional delegation visiting Turkey last month. So, I mean, the talks are underway, but Netanyahu is having a hard time proceeding on both fronts, the peace talks and normalization with Turkey, and they have to come forward now. We were expecting for the municipal elections result, and there might be some progress, but now the Turkish presidential elections are approaching, but the move has to come from the Israeli side as the things stand.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
This is a question for Ambassador Ford regarding Syria. The Assad government just retook Latakia province, which includes the Armenian town of Kasab, what has been described as the last Armenian town in the Middle East, and Aleppo continues to be ground zero with Armenians again caught in the crosshairs. It is common knowledge that Turkey assisted the terrorists to enter Latakia and take Kasab, only to designate the group as a terrorist organization months later. What lessons have the Turkish government learned in their support of the extremist groups, and can we expect them to learn from this? Sorry for my mispronunciation of words.
Thank you for the question. Ambassador Ford?
Syrian forces just retook Kasab yesterday, I believe. And I'm sure that there was some element of Turkish complicity in terms of allowing people to move around the border in order for them to launch the multi-directional attack on Kasab some months ago. You mentioned Aleppo, and that fight's been going on for a year and a half, and something like 4 million Syrians have been affected there, including the Armenian community, but not limited to the Armenian community. And you asked what lessons the Turks have drawn, and I would say, I think, two things. Number one, I think there is a better understanding now among our Turkish friends of the problem of extremism in Syria, but it's a really deeply rooted problem, and it isn't going to be fixed in a day or two. And the second thing, which I believe the Turks have learned out of all of this, is that Assad is quite deeply entrenched, and unless there is more help to the moderate opposition, it's going to be really hard to get any kind of a political deal. I don't see any change. I'd be interested if Professor Kardesh does, but I don't see yet any sign that the Turks are actually changing their stance on leaving Assad in place. My understanding is that the Turks still believe there needs to be a new government set up with or without Assad, but done through negotiation.
Thank you very much. Take a question from this side of the room, please.
Yes. My name is Hassan. I was born in Tehran. With the recent events that is happening in that part of the world, which the ambassadors also pointed out to be very volatile, and America has been trying for so long to try to be an honest broker. With events that we see right now as this moment, it seems to me that the U.S. is running out of carrots and sticks to use to be able to be effective there. Therefore, they're looking for some local, regional powers that they can pick up the banner and then calm down that situation. My question is to the ambassadors, which country do they think that can do this work?
Ambassador Ford, Ambassador Pearson. And perhaps Judith, you also want to weigh in because you had something to say about how you can't always blame the US for everything.
Maybe you should go first.
Judith.
In any case, I think that the ability of the United States to affect the outcome of issues in the Middle East is still the largest single factor in the calculation of what to do in the region. I have a lot of sympathy for President Obama. The American people have told him to get out of Afghanistan, to get out of Iraq, to get out of Libya, and to get out of the Middle East. And he is trying to balance the reality of the need for an American presence and American action with public opinion that is running strongly against him. He will be blamed for every single choice he makes by somebody. But the important part of this equation is that the United States has the ability to talk to anyone and see if there is a solution. If talking to the Iranians is useful, why not talk to the Iranians? Yes, it gives them leverage, but it also gives them responsibility. Iran is the first nation to come, I will say, out into the open as a player now. It always had been a proxy player. Now it comes out into the open. Next probably will be the Saudis. They will come out from being a proxy player to being an open player because some of those bad guys up there paid with Saudi money. So the ability of the United States to help manage that is still the greatest single factor in a successful outcome. It is unfortunate that we are 2 or 3 years too late, but it still is a fact if you're looking forward. So thank you.
Judith?
It's a great question, and I think to a great extent, Iran is really the only government that can have any leverage at this point. And the United States has leverage, but it doesn't have the ability really, without troops on the ground, one can question that. Now, Obama's made very clear he does not want to there will be no troops on the ground. But there are other forms of cooperation. And the Iranians are there, and they have been. And whether we like it or not, they're going to continue to be there. But if you need to get changes, if you need to find someone who can bring pressure on Maliki, we want preconditions on Maliki, for example. Before we'll give you aid, you have to promise to 1, 2, and 3. But it's really only the Iranians who can add their voice to that and have an impact. There's nobody else who can do that. And in that sense, I think that there are possibilities for limited cooperation, but you have to go into it with the idea that you're not going to change Iranian overall policy. For the Iranians, they've defined very clearly that Iraq is in their strategic interest. Iraq in the form it has, Iraq with a government that is compliant. Doesn't matter if it's Maliki to them, I don't think, but they will have a government that will protect and follow their interests and that they can feel secure with and not feel threatened by. Well, if we can live with that, and we probably can, we also would like a government that's not going to threaten anybody, that there may be ways, without, everyone sending in what a united, don't look for military force to do it, but there are ways to have leverage to get some of the things you want, but we're not going to be able to do it all by ourselves.
And Ambassador Ford, is there then an interesting equation there to look at? Does the US cooperate with Iran on stemming back the flow of ISIS towards Baghdad, and in exchange they get a nuclear deal and they compromise on Assad's future?
I think there's a strong desire here in Washington to have the nuclear deal stand on its own merits. I don't think they want to tie that to anything in the region.
What about Assad's future?
No, if you just let me intrude here, Iran has deliberately kept these issues separate. We have as well, and I think that will continue.
Great. One last question over there, please.
Hi, my name is Melissa Crawford, and I'm a Ringel Fellow currently working with the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. And it might surprise some people to know, but Turkey is the world's 4th largest donor in humanitarian aid, behind the United States, the EU, and the UK. And this aid isn't especially located just in Syria, but it's given to Pakistan, Lebanon, especially Somalia and other nations in Africa with a significant Muslim population. And assuming that the $3.3 billion Ankara has spent in aid isn't entirely altruistic, what do you believe are Turkey's goals or overall strategy with this aid?
Thank you. We're running out of time, but we'll group it with the last question, and then I'll distribute.
Rahim Rashidi from Kurdistan TV. My question is for Ambassador Ford and Mr. Kardash. Hussein Chelik from AK Party said KRG have the right to their independence. What is your opinion of this message? Thank you.
Shaban, if you could start by addressing the question about aid and Turkey's motivations.
Yeah, just let me, about Iran, I share
Sure.
our assessment. With Turkey as well, during the visit, I mean, they say we have to fight over radicalism, but they want to keep the Assad staying in power issue standalone, so they want to separate it. About the development aid, I mean, there should not be confusion about the numbers. I mean, as of 2011, I guess, it was there when we, for the first time, spent more than $1 billion US dollars for development aid, and this has been ongoing. This is one of the flourishing parts of Turkish foreign policy, and it has been based on mixed motivations. Of course, like other traditional donors, Turkey has this sort of globalist reasons to do so, but like many other rising donors, there is this literature as well. The new actors such as Korea, they are also rising donors. Turkey can also be put in that category. But more specifically, it is shaped by Turkey's foreign policy to a large extent. The receivers of Turkey's development aid are mostly, when it started over time, of course, it evolved, starting from Central Asia, Balkans, later Afghanistan, and in recent years, African countries. So there's definitely some match between the evolution of Turkish foreign policy and development assistance. But the number you referred to, this is only the money spent, the $3 billion US dollars. This is only the money spent for the Syrian refugees. It should not be conflated with the development aid. This is a different story. And about Mr. Chelik's statements, I don't know what to say because I didn't read it. I don't know in what context he said it. But my own position on the Kurds in Iraq, I'm actually on Friday before departing Ankara with the workshop at my institution, and we had researchers from different groups in Iraq representing all factions, including the Kurds. And I was in the region for several times this year in the north and in Mosul as well. I mean, they have this desire to go alone, and I think there is a risk of opportunistic behavior here, especially as was mentioned in the case of Kirkuk. So if they move in the direction of turning this temporary situation into a permanent gain by A, declaring independence, or B, claiming or consolidating their claims over the disputed territories, they are going to undermine Iraq even further, and they will also get destabilized. So the current stability in the north is not, I think, very solid. They also have to recognize that they should not be misled by this appearance of stability.
Ambassador Ford, do you want to give us your last thoughts on the Kurdish question?
One of the things that most strikes me about Turkish policy in the last 5 years is the 180-degree turn that Ankara has had with the Kurdish regional government in northern Iraq. It was, when I was at the American embassy, it was extremely antagonistic, very difficult. I can remember making visits up to Iraqi Kurdistan, up to Salahuddin to meet President Barzani, and the Turks on numerous occasions we either were or had just engaged in shelling. And so I think one of the first things for people to keep in mind is the relations with the Kurdish regional government in Iraq, I think, first revolve around security. They do not, the Turks very reasonably do not want PKK fighters to assemble in Kurdish-held areas of northern Iraq and then go in to Turkey proper and conduct ambushes of Turkish security personnel, which has happened regularly over the past years. I think they have a sense that Barzani now is committed to do more on that. Then there's the energy angle, which is relatively newer in the last couple of years, newer than the security issues, and that is a relationship which both sides, Kurdish and Turks, have an interest in. And I think the Turks finally are very aware of the regional angle there, which includes but is not limited to Iran as well as Arab states, which will have their own views about the dismemberment of an Arab sovereign nation. So I'm not quite sure what Mr. Celli said, but I'm sure that although the Turks may see some angles here, I think they're also going to see lots of areas where they're going to need to be cautious.
We have to wrap up, but Judith, you have 30
Yeah,
seconds
just
for your last thought.
Very brief, that the risk of opportunistic behavior that my colleague mentioned is exactly the point I made earlier, that the Kurds' behavior, especially in taking over the disputed territories, it simply is laying the groundwork for future warfare and for bringing the Arabs at some point together, because that is the red flag, or whatever you want to call it, for them. And the other thing is that Barzani has not kept many of his promises to the Turks, including prior commitments to do something about the PKK, and the fact that he is unpopular with the Syrian Kurds and not too popular, I think, with the Turkish Kurds as well. I don't know what benefit in the long term he's going to bring to Ankara.
All right, thank you all very much for your incredibly interesting talks, or interventions, as I like to call them sometimes. Thank you all for joining us for this panel about Turkish foreign policy in an age of uncertainty, and thank you to our panelists.
It's our honor now to have our U.S. keynote speaker, Amanda Slot, who will be talking about U.S. policy towards Turkey. But moderating her is Dr. Paul Salem, who's the Vice President at the Middle East Institute for Policy and Research. Paul has come to us after a long career in Beirut. He's half Lebanese, where he's run the Carnegie Institute there. He has his PhD from Harvard University, and we are very fortunate to have Paul as our vice president. And Paul, if you could come up here and introduce our speaker.
Thank you, Ambassador Chamberlain, and good to see everybody back. I know after lunch it's a bit of a slow start. We're very honored and happy to have with us Dr. Amanda Sloat today. She's the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Southern Europe and East Mediterranean Affairs at the Bureau of European and Eurasian Affairs in the State Department, to share with us her views of the U.S.-Turkish relationship. As Deputy Assistant Secretary, she deals directly with issues relating to Turkey, as well as issues related to Greece and Cyprus in the Eastern Mediterranean, and also deals with sort of the relationship between Europe and Middle East and North African countries as far as the U.S. is concerned with that relationship. So has a very interesting portfolio, and one which certainly is of great interest to us today. She took this position in September of 2013. Before that, she's held several positions. She was an advisor at the Bureau of European and Eurasian Affairs. She was also a senior advisor to the White House coordinator for Middle East and North Africa and the Gulf. Prior to that, she was a senior member of the U.S. House of Representatives Foreign Affairs Committee staff, and before that worked with the National Democratic Institute on democratization issues in Iraq, with Parliament and with other groups there. She holds a PhD in politics from the University of Edinburgh, and we look forward to her comments. She will make an opening set of remarks, and then we'll turn it over to an audience Q&A, and she has about 30 minutes to spend with us. Dr. Sloat, please.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, Paul, for that introduction. I'm delighted to be here today to discuss U.S.-Turkey relations. It couldn't come at a more critical time in our partnership. Our thoughts and prayers today are with our Turkish diplomatic colleagues and their families, along with the Turkish truckers who are being held hostage in Iraq. As Vice President Biden told Prime Minister Erdogan last week, the U.S. supports Turkey's efforts to bring their citizens home safely. I welcome the opportunity to speak at the Middle East Institute, which in my opinion represents the best of what constructive international dialogue can be. George Camp Kaiser's vision for MEI when it was founded in 1946 was to increase knowledge of the Middle East among the citizens of the United States and to promote a better understanding between the people of these two areas. In the 68 years since, MEI has been delivering on that mission. This is MEI's 5th annual conference on Turkey. It is also just over 5 years since President Obama made his first trip overseas as president. He chose to start in Turkey because, as he explained to the parliament in Ankara, he wanted to send a message to the world. Turkey, he said, is a critical ally. Turkey is an important part of Europe. And Turkey and the United States must stand together and work together to overcome the challenges of our time. While much has changed in Turkey, the region, and even the United States since that first conference and that first visit in 2009, the reality is that the challenges have increased while the imperative to work together remains as important as ever. Indeed, our bilateral relationship is more robust, more vibrant, and more multifaceted than at any time since Turkey's founding. Sometimes there are differences between us, and sometimes these differences can be significant. But the strength of our partnership means that we can discuss these issues directly and candidly. Let me begin by saying a few words about our security cooperation, which remains the bedrock of our relationship. Turkey has been an integral part of the Euro-Atlantic security architecture for decades. A NATO member for 62 years, we have stood shoulder to shoulder, from Kosovo to Afghanistan to Libya. Throughout the recent Ukraine crisis, Turkey has stood with the international community in rejecting Russia's attempted annexation of Crimea and calling on all sides to de-escalate. Turkey has also drawn attention to the plight of Crimea's Tatar community. In addition, Turkey is joining NATO allies in contributing military assets to reassurance activities in Central and Eastern Europe. At the same time that Turkey is supporting the security of its allies, Turkey is also facing very real challenges on its own borders. We are all alarmed by the continued gains of ISIL in Iraq, which pose significant dangers for regional and for international security. The United States has condemned the brutal terrorist takeover of Mosul last week, including the unacceptable seizure of Turkish hostages. We remain actively involved in working with Iraqi leaders in support of their efforts to implement an effective and coordinated response to this crisis. These developments in Iraq highlight the threat posed to the entire region by the spillover of terrorism and violence from Syria's civil war. The Syrian conflict has already been costly for Turkey, as over 70 Turks have died as a result of cross-border violence. Turkey is also bearing a significant financial burden from hosting 1 million Syrian refugees. The Turkish government is dedicating enormous resources to operating 22 refugee camps, while facing ongoing challenges in providing services to the many Syrians who struggle to survive in urban areas. The United States is deeply appreciative of Turkey's generosity, and we have provided $142 million as part of the $2 billion we have contributed regionally to support their efforts. Despite the financial and human toll of this conflict, Turkey has remained a key facilitator of U.S. assistance to refugees and to the moderate Syrian opposition. Turkey has also actively supported international efforts to find a political solution to the conflict as a key member of the London 11. We must continue working together, along with our regional partners, to stem the flow of foreign fighters that are expanding the scope of this conflict. President Obama has called for a $5 billion counterterrorism partnership fund to provide greater support to our friends on the front line of this battle. The instability of Turkey's southern tier gives renewed urgency to Ankara to mend relations and restore ties with its neighbors. We continue to encourage Turkey and Israel to complete the normalization process, which would benefit both countries as well as the region. In Egypt, the United States will continue pressing for greater political inclusivity and policies that uphold the fundamental rights of all Egyptians, goals shared by Turkey. Given Egypt's severe economic challenges, Turkish businesses are well placed to aid the country's growth. There is reason for cautious optimism in Cyprus, where Turkey, along with Greece, has played an important and constructive role in facilitating the resumption of settlement talks after nearly a 2-year hiatus. As Vice President Biden reiterated during his historic visit to Cyprus last month, the United States remains committed to supporting UN-led efforts to reunify the island as a bizonal, bicommunal federation. A Cyprus settlement would attract investment, accelerate growth, increase employment, and expand innovation in a variety of sectors, from construction and energy to tourism and finance. After decades of division, there is a real chance for a lasting settlement that would bring positive benefits to the entire Eastern Mediterranean. We continue to encourage Turkey and Armenia to move towards normalization as a means of creating the peaceful, productive, and prosperous relationship that the people of both countries deserve. On this year's Remembrance Day, Prime Minister Erdogan expressed his condolences to the grandchildren of those Armenians killed during World War I. That gesture and other positive efforts by the Turkish government in recent months indicate that space for dialogue is opening. But more can be done, and we encourage both sides to reach a full, frank, and just acknowledgement of the facts. The United States stands ready to support all efforts in service of reconciliation. In addition to the importance of our collaboration across myriad regional security challenges, our partnership has increasingly expanded in the economic realm as well. In the last decade, Turkey has gone astonishing economic growth, tripling the size of its economy and leaping from the 26th to the 17th largest economy in the world. Turkey is a G20 member, and Turkey has set an impressive goal of becoming a top 10 economy by 2023. At the same time, U.S. exports to Turkey have tripled in the last decade. In 2011, overall U.S.-Turkey trade grew by a whopping 35%, and another 24% the following year. As a result of Turkey's remarkable potential, the Department of Commerce has made it one of our highest priority countries for increased bilateral trade. In order to strengthen trade, increase investment, and create business opportunities, we established the U.S.-Turkey Bilateral Framework for Strategic and Economic and Commercial Cooperation, known as the FSEC. Led by Commerce Secretary Pritzker and U.S. Trade Representative Froman, the FSEC demonstrates our commitment at the highest levels of the U.S. government to expanding our economic relationship. At its third meeting this past May, Secretary Pritzker announced that she will lead the President's Export Council to Turkey later this year to identify ways to further enhance our commercial relations. As many of you know, the United States is currently negotiating a free trade agreement with the European Union, known as the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership, or TTIP. We take seriously Turkey's concerns about the potential impact that negotiations could have on their economy in light of their customs union with the EU. Following Prime Minister Erdogan's visit to Washington last May, we established the U.S.-Turkey High-Level Committee as a mechanism to keep Turkey informed about the status of these negotiations. One of the reasons for Turkey's impressive economic growth has been the introduction of democratic reforms. In order to maintain and increase its economic development, Turkey must continue to live up to the universal democratic principles that undergird its strength. We have to acknowledge that some political events over the past few months have been troubling. As a result, questions have been raised about the trajectory of Turkish democracy, whether media and online freedom are adequately guaranteed, whether rule of law is sufficiently protected, whether citizens have the right to free assembly and free expression, whether the judicial system is free from political interference, and whether the voices of all minorities are being heard. As Vice President Biden stated, the United States does not pretend to be indifferent to the developments in Turkey because we firmly believe that countries with open societies, political systems, and economies, democratic institutions, and a firm commitment to universal human rights, these are the countries that will thrive in the 21st century. As we in the United States know from our own experience, strengthening due process, fighting corruption, and encouraging civic participation in political decision-making not only make countries freer, but also help them grow more quickly. While the United States is not and will not become involved in Turkey's internal politics, we will continue to express, as we do around the world, our strong support for transparent and accountable government. As Turkey prepares for presidential elections in August, we remain optimistic that the ongoing debates in Turkey can ultimately lead to an even stronger and more successful democracy. In closing, let me say that relations between countries cannot be built on government-to-government contacts alone. Rather, they also require engagement between our businesses, our civil societies, and our diaspora communities. These people-to-people contacts are the lifeblood of our bond. I am delighted to see several Turkish American groups here today, and I thank you for everything that you are doing to promote mutual understanding and cooperation between us. These interpersonal relationships have the power to promote dialogue and foster deeper understanding, even when, perhaps especially when, our governments may not be in agreement. Nowhere is this more important and more evident than in our student exchanges. More Turkish students study at American universities than in any European country. The future of Turkish democracy is the country's outward-looking, creative, and dynamic youth. As President Obama said in Ankara in 2009, Turkey draws strength from both the successes of the past and from the efforts of each generation of Turks that make new progress for your people. The talent, ingenuity, and hard work of Turkey's students will provide the backbone of Turkey's economy in the future. From our security alliance and growing economic partnership to our shared values and enduring personal connections, the U.S.-Turkey relationship remains at the heart of American engagement in the world. With the help of MBI and organizations like it on both sides of the Atlantic, I am confident that our friendship will continue to flourish and endure. Thank you all for your commitment to this vital partnership and to supporting the role that the United States and Turkey play together in promoting security and prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sloat, for that very clear and comprehensive exposition of U.S. policy, U.S. interests, U.S. values as relates to the issues related to Turkey. Now is time for audience Q&A. There are 2 microphones. Please stand up, and I will take one question from the right, one question from the left as you line up, if there are. Please, sir.
Thank you. It's İlhan Tanır from Turkish Press for Ms. Sloat. My question is, you touched some of the issues of the Turkish democracy and trajectory of it. My question is, since there's so much mutual interests and benefits between the 2 countries, how do you do this balancing act while handling Turkey, on the one hand, many democratic standards, press freedom or judiciary, Turkey seems to be sliding back when we look at the international indexes and freedom indexes. On the other hand, this alliance is very important to you. How do you do this balancing act? Thank you.
Thank you. I think we try and do it exactly as I outlined in my speech. Right? The reality is that Turkey is a critically important partner to the United States. It's located in a strategically significant region. And when you look across the region, there's hardly any challenge that we're not working on in partnership with Turkey. Whether it's Syria, Iran, Iraq, Ukraine, Turkey is vitally important to what the United States is trying to do in the region, and all of these areas, these countries, these issues touch on Turkey's interest as well. At the same time, I think our partnership is strong enough that while we're working in collaboration on some of these broad foreign policy challenges, we can also have very frank conversations about areas where we find concern. And I think we continue to be frank in both our public and private comments when there's things that arise, including in the democracy and rule of law realm that cause concern.
Thank you, Amanda. Let me throw out 2 questions of my own. You mentioned the free trade agreement that is being negotiated with Europe. The European-Turkish relationship obviously was very important in encouraging Turkey along the path of transition. You deal with European sort of Middle East issues from the Washington side. Could you tell us a bit more, about sort of the free trade issue as relates to Turkey and the EU, but also as recent parliamentary elections in Europe indicated, there is a dramatic move to the right in Europe. The relationship, the EU accession talks have eventually sort of stalled, and that for some has been the reasoning behind some of the the backtracking that has happened in Turkey. What's your view of the sort of the EU-Turkish relationship, and how does the U.S. Relate to all of that?
Well, I think I'll take your second question first, and I appreciate your raising the European Union. The United States has, from the very beginning, supported Turkey's desire to join the EU. We think this is something that would be in Turkey's interest. It's something that would be in Europe's interest. The United States obviously doesn't have a vote in who the EU takes in as new members, but we watch as interested observers from the outside. And it's a process that we continue to support. Turkish leaders have continued to express interest in joining the EU. The EU continues its conversations with Turkey, and we would certainly encourage both sides to continue moving forward in this process together. I think in terms of the European Union elections, there still is a majority in Parliament, I think, in support of moving ahead. The EU is also a strong partner of the United States in working on the broad range of challenges, and we remain optimistic about our relationship with the EU continuing to move forward in a productive direction. Obviously, one of the main projects that we're involved with the EU on is the negotiations of TTIP. This is something that USTR and my trade colleagues have the lead on. I think from the Turkey perspective, we're certainly aware of concerns that Turkey has in terms of the potential impact on its customs union. We continue to encourage the Turks to raise these issues with the EU and work with them on that side. And as I mentioned, we've set up mechanisms that enable us to talk directly with the Turks about the impact from our side as well. So I think we're confident moving forward in our dialogue with the Turks and with the EU that we can continue to find a way to make this work moving ahead.
Thank you. In your remarks, you mentioned sort of Turkey's regional role and long cooperation between the U.S. and Turkey on a number of things, and you mentioned recently the issue of Egypt and approaching that. In the morning also, we were discussing, obviously, the very dramatic developments in Iraq and Syria. And the Minister of Interior, who spoke at the keynote in the morning, Minister Ala, indicated that Turkey had made the point to its allies and friends regionally, internationally, previously, that there's serious risks and more needs to be done. And he sort of hinted that perhaps this, new dramatic set of developments might be an opportunity for a renewed, cooperation among regional and international allies to address some of the dramatic risks that are emanating from there. What's your read as to sort of State Department's reading and reaction recently? How might that relate to renewed talks with Turkey over what's going on next door?
Sure. The issue of Iraq is certainly something that's focusing the attention of many minds in the State Department, the White House, the Defense Department over the last couple of days. Certainly the bulk of our conversations with the Turks in the last couple of days have been continuing to express concern about the situation of their hostages in Iraq, continuing to reiterate our support for Turkey's efforts to get them back, and continuing to offer whatever appropriate assistance might be desired in that regard. The Vice President spoke to Prime Minister Erdogan twice last week. Secretary Kerry has also been in communication with regional partners over the weekend, and we're continuing to consult broadly with partners throughout the region and in looking at this very troubling situation and looking at what the United States in cooperation with its partners can do moving forward. We're certainly very aware of the Turkish focus on the hostage situation, and we're continuing to look at the broader ramifications, the impact this is obviously having on the crisis in Syria, and doing what we can also in partnership with Iraq's leaders. As I think both President Obama and Secretary have been very clear, there's also an onus on Iraq's leaders in this situation as well. And I think as the President and Secretary have said over the last couple of days, the administration is certainly continuing to explore options. We're continuing to consult widely and to work out what steps are going to be appropriate in the coming days.
Thank you. We do have a question. Yes?
As an Armenian American
Could you
citizen,
introduce yourself?
Yes. My name is Mariam Pashan, and I'm with the Armenian Assembly. My question is open to either of you, and it is, if the U.S. is for Turkey and Armenia to reconcile, then why did the Speaker of the House, John Boehner, tell the President of Turkey that Congress has no intention of passing the Armenian genocide recognition?
Well, as a former congressional staffer, I can tell you that Congress and the administration are two separate branches of government. So I would never want to speak for Congress or speak for Speaker Boehner, and I will certainly let the Speaker's comments stand. The only thing I can do is reiterate the administration's position, and I think President Obama was very clear in April when he made his statement on the anniversary of the events. U.S. policy remains very much in the interest of seeing normalization between Turkey and Armenia. We think that a full, just recognition of the facts would be useful in terms of moving forward to the normalization of relations. We believe that's something that would be of benefit to both countries and also to the wider region in the Caucasus.
Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Ali Aslan, Washington correspondent, Zaman, a newspaper of Turkey. There's a big crisis going on in Iraq. I'm wondering what would the U.S. Expect from Turkey to do to help with the U.S. efforts in Iraq, and how can Turkey help, and how can U.S. help?
Thank you. That's a very good question, and it's certainly the subject of a lot of conversations that are happening between our political leaders right now. I don't want to get ahead of our diplomatic discussions, but certainly the United States continues to work in close consultation with Turkey. Turkey obviously has a very significant stake in the situation in Iraq, as it does in Syria, both in terms of the movement of foreign fighters, the movement of refugees, and also the broader security and stability of the region. As I said, the administration is having internal consultations right now. We're also continuing to have consultations with our regional partners, and decisions about action are going to be made in the next couple of days.
Well, thank you. If there is questions arising at the last minute. All right, sir.
Hi, Tolga Tanis with Hürriyet. I had a follow-up question to Ali's actually regarding this Iraq. Are Turkish hostages preventing U.S. to take any step right now because of the delicate situation? And also, in terms of the long run, the expectation that Ali raised from Turkey when it comes to Iraq, given its Sunni leaders who played a role in this incident, like Tariq al-Hashimi or maybe al-Durzi, there are some reports that they were staying in Turkey before the incident. So in the long run, what are you expecting from Turkey in terms of the situation in Iraq?
And let's take another question from the gentleman here. Those will be the last two. Sir.
Amanda. I'm Rafi Danziger, an advisor to AIPAC. And we heard from two former ambassadors that there would be no linkage between the talks the United States are going to have with Iran on Iraq and the nuclear issue. And now, since you are a current official, can you confirm that indeed there will be no linkage with those two negotiations?
Yes or no answer.
I know. There are never yes or no answers. In response to the previous question, I'm afraid my answer is probably going to disappoint you as much as it did your journalist colleague. I'm certainly not looking to make any headlines with my presentation today on Iraq, and all I can do is certainly reiterate our understanding and concern for Turkey's hostages and our continued discussion with them, as well as the continued discussions that we're having inside the administration and with our partners on next steps. In terms of the discussion about consultations with Iraq or with Iran, this question did come up at the morning briefing at the State Department, and the State Department spokesman noted that the United States was open to consulting with Iran regarding Iraq, as we were doing with Iraq's neighbors. So I will refer you to the comments at the briefing this morning.
Thank you, Dr. Sloat, and please join me in thanking her for taking the time presenting the U.S. position. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please be seated. We're going to start our last panel of the day
I know it's been such a long day for all of you, so we'll try to keep this short and sweet. Of course, this great panel can't be complete without discussing one of the most pressing issues in Turkey's domestic issues. It is the Kurdish issue. Since 2009, when the Turkish government, through the ruling AKP party, started or announced the democratization package that included addressing the Kurdish situation in Turkey up until now, and especially from 2012 until now, a lot of development happened between the Turkish government and the Kurdistan Workers' Parties through the Peace, Democracy, and Parties and the negotiations between the two sides. A lot of events have taken place in the broader region in terms of the rise of the Kurdish question in Syria, and of course the recent events and the surge of ISIS in Iraq has also affected how the Turkish government might or should respond to the peace negotiations between the government and the Turks. Joining me today to discuss this important issue for great panelists, to my right is Mr. Mehmet Yüksel. Mr. Yüksel is the representative of Pro-Kurdish Peace and Democracy Party, BDP, to the United States. He's based here in Washington, D.C. Next to him is Mr. Ali Muratyel. He is the editor-in-chief for the Turkey Agenda. And then, of course, Dr. Gönül Tuğ. She is the head of Turkey's Studies Center here at the Middle East Institute. And our last panelist is Mr. Yasin Aktay, who is the vice president of AKP Party for External Affairs. Please join me to welcome the panel. We're going to start with Mr. Aktay. Mr. Aktay, would you please introduce the audience to how the whole process started from December 2012 until now, how things evolved? How did it start back in 2002 when the Turkish government first introduced the package to the parliament, and how it evolved throughout the years?
Thank you very much, Mr. President, the chairman of the session, and all the participants. The Kurdish issue, I think, it is one of the most important point, if not the only, of course, test point of Turkish democratization process, of course. But of course, the issue hasn't started or hasn't began in last December. It has a background. Everybody, I assume, is familiar of this background, of course. But I should mention, in order to understand what AK Party did so far, since 12 years it is in power, I think we should understand, and that is, I think, to reflect the democratic approach, or the approach to politics in general of AK Party. And you know, the problem is going back to the foundation of the republic, and when the the Republican period, or the constitutional period of the republic as nation building, I think the problem is there. And in the nation building era, or the process, not only the Kurdish people were discriminated or were excluded from the definition of citizenship, but there was a definition of citizenship which was doing wrong to not only to the Kurds but to all the non-Turks, all not from ethnic point of view, but also from religious point of view. There was a discrimination to not only to the non-Muslims, but also to the Muslims. I mean, there was a new definition in this national building process. Definition of citizenship, I think, was the source or the main reason of all the problems we are witnessing today. And there was a definition for a good citizen, in Turkey, and that good citizen was a fabrication or a production made by the Turkish new elite. And from their point of view, there should be created a new citizen, and this will be Western-minded, Western-style fashioned, dressed, and he should be somehow Muslim, but not that much religious Muslim, and he should be, of course, Turks. Everybody who is living in Turkey is Turk and Muslim, but as I said, not Muslim as usual, Muslim in the new defined and determined terms. And this was, of course, the definition, and which processed, which worked until the 90s, late 90s, and which is the source of many problems, not only the problems which the Kurds were living in Turkey, were experiencing in Turkey, but also for the non-Muslims, and for the Muslims in general also, for the Alevites of Turkey, for the Sunnis on the other hand, and all the citizens, because the definition of citizenship was imposing a lifestyle to the citizen. And in the morning sessions, as somebody said, there is a polarization in Turkey. In Turkey, I don't say, I would not prefer to say polarization, but I will say that what he is witnessing in Turkey is pluralization, actually. And so far, until the 90s, the system of Turkey, the political system of Turkey, was based on monopoly, not on monopolar regime. There was only one polar, and the hegemony of one definition. It has nothing to do with the daily life of the people. It has no coincidence in the society. Who was that Turk? Who was that citizen? Who was that good citizen? Of course, after that production of new citizen, of course, it created a society of its own. And this is, I think, what the CHP or the Republican Popular Party is always seeking for, or is trying to be based on. But what AK Party did during its own period, not beginning from AK Party period, of course, it has a background also, AK Party. For example, the leader of the party has a background in welfare party, and in the welfare party, the discourse was opponent to that kind of citizenship definition, or the imposition of the state to the citizens to make out of them a new and a foreigner to the state, to the society, actually. So when I think in order to understand what AK Party is doing in terms of Kurdish issue, in terms of handling the issue, is not conjunctural and something that, in order to cope with that issue very quickly, we saw and we could make compromises with the organization, which is armed organization, and we will give them some rights to the Kurds, some rights to the PKK, and some rights to this or this, and in order to escape from the issue. It is not to escape from the issue. Actually, what AK Party did since 12 years, which it is in power, is to try to change the paradigm of the system, the paradigm of the democratic system in Turkey. And AK Party tried to, just to give you an example, or an evidence, not example, the evidence about the Turkish intention, or AK Party's intention to handle the issue. You can look at the program, the initiating program of the AK Party, which when it was founded. It is on a website, you can read there. What is the Kurdish issue? So far, the Kurdish issue was handled by the, even it wasn't named as Kurdish issue, because the name Kurd was prohibited until our period. And it was a reason, if you say I am Kurd, it was a reason for being imprisoned almost, or for being prosecuted. But the paradigm shift, or the paradigm change, which AK Party achieved in 12 years, is based on its own program, which is reflecting its own philosophy, the philosophy of citizenship, which should include everybody in Turkey, not only the Kurds, but also the Muslims or the religious people in Turkey were very, very tragically wronged in the Republican period, or in that period that I'm talking about. And hundreds of thousands of ladies with headscarf had to go or had to leave their schools. They couldn't get education. That discrimination is a very real discrimination. It is not something that could be escaped from. It was a real discrimination, and many people who with headscarf were being excluded from the system. Nobody can say Turkey is composed of the Muslims and or the Turks or the Sunnis, and they are discriminating the others. No, that is not the good story, not the true story. The true story is that the problem was the citizenship category, or the citizenship definition was really very, very, stupid, I think. But we said, and as for the Kurdish issue, the Kurdish issue was defined or was handled as if it is a security problem, just a security problem, and it's not Kurdish issue, it's terrorism problem. It was a terror problem, and it was, of course, somebody who have tried to relate it to some other social background. They say, it's an economical underdevelopment problem in the southeastern Turkey. There is a real problem. It's an underdevelopment problem. If we develop, if we make some investment in the southeastern area, we can reduce the unemployment, and then we can solve the problem, because the problem is not a social problem, is not a political problem, it is not an identity problem, it is not a Kurdish problem at all. It was just a security problem, and we should send our armies or strong soldiers to the southeastern area to suppress that rebel, that Kurdish rebel. But the AK Party's definition of the problem from the beginning of its party, it was saying that it is not a problem of security, it is a problem, it's a social, political problem that should be handled by increasing the freedom of expression and democracy, and to give that there is an ethnic group, and their rights. Their right is already given by what? By God. Nobody can disclaim, or nobody can deny these rights. So the strategy of AK Party was to create a citizenship, new citizenship, or the states based on the free and equal stakeholder citizenship category. I mean, everybody is the shareholder of the state. Everybody is the shareholder of the country. So no matter he is Kurdish, he is Armenian, he is Alevite, he is Sunni, everybody should be free, and freedom. Democratization, full democratization was the only solution for not handling only the Kurdish issue, but we have many other issues in Turkey. And the freedom about the Muslims in the universities, for example. Universities were the place not for freedom and free expression, but they were places where somebody are being, being imposed their identities, even their how to dress in the universities, and this problem also was solved, but it had an expense, and the expense of this, what AK Party tried to do in Turkey was several attempts of coup d'état. Several attempts of the soldier of the status quo of Turkey, or that closed society, or the status quo, to attempt to coup d'etat against AK Party. And I should remind, it is just 5 years ago. 5 years ago, it was AK Party, which is in power, which had received almost 50% of the votes. It was almost to be closed by the Supreme Court. And when we talk about authoritarianism of Turkey, authoritarianism of Tayyip Erdogan, or Tayyip Erdogan's government, I think we should be some fair. What is the base of this discourse? And in all coup d'etat attempts of Turkey, when we go back to the 60s, Adnan Menderes, he was one of the best, popular prime ministers of Turkey, and the attempt of coup d'etat which was organized against him was blaming him to be very authoritarian. And also Turgut Özal, we are all owing him very much about what democratization he did in Turkey, he also was blamed to be very authoritarian. And I should give you another example, Mohamed Morsi. You know, Mohamed Morsi stayed not more than 1 year, only 1 year in power. You know, you remember, just look at the newspapers in the websites, go back 1 year ago, what kind of criticism were being made against to Mohamed Morsi. He is very authoritarian, he listened nobody, but all these discourses were part of the organizations against him to picture him.
I'm sorry, I'm afraid I have to stop you right there because we're running out of time. You can address your remaining point during the Q&A section. Can I complete my
sentence?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, all these discourses are unfortunately complementary parts of any attempts of coup d'etat in Turkey in the history. If in history that has took place several times, it is possible to take more once again, and we should be, of course, careful about listening when we listen to that kind of discourse. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for clarifying all the points mentioned in your address. Now my next panelist will be Mr. Ali Muradyel, the editor-in-chief at the Turkey Agenda. Mr. Ali will be talking about the democratization package that was introduced by the Turkish government and how successful the AKP has been in terms of implementing the tenets of that democratization package pertaining Kurds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, everyone. I realize that it has been a long day, and so I'm not going to keep you too busy. I'm going to make it a short speech. This morning, it was claimed that Turkish people would keep voting the AK party because Turkish economy has prospered. I mean, such narratives would not mean too much if you don't know what is happening in the ground. On the ground, what's happening is that there are so many changes that have touched the real lives of people. For example, if you say that Turkish economy is going very well, but at the ground level, a Turkish citizen has been able to travel, for example, by airplane, which was something unthinkable a few years ago. And a Turkish ordinary citizen would go to state hospitals to take health care, which has been so difficult a few years ago. And there were so many similar changes and improvements in Turkish society that people would keep voting the AK party. That something happens to my life personally. And of course, they would not seek another opposition. So when you talk about democratization process, it is not very meaningful if you just talk about changes in certain laws or changes in certain systems, etc. But you should look at what kind of impact that those changes had on the individual citizens of Turkey. And I can give you some examples of this democratization process, and perhaps afterwards you would realize that these changes and these democratization packages had been so important for Turkish people who are living ordinary lives in Turkey, like myself, that I have been living in Istanbul and in a very secular, extremely secular part of Istanbul at Kadıköy. And when I talk to my neighbors who had voted the opposition parties since they were born, but when we talk about what the AK party had been doing, they cannot deny that they had been benefited from those changes. But when it comes to supporting the AK party, they are opposing. But their opposition is only ideological. And this morning, it has been discussed that there are ideological polarizations. But these polarizations was caused, or at least some of them had been caused by the opposition parties as well. Because they stuck in their views, and they say that whatever the AK party is doing is wrong. But it is not true. And when we look at the recently claims that Turkey has stopped introducing new judicial and political reforms, Critics claim that the Turkish state has forsaken its reform agenda, which it followed until the 2011 elections, and wants to maintain the status quo that developed under its rule since 2002. This is not true. Since 2010, the government has introduced a large number of new laws and regulations, all of which are either derived from the Copenhagen criteria or have been suggested by the EU since Turkey's accession talks began in 2005. These reforms have been supported by a large group of opinion makers, politicians, and the public at large. A cursory look at the list of the reforms over the last 3 years reveals a steady trend. The referendum on September 12 in 2010 introduced the following changes. Children's rights were strengthened under the constitutional law. The office of the Ombudsman gained constitutional status and began its work. Members of parliament were prevented from losing their status in the event their political party shuts down. The right of individual application to the Constitutional Court was granted. A Human Rights Committee was established to protect and improve human rights, prevent torture and maltreatment, and train citizens and officials in the field of human rights. Affirmative action for women was introduced into the Constitution. Stricter regulations were instituted to prevent violence against women and children. The trial of army staff was allowed in civil courts for attempting to change the constitutional order or to stage a coup. The National Climate Change Strategy document and action plan were accepted. In addition to these reforms, a number of steps were taken in regard to compulsory education, law governing political parties, protection of children, the Kurdish issue, the headscarf ban in the public offices, and the use of languages other than Turkish under the so-called 4+4+4 law. Compulsory education in Turkey was extended to 12 years. With the democratization package announced on September 30, 2013, the following measures were introduced. Political propaganda in languages other than Turkish was allowed, and political campaigning in Kurdish and other languages was observed in the March 30 local elections. The ban on the use of languages and dialects other than Turkish in private schools has been lifted. Several schools have already applied to offer education in Kurdish and other languages. Kurdish classes are being offered in the national curriculum. Legal obstacles for villages to revert to former names in Kurdish and in other languages has been lifted. Headscarves have been allowed in public offices, including the Turkish parliament. Making the use of new regulation, several female cabinet members have chosen to wear the headscarf in the parliament. Languages other than Turkish can now be used in court trials if the defendants choose to do so. Convicted persons in prison have been allowed to meet their spouses under special arrangements to spend more time with their families. As part of this package, two other important steps have been taken. The first is the return of the Mor Gabriel Monastery land in Mardin to the Assyrian Church. Apart from the Mor Gabriel Monastery land, other religious minorities have begun reclaiming their old properties, which were lost or confiscated over the last 60 years. The second step concerns the Roma people of Turkey. The Roma initiative, introduced in 2010, had already recognized the rights of Roma people. Now, an institute for the study of Roma language and culture has been established to conduct research on the cultural heritage of Turkey's Roma people and address their social and economic needs. In November 2013, the EU opened Chapter 22 for Turkey, which covers regional policy and key issues such as job creation, innovation, economic growth, sustainable development, competitiveness, and improved quality of life. In December 2013, Turkey signed the readmission agreement with the EU to start the process of visa liberalization for Turkish citizens. Turkish citizens are expected to be able to travel to EU countries without a visa within the next 4 years. On March 2, 2014, the government introduced a number of new measures against illegal wiretaps. Special courts with extraordinary powers, criticized by lawyers and human rights groups, have been abolished, and the maximum 10-year sentences issued by the special courts have been limited to 5 years. This has allowed a number of high-profile figures to be released after they have served rather unfairly long detention periods. There are certainly more steps to be taken to meet the Copenhagen criteria and make Turkey an advanced democracy. But the claim that Turkey is no longer interested in reforms is simply not supported by the facts on the ground. The fact is that the battle for a new Turkey continues unabated. The so-called December 17 process turned into a coup attempt against the democratically elected government. It tested Turkey's strength economically and politically. But Turkey has showed resilience and withstood the challenge. The government moved to make substantial changes in the judiciary and the security sectors to prevent misuse of judicial and police powers. The March 30 elections gave Turkey another chance for political stability and economic growth. The desire to hit Turkey by all means and at all costs does not make for a good strategy. And I would conclude with a recommendation that legitimate, constructive, and result-oriented criticism should be welcomed. Turkey's reform agenda should be kept above petty politics. Thank you.
Thank you indeed, Mr. Yel, for highlighting these steps taken by the Turkish government in terms of addressing the democratization package. My next speaker will be Mr. Mehmet Yüksel, who will be talking from a Kurdish point of view, how the Kurdish political movement has responded to the democratization process initiated by the Turkish government.
First of all, thank you for inviting me to this conference. When we talk about the peace process in Turkey, I think that we didn't have to begin with, we are doing enough, and so don't criticize us or don't push us to do further steps. That's wrong, I think, that's begin with this concept. So the Kurdish sides can begin to say in other ways, in this conflict which is in Syria, with support of Iran, Turkey could become as Syria. Would that be right discussion? No. So let's keep it lower and constructive discussion about how to resolve the conflict and how we can build together. When we look at the peace process in Turkey, there's some positive steps which we all agree with, but there's other steps which are very negatively on, is going to destroy this peaceful ambience, which is that for peace process, we can say that in 1.5 years there's a ceasefire and nobody is dying. That is a peaceful situation, and that is constructive steps which has been done. But it's not enough that. We have to do more to change. And you cannot only say, I'm giving you some rights for a war which has continued more than 30 years. And you have to convince also the Kurdish population that you are doing the wrong thing, the right things. And I think that when in the beginning of the peace process, the main discussion was that the first step will be the ceasefire, the second steps will be the change of the laws, and the third steps will be the disarming the Kurdish guerrillas and fighters. So, but we are still in the first steps, and to move on this and to change the situation and to go to the second steps, unfortunately, the government side has promoting that they will do a lot of steps, but to change the laws, but we see that's too slow. And in a situation as in conflict, as Kurdish conflict and Kurdish issue in Turkey, which is not involved only in Turkey, but in Syria, Iraq, and Iran, you cannot do the slow steps, because the situation will change quickly, and if you're not enough quiet and doing the steps in the times, the steps you're doing will be unuseful easily. So the steps which we have to build up on is that we have to build trust between the Kurdish population and the Turkish population. But we are still in the situation that the Kurds are not believing in the government, that they will change the situation. And unfortunately, it's making also more difficult for us to convince our population in the same times in this situation. So it's became more complicated to promote and to go further and to make the steps, more positive steps also from the Kurdish side in this situation. Because that, in the first place, if you are going to try to disarm Kurdish fighters, you have to open the political arena for them. But unfortunately, the problem is we have a lot of problems as political parties still in Turkey. And one of the main situations which is AKP using in this process is that the opposition is not moving, and so we cannot do it alone. That's right. We have to include opposition in this peace process. But unfortunately, in some steps which opposition has been ready to change, the government didn't want to change. As electoral trade from 10%, CHP last year proposed to go down to 3%, which will help us as political party, Kurdish political party, to increase our influence in our zones, but also to give a perspective to the Kurdish population that politically we can change and we can get our rights. But unfortunately, with the steps aside the government is doing in the last years, is building an untrust in the Kurdish population, which is the government, second the defense minister, they have projected in the last year to build up 340 new military bases in Kurdish zone, in Kurdistan. And other new personnel for Guardian Village, which is paramilitary force, 2,000 new paramilitary groups will be enrolled in the new system also, which all of the discussion was what to normalize the situation, not to increase this kind of problems, because we know that the paramilitary situation has built up a lot of problems for local population, and getting more guardian of the village will increase this situation, and it will not help to build up the security. And there's a lot of other things as this. So steps by government who's taken and is going far. So that is the main problem. How can we build up this trust if the steps will go in this way? And it will not be easy for us also as Kurdish political party to move. We, day after day, our youth, they don't believe more that the political parties can resolve the problems in Turkey if the situation is this. So it's building an untrust in the Kurdish population. So, and the reaction of the Kurdish sides, when the situation is that, is building some other untrust in the other sides. Because when the youths are beginning to block the streets and take the military or other persons from the streets, and so that will increase the problem. So I'm not so optimistic that the situation is so positive in the peace process in this situation. It's only positive because we are not going back to the fight. But that's not enough for us. And what will be when the Kurds in Iraq will declare their independence, and even after that, the Kurds in Syria will get a better position? Will the Kurds in Turkey stop in this moment and say, okay, there's only ceasefire? And the problem will create more bigger. So I think that the government has to move further and to improve the condition and the self-governance rights for the Kurds inside in Turkey, which the government had, the meeting between the government and Öcalan and our political party, BDP, the government was saying, okay, we will do these steps, but we don't believe that he will do it because daily is changing. That's the main problem, because also when the Vice President, Prime Minister Bashir Atalay was here last month, he he was talking about that the electoral laws will change, and 2 days after, AKP declared that they will not change. High-level people from the AKP, they don't know which steps will be the future steps of the AKP. That's a huge problem for our side to continue in this struggle and to convince our base that we will have a bit better situation, and we will continue to ask our population to live together inside in Turkey. And that is the main situation where we can define it in Turkey. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Now to our last speaker, Dr. Gönül Tol. Dr. Tol, of course, you can't talk about the Kurdish question in Turkey without bringing up the Kurdish situation in Syria and Iraq and in Iran in the broader term. Mr. Yüksel mentioned in the end of his talk that the changes that are unfolding in the region, especially in Syria, will affect the Kurdish approach in Turkey and the Kurdish position from the peace process. How do you look at that?
Thank you. We don't have much time, so I'll try to keep my remarks brief. I will talk about Turkey's regional policy and how that relates to Turkey's Kurdish domestic Kurdish problem. I think Turkey's regional policy, and particularly Turkey's Syria policy, has been mainly driven by Turkey's concerns over its own Kurdish issue. So the PYD, the PKK's Syrian offshoot, has been considered the ultimate enemy, an actor that had to be marginalized, had to be contained. And so Turkey built its Syria policy on that perception. And now there is a bigger threat that I think Turkey partly bears the blame for, and that is the ISIS. So I think now Turkey really has to recalibrate not only its regional, its Iraqi and Syria policy, but also its domestic Kurdish politics. So this is the picture, and I would like to take a step back and talk about the evolution of Turkey's Syria policy and how that relates to the Kurdish issue. Syria occupies a very unique place in Turkey's regional and domestic politics. Regionally, Syria has been the test case for Ahmet Davutoğlu's zero problems with neighbors policy. The two countries almost went to war in 1998, and when Ahmet Davutoğlu became the foreign minister, he cultivated very close ties with the Assad regime and engaged the regime politically, strategically, and culturally. From a trade perspective, Syria has been the gate for Turkish goods to the rest of the region. And on the domestic level, Assad's alliance ensured cooperation against the PKK. So that's why when the uprising started in Syria in March 2011, the Turkish Prime Minister, contrary to his reaction to the Egyptian uprising, pursued a very cautious approach. So instead of asking Bashar Assad to step down, he kept asking him to carry out reforms. And I think part of the reason was that he really the Turkish government thought that he had enough leverage over Bashar Assad, and so he pushed him to carry out reforms, and that didn't happen. So in August, after the mounting domestic and international pressure on the government, and also it became clear in August that Bashar Assad had no intention to carry out reforms. So finally, Turkey joined the anti-Assad camp in the fall of 2011. But beyond that, Turkey became a very proactive actor. Turkey has become the organizational hub for the Syrian opposition. So in retaliation, Bashar Assad allowed the PKK leaders, the exiled PKK leaders like Salih Muslim, who is the head of the PYD, to go back to Syria and gave a free hand in northern Syria. So the PYD had a de facto, all of a sudden Turkey ended up with a de facto autonomous Kurdish entity on its southern border. So that became a security threat for Turkey, and also complicated an already complicated situation with its own Kurds. So I think Turkey built its Syria policy based in an attempt to address that concern. So it built its Syria policy on three pillars. The first one, marginalize the PYD within the Syrian opposition. And the second, engage Barzani to have access to the Syrian Kurds. And third, support the jihadis in Syria to keep the PYD in check. Obviously, Turkey had no leverage over the Syrian Kurds, but Ankara thought that Barzani did. So Turkey started cultivating these close ties to Barzani, signing energy deals and investing heavily in the Kurdistan regional government. So the Barzani founded the Kurdish National Council within the Syrian opposition and as an alternative to the PYD. And Turkey promoted the Kurdish National Council as the voice of the Kurds, the Syrian Kurds within the opposition. With regard to the jihadis, Turkey turned a blind eye to weapons transfers from its territory to these jihadi organizations and didn't declare al-Nusra a terrorist organization. And in fact, the foreign minister was very critical of Obama's decision, al-Nusra decision. And the wounded jihadis, they were treated in Turkish hospitals on southern Turkey. And apparently now, it's fair to say that that policy failed. First, the PYD was too strong to be marginalized. It wasn't just a political organization, it provides social services, its military arm is quite strong and effective, and it has a social base. And it's an organic actor which has presence on the ground. And it proved to be the most effective and the strongest Kurdish actor in northern Syria. And Barzani, Turks found out that Barzani had limited leverage over Syrian Kurds. The Kurdish National Council, Turkey wanted to promote that as the Kurdish voice, but it had no presence on the ground, and considered by many Kurds, Syrian Kurds, as an illegitimate organization. And finally, jihadis would not really make a credible ally, and they became the main problem, not just for Turks, but for everyone in the region and also the United States. So now we have effectively two failed states on Turkey's southern border. And ISIS is threatening Turkey on many levels. I mean, if ISIS controls Iraqi pipelines, that could deal a blow to Turkish economy. And there is also, Turkey has been investing heavily in the stability of the Kurdistan regional government, but that seems to be threatening the stability in the KRG. And on top of that, there is a hostile government in Baghdad. There's always been tension between the AKP and Maliki. So now Turkey is really marginalized. If the Kurds are out, Turkey will become very marginalized in Iraq. So that's why Kurds now are Turk's best bet in the region. So that means the ISIS is an imminent threat, and the Syrian Kurds proved to be the most effective fighters against the ISIS. So that's why Turks now have to work with them. And that's why we have been seeing a shift in Turkey's Syria policy very recently. So relations between Ankara and the PYD showing signs of a thaw. Since March, Turkey has been allowing limited aid to be delivered to the PYD-controlled parts of Syria. And reportedly, secret talks are underway between Turkish intelligence and the PYD. And meanwhile, Öcalan, the imprisoned leader of the PKK, in an attempt to make a change in strategy easier to swallow for Ankara, he instructed the Syrian Kurds to stop talking about the Turkish support for ISIS. So there is clearly, the cards are reshuffled in the region, and there might be new alliances and intra-Kurdish alliances. The PKK also, I mean, considering the competition between the PKK and Barzani, but there was a KCK statement, recent statement declaring that they are ready to work with Barzani. So there might be a Kurdish front, and Turkey can cooperate with the PYD and enhance its cooperation with Barzani. But the main problem is, how can a Turkey that cannot talk to its own Kurds, that cannot resolve its own Kurdish problem, can cooperate with the Kurds of the region? So that has become the main problem. And now we have heard different views. The main parties to the conflict, the AKP and the Kurdish side, and the pictures they painted, they're not similar. So there's obviously a gap, and considering how preoccupied the government with the election cycle, I'm not hopeful that there will be a resolution on the Kurdish front. And contrary to the 1990s, this government has really engaged, pursued a very proactive Middle East policy. And I think it has achieved great things in the region until the Arab Spring. But now things have come full circle for Turkey. Turkey is now marginalized regionally as well. And without resolving the Kurdish problem, I think Turkey cannot. Turkey has been aspiring to be the regional leader, but without resolving the Kurdish issue, I think it's not possible to play the leadership role in the region and pursue an effective Middle East policy. And I'll stop there.
Thank you, Dr. Gunu, and to all our panelists. Let's now open the floor for the audience for a Q&A session. But before that, let me start with a question to all of you. Mr. Hussein Çelik, Turkish Deputy Prime Minister, yesterday said that Turkey won't be, or Iraqi Kurds have right to self-determination as things deteriorate in Iraq with the recent ISI surge. What do you all make of that? Is that a shift of policy that Dr. Gunu just talked about?
What did he say?
He said that Iraqi Kurds have right to self-determination as long as things are getting worsening in Iraq.
As long as the KRG is dependent on Turkey, I think that's been Turkey's strategy. I mean, I think for a long time we don't. It's a complete shift, and I think there's an irony here. In the 1990s, Turkey always blamed the U.S., saying that the U.S. is trying to establish an independent Kurdistan on Turkey's southern border, and now Turks have been signing all those energy deals with the KRG, and the Obama administration is saying stop doing that because we want to keep Iraq unified. So it's now the picture, the geostrategic picture, is quite different, and I think Turks are not as worried as they used to, or they're not as fearful of an independent Kurdistan, because I mean, if you look at what Turkey has been doing, basically signing all those energy deals, Turkey is building with its own hands the economic base of an independent Kurdistan. But I think this is Turkey's calculation. As long as it's going to be a landlocked country, and as long as it's dependent on, there has been a conflict between the KRG and between the Kurds, Iraqi Kurds, and Maliki. So as long as they are within Turkey's sphere of influence, I think Turkey should be fine with that.
Thank you. Mr. Yüksel, would you comment on that?
Let's hope the Prime Minister will not do the poll this week and will refuse the declaration of Hüseyin Çelik. But I think that's very positive that if that's the IKP's official declaration. If it will go on that way, that will influence also the peace process in Turkey. That will mean that Turkey are trying to build better relation with the Kurds in the other countries, and at the same time it's available to change insightly the policy against the Kurds.
Thank you. Mr. Aktay?
Thank you. I think it's not a declaration. He just commented on the existing situation in Iraq, because in Iraq now the existing situation is very new and it is very tragic and very surprise for everybody. And we think in order to handle this issue, we should think in more, probably we will have to think in more different way. But from the beginning, Turkey has insisted on the unity of Iraq, and it is still insisting on the unity of a unified country. There is no change in Turkish stand over the issue. But of course, we changed during the AK Party period. We changed our policy toward the Iraqi Kurdistan, and we said, of course, we have no fears about the autonomy of Kurds and our relationship with Barzani and the Kurds as Kurds, without ignoring and without neglecting their being as Kurds, is of course is it is the result of that paradigm shift, of course. And I should reply on the other, Turkish assistance to the IŞİD or to ISIL. I think that is very propaganda of Assad propaganda, because we have 1 million refugees from Syria, you know. Can you imagine 1 million refugees from Syria now? And Turkey, of course, gave much, shelter to all the Syrian people. And of course, as Ms. Gönül mentioned, Turkey was a hub of the assistance to the free Syrian army. That is legitimate, and that is what we are doing, and what Turkey is doing with its all allies, what we call Syrian friends. But it is the idea, or it is the claim, or it is the propaganda of Assad that these are all jihadists, and all the opposition of Syria are jihadists, and you know that is one way of, humiliating or underestimating the opposition in Syria. Otherwise, Turkey has never helped the jihadists or IŞİD, and IŞİD from the beginning has been the target of IŞİD's target. One of the target was also Turkey in Syria, and and from the beginning IŞİD, or ISIL in English, is fighting not with Assad regime. It is fighting with the opposition. It's fighting with the Kurds. It's fighting with even with Nusra. It is very, very interesting. Organization, and Turkey cannot, from the beginning, it knows what ISIL is, and it cannot trust it, of course. And I think we should be careful about that voices when we hear from Turkey's help to the jihadists. That is really very unfair, and that, of course, we are not. It is not a secret that Turkey is helping the opposition in Syria, and it is with allies of the Syrian friends, part of which is United States also, and some European countries. Yes, Turkey is helping the free national Syrian army. Yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Yale. Would you add anything to that? All right. Thank you. Let's take the gentleman on the right. Could you please introduce yourself and your affiliation?
I'm Peter Humphrey. I'm an intelligence analyst. I could easily see this situation spinning way out of control, and very quickly, and then the Kurds going, "This is not our fight. Enough. We're out of here." In fact, this is probably Kurdistan's best chance ever. And it's a little crazy that there are 3 or 4 times as many Kurds as Palestinians. The Palestinians deserve a state and the Kurds don't. That's a little nuts. So I agree with Dr. Toll that the new default is probably tolerating the Kurdish state if it evolves, perhaps by the end of this year. Are there any circumstances in which Turkish tanks would still roll into northern Iraq to prevent that from happening? And secondly, isn't it time for the Kurds to sort of whisper into Turkey's ear, if something comes down the highway like this, we promise not to take any part of Turkish soil, and we promise to suppress the PKK. Make those 2 promises now, quietly, quickly.
Thanks. Would like to answer that question?
I think we have the government.
Okay.
Excuse me, I couldn't understand the question. What was the question? Can you express more clear?
The odds of Turkish tanks rolling into northern Iraq to prevent a Kurdish independent state, if Dr. Toll is indeed correct, and that the new default is probably to tolerate such an entity. And second, is it time for the Kurds to start cleverly laying the geopolitical path for that by making 2 promises?
In northern Iraq?
The 2 promises.
Kurd of Turkey or Kurd of northern Iraq?
Kurds of northern Iraq.
Okay.
Making a promise to Turkey not to take any Turkish soil and to help in the suppression of the PKK.
Okay, thank you. Of course, these are very complicated issues, I think, from the point of view of the Kurds. Is it a time to decide about their, in terms of their self-determination? I think it's part of this issue. And in terms of self-determination, of course, they have the right. Of course, they have. They are already autonomous, and there is no Iraqian. Actually, in spite of our hope or desire to keep Iraq as unified country, it is very difficult under the Maliki regime. The Maliki regime, unfortunately, has implemented very sectarian policies, and he couldn't hold the country together. He failed to hold the country together, and he followed very sectarian, radically sectarian policies, by which he also discriminated the Kurds, which created some rights for the Kurds to behave more autonomously. That probably it may lead them to self-determination also. But I don't know whether it is the time or not, but our priority is still to preclude or to handle the issue of terrorism, ISIL terrorism first. And we should make an ally against this problem. And also, of course, our hope, however, our hope is to keep the Iraq together. It is not realistic from now on, I think. As far from the Turkish, do you have a question from Turkish side also?
Is there any circumstance under which Turkish tanks would still roll into northern Iraq to prevent?
No, Turkey has no such an intention because it is a very dangerous place. I mean, even United States had to escape, had to, stop its existence in Iraq because of its very big expense. And Turkey has no such kind of intention, and it tries to steal, it tries to help, it tries to play as mediator between the parts as much as it can, of course. But it has no such an intention, and we have, the hostage which are kept by the ISIL now, unfortunately, are one of our priorities now to save them first.
All right, thank you. Let's take the lady on the left, please.
Right.
Your name and affiliation.
My name is Selena Öztürk, and I'm a college student here in the United States. I have a very straightforward question. Therefore, I would like to hear some clear-cut, answers. So, do you think Turkey will ever intend to replace its unitary structure with a federal form of government in order to provide room for a Kurdish autonomy within the borders of the state? If yes, then how will this process take place given the third article of the Turkish constitution that outlines the main characteristic of the state as an indivisible unitary form of republic? Thank you.
Thanks.
It was a very straightforward question. Thank you for the question. Yeah, of course, regional autonomy has been discussed in Turkey. And as Gönül was saying that now the concept of independent Kurdistan is not very alien or unacceptable to Turkish ears anymore. So that Turkish people are being accustomed to hear this discussion about whether the Kurds are entitled to have their own free, independent state. As the gentleman over there was stating that, of course, the Palestinians, we support that they should have their own independent state. And likewise, the Kurds would have their own independent Kurdish state as long as they do not touch Turkish soil. But within the country, of course, that they should be given more rights. Perhaps it could be in the context of having or giving them certain regional independence or regional freedom. And within the areas of densely populated Kurdish areas, that they could have their own local administrations. And of course, during the peace process or the resolution process, the so-called, that more and more rights are being given to Kurdish people and like other minority groups or other ethnic groups in Turkey. And perhaps some of these rights would be increased, that now they have their own right to open their schools or to give their education in their native languages, etc., and to change the names of the places, the former names, the Kurdish names, for example, from Diyarbakir to Ahmet, etc. And then, of course, that it is not something unknown that within certain Kurdish parties, administered municipalities, that the language Kurdish has been used for over more than 2 years now. And when you go to the Diyarbakir municipality, then you could speak Kurdish there. So perhaps such rights would be increased, and if it means that regional, federal government, then what we could do, eventually that would happen.
All right, thank you. Mr. Aktay? Oh, yeah, we'll start.
Yes.
It's fine.
No, our proposal is also that Turkey has to be decentralized in 20 or 25 regions as political party. But we think also that AKP has to forward and to change their policy against the Kurds, not to give only individual rights, but to give a common rights to the Kurds. That's the main problem we are living, that individually you can be Kurds, but when you're in groups, you cannot be Kurds. That's the problem. So we have to have our autonomy inside in Turkey, and we will work for that until we get it. So we will not, we're not all waiting to somebody giving us.
Thanks.
What I can say add to this discussion is that in Turkey, during the AK Party period, Turkey really achieved very, very big changes. I mean, what I called paradigm change. And the paradigm has changed in Turkey, and now, as the AK Party, we don't say Kurdish problem. We have no more Kurdish problem. We have problem with PKK. There is an organization, which is armed organization, and this is why itself is very big problem. Of course, it is armed. It's true. It should be convinced for this unmentioned. I mean, otherwise, because we tried to, and the AK Party tried to do its best to solve the Kurdish issue, the Kurdish problem. It gives them all the rights. Not, of course, there are some needs to be, there are some steps, of course, should be taken forward. But there is many steps, not only for the Kurdish issue, for other parts of the society also. We need full democratization now, and we are in the way. I mean, our strategy, I mean, AK Party's strategy is full democratization that will be benefited by everybody, every part of the Turkish society, or by the Kurds, by the Alevites, by the religious, I mean, Muslims, Sunnis, and that should convince everybody that he is a free and honorable and equal citizen of Turkey. That is our target, our ultimate target. And I can give you number. You know how many Kurds are voting for AK Party now? 65% people, Kurdish people, the Kurds are voting for AK Party. Somebody's talk of BDP or HDP now is the Kurdish party. I don't say that they are the only Kurdish party. AK Party also is the Kurdish party now. So when we talk about autonomy, what kind of autonomy the Kurds may ask from Turkey? When we go to Iraq, there is completely different situation. Or when we go to Syria, completely different, radically different situations. In Iraq, if you are in northern Iraq as Kurd, you cannot go to Baghdad, for example. You cannot go freely visit Baghdad. But in Turkey, you know, which is the biggest city, the biggest Kurdish city, you know, which is Istanbul. Many people, many Kurdish people are living in Istanbul without any discrimination, without any kind of pressure, you see. And so when we talk about what more steps to be taken forward about the Kurdish issue, yes, there should be, for example, AK Party tried to do something de facto without making, for example, the legal base. But de facto is very important. To convince people, to convince the rest of the society is very important. You are doing politics. You are not dictator. You cannot one night say, I give all the rights to the society. No, you cannot do this. That is what sometimes Tayyip Erdogan or AK Party is expected to do, is expected to behave like a dictator. But AK Party is not a dictatorship, and Tayyip Erdogan is not dictator. He is respecting the people. He is respecting the public opinion. When he takes any step forward, he is calculating what kind of reaction the people may give to that step. So from the BDP or PKK point of view, Turkey, AK Party is not that much, I mean, fast. They should be faster. Yes, let's be faster, and let's see what we may lose. We may lose even the resolution process completely. And another, for example, all the winnings of the Kurdish people, or not only the Kurdish people, of the Turkish society in terms of democratization may be lost at once. Because we are living in Turkey, and Turkey has its own geometry, its own dynamics, and and AK Party is, at least, it is very, very successful in taking consideration all the balances of Turkey, all the social balances, political balances, and also, of course, sociological balances of Turkey. And that is why it's very successful. And that is why when it takes steps, it is very, and it has strategy, and its strategy was written, subscribed, and prescribed in its program, as I mentioned. And let's do to the BDP or no, I don't say Kurdish side, because the PKK is no more representing the Kurds. AK Party is representing more the Kurds. AK Party is representing at least 65% of the Kurds. And BDP also, of course, has representative role, of course. I don't ignore, and I cannot neglect its own role, of course. But they are representing the minority of the Kurds. And when we talk about what the Kurd will do, the Kurd of Turkey will do, I cannot say, we should not listen to the BDP first. We should listen to the Kurds who are voting for AK Party first. But of course, the problem is there is PKK, which is armed, and during the resolution process, they promised to be disarmed. And Abdullah Öcalan also commanded them, and he said, no more gun, no more weapons, no more, I mean, violence in our struggle. We should follow fully democratic state, and now the situation in Turkey, the democratic situation, the democratic level in Turkey is sufficient to implement our democratic policy. That is the words of Abdullah Öcalan. But still, that was the precondition, this mention of PKK and withdrawal to northern Iraq, to Kandil, was the precondition of PKK, of the resolution process. They did nothing. Even more than this, they still try to recruit people, the youngs, to the mountains, I mean. Even underage, you know, you listen to the mothers. About tens of, their numbers arrived almost to 100 mothers are crying about their children, are recruited by PKK. Some of them were underage, under 18. And they are tried to be recruited for what? That was the resolution process, and the precondition of the resolution process was to leave the arms, I mean. So I think AK Party tried to do its best. For example, about the Kurdish issue, what Turkey tried to do, for example, what AK Party tried. The most radical step in this process to be taken forward was to allow to allow the schools. Schools with mother tongue or with language than Turkey, other than Turkey. Because when we did something in Turkey in terms of democratization, we should made it in general. We cannot discriminate, we cannot mention any one group, of course. There is many, and now you can open schools, education in Kurdish now. That is open at least, and it is a very radical step. Compared with, don't go even to 12 years ago. Just go 5 years ago or 2 years ago. That is a very radical step, and it was very, very difficult to convince the Turkish society about that step. And now the Turkish society is convinced about this, and it is only AK Party that could convince the Turkish society about that much because democratization, because as you know, as I mentioned, the Turkish society was under the education of nationalistic ideology, and the citizenship was discriminating, and that was like a taken for granted right for the rest of the society. So when we are criticizing about the Kurdish steps or during the resolution process, I claim AK Party did its best. But unfortunately, there is a problem of PKK. Of course, that's a problem. AK Party also take the other radical step to open or to initiate some negotiations with Abdullah Öcalan. That was also very dangerous, I mean, because it was very difficult to convince people who have been believing that he is a killer of babies and he is very like a monster. It was very difficult to convince Turkish society about this, but Turkey now is convinced about this, and in order to stop the blood, even you can go and negotiate with the Satan also. So, right. And you know, what was the expense? The first expense of this to AK Party, the Hakan Fidan, you know, the MIT the intelligence service head, was called by the prosecutor. He was also being arrested. So, and if he was arrested, and then the Tayyip Erdogan also would be under prosecution, and that is to remind you again, or to warn you again, how dictator or how authoritarian is Tayyip Erdogan. He is prosecuted by a simple prosecutor. You see, that is kind of authoritarianism. Also, for 1 minute also about the media. You know, now at least 70% of the media, the mainstream media is against Tayyip Erdogan. You know this? They are all the days, every day, they are writing very radically. They are criticizing Tayyip Erdogan. They are criticizing, they are against him. I mean, there is no balance between the votes of, still, there is no balance between the votes of Tayyip Erdogan or AK Party and his existence within the media. Somebody of talking about his efforts to create his own media. Of course, he did something. He did many things, not something, many things to create his own media, of course. But still, more than 70% of the mainstream media in Turkey is against Tayyip Erdogan, and they are all day criticizing Tayyip Erdogan. There's nothing is happening, of course.
Thank you. Please, yeah. Okay, go ahead.
It's not surprising that 65% of the Kurdish electorate are voting for the AKP, because the AKP is their best bet. I mean, a strong prime minister is their best bet, because he's been the bravest leader on the Kurdish issue, and he's strong enough to afford a nationalist backlash. So, and look at the opposition parties. So there's no one out there who could, and they are in the middle of the peace process. So of course they will be supporting Prime Minister Erdogan. But I think the question is, how much is he willing to deliver? And another important question is, Turkey's Kurds want decentralization, and how can you achieve that if you have a prime minister who wants to centralize power?
I think that is also, I think,
Please let's keep
an interpretation.
Let's keep the answers short so we can take more questions before we wrap up this panel. Okay, you could go ahead.
My name is Audrey Williams, and most recently I was a Scoville Fellow at the Stimson Center. And this question can be directed to any of the panelists, but I think it's best directed to Mr. Yüksel. So you talked about how there needs to be more trust built between the Kurdish population and the Turkish population. And as Mr. Aktay showed, some of the developments under the AKP has created some more trust in Turkish society, but of course there's always room for improvements as well, especially if you want the peace process to last and to create a good solution. So what I wanted to draw attention to is the fact that some of the pro-Kurdish parties, the BDP, and I guess now under the HDP, has a lot more inclusion than maybe some of the other political parties. For example, in the recent local elections, there were the most women candidates from the BDP, and with the HDP too, there's been some inclusion in terms of LGBT groups as well. And so I was wondering if these more inclusionary moves and kind of these platforms and maybe other moves further down the line, if that's kind of a basis upon which the pro-Kurdish parties can start reaching out more and more to not just Kurdish constituents, but general Turkish constituents as well. And I also, from an American perspective, I love to see more women represented. I love to see more discussions on LGBT. But I wanted to know, how do these moves and how do these characteristics get interpreted by the general Turkish public as a whole? So, thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Yüksel?
So I think that first peace process is also connected with the democratization of Turkey, and also for our Kurdish side, also the democratization of the Kurdish base also in the Kurdistan. So we are trying to be more inclusive for women and the other minority groups. So we can build up our democracy inside in our societies. So that's the way we are taking. So the main problem is also one other is that if Turkey cannot be moved democratically, there cannot be peace process also. So both of them is connected one with the other. We are not refusing the situation. So, and we are trying to also work with open to rest of the Turkey to build up. We know that there is a huge gap for democracy in Turkey, and somebody have to play that role, and we are trying to do it, but we have a lot of difficulties as our background, so, but we will work on that to make the change. But I want to just to say two things about I never heard Abdullah Öcalan's declaration to leave the army. He says step by step, and we are still in the first step, not in the last step. So if the last step will come, I think that has to be. It has to be, but you have to build up trust when we have our politician, which never have been involved in the violence, still in the prison. Still in the prison. So you cannot expect that who have the gun in the mountain will come down and say, okay, I will leave my armies. It's not easy. It's not so easy to do it. And the other thing is, that's right, AKP has a lot of the Kurdish voters. But in the last election, we have won more than 70% of the regions where Kurds lives is governed by our political party, and the main cities also. So you cannot exclude also that. So, and we are not expecting as Kurds that all Kurds are going to vote a Kurdish political party. That will not be democracy also for us inside. So it's normal that there's expecting from the government also. But don't forget also that government, AKP use all of the governmental power in this election and has a lot of the advantages. If 70% of the Turkish media is against Tayyip Erdogan, I think 95 is against the Kurdish political party. It's not easy to value it in this way.
All right, Mr.
Can I
Altay.
say, what kind of logic is this? If the democratization process, if you take some steps towards democratization process, I think from now on there is some little changes that should be done, because the biggest thing was the paradigm change, and this was achieved. This was achieved by AK Party. From now on, the things are very little, and you keep the arm as a blackmail, and you say if you take this step, and I will not use, but if not, I will use that gun. That is kind of terrorism. I mean, it's a legitimization of the terrorism. It is not more than, and the tolerance of AK Party to this is, of course, temporary, of course, to handle the issue, because a real issue. We should solve the issue of Turkey. Of course, there is some. It gained some grounds because of the mistakes made in the past. That is not our mistake. That was not our mistake. But we tried to solve that all the mistakes which were done before us. But is it acceptable in a democracy, in a democratization process, that you should keep the guns aside as a security force? And this is and of course the ways there is a state, a legitimate and hegemonic state in Turkey, of course, and Turkish Republic is a state, and it has a sovereignty power. And Mr. Mehmet asked about why the Turkish government is building bases in the Kurdish area. What kind of logic is this? Turkish state is as a whole. Of course, Turkey has right to build. You know, we have border problems, we have many problems, we have security problems. If you are trying to keep the arms aside, why you expect from a state, from a sovereign state, to leave its arms? This is, I think, a kind of legitimization of a terrorism, and it is not democratization. And otherwise, Turkey, AK Party, during the AK Party period, everything is open to discussion in Turkey now. There is no question and any idea that could be prosecuted in terms of, in terms of Kurdish issue now. You can even, now there is such kind of I don't say there is full democracy in Turkey still, and we hope, of course, we will try to do this, but there is everything in Turkey can be discussed and can be put in politics. That is AK Party's achievement, and that is. For example, you can defend even, you can advocate the idea of separatism now. You can say, yes, I am Kurdish and I want separate state. You can say this now in Turkey, and nobody can say anything. Nobody prosecute you now. But of course, you should convince the people, not by gun, not by force. And that is the problem. I am from the same origin, from the same region. I am from southeastern part of Turkey, which is called Kurdish people, but it is not composed of only Kurds. There are many other ethnic groups there also. But when you say, oh, there is Kurdistan and autonomy to there, of course, these elections, and I know how the elections were won, with the threat, with the existence of an armed group. Now you are defending how the disarmament should not happen. That means that these armed group are threats, and they are threatening the voters. And I witnessed with my eyes how the PKK group came and make their pressure over the state. And when you say of the power, the government is using their instrument, that is not good story, that is not true story, and that is not available story, because we know the state in power so far in Turkey, to be in power is not advantage for in the local elections. To be in power almost is a very risky, because you can, there is no, in Turkey, in Turkish democracy history, always those parties who are in power has lost their votes in local elections. But it is the first time, it's first time, not only in, we lost only in southeastern area. Why? Because there are some other extraordinary conditions, because the are mentioned. But we are not, of course, unhappy about our laws. That is democracy, and we are trying to, we are from now on start to prepare for the next elections, of course. That's democracy.
Thanks. Well, we're running out of time, actually. We literally have 3 minutes, so try to be concise.
We have been discussing that the Prime Minister has been accused of being a dictator or he has authoritarian personality. Perhaps it would sound acceptable to Western ears, but when you go to Turkey, it is the Prime Minister himself that he is alone, is able to convince and persuade people. If you travel in Turkey, for example, if you travel to Black Sea region, the people over there are quite nationalistic people, and it is the Prime Minister that who had convinced them that the Kurdish issue should be solved, and the Kurds should have been given more rights. But a few years ago, those people, those electorates in the, for example, Black Sea region, would go against it. But the Prime Minister is able to convince them. So Recep Tayyip Erdogan is the best chance for the Kurdish people to gain something from him, from his personality. Perhaps he might sound, or he might appear to be like a dictator or authoritarian personality, but because of his charismatic leadership, he is able to convince people. That should not be forgotten.
All right, thank you.
We are not forgetting that.
Mr. Yüksel, please try to answer that shortly.
But I only want to say one thing about the military base. Okay, let's go and do a referendum in Liege, where 3 people dies, but because the military, they shoot on the population. Let's do a referendum there. If they want military base there or not. I'm sure they will be in Liege. 3 civil people.
Huh? How they were fighting? There was very violent demonstrations
let's do
and clash with the policemen, and people are died, of course.
I'm sorry, guys, but we need to wrap this up.
95%
All right,
or 99% that
thank you, Mr. Yüksel. Thank you all for participating in this great panel, and I'd like to thank the audience for being patient with us. Thank you.
Visit our website and become a member, and thank you all for coming.